Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It is Playday 3 of APL Oceania, kicking things off once again this week. Where we left off, Guz, was of course a week where the top dogs established themselves, the pecking order set, Enterprise, Chiefs, Man Esports, all undefeated throughout the first two Playdays. As we move forward to the next two Playdays, now it's about seeing really, can they keep that going, who can get the fourth spot, and for the teams in the bottom four, who can get going.
Yeah, pretty entertaining first week, and getting a good indication as where these teams may lie. I think we're kind of at a phase now where we have three definitive groups: the top, mid, bottom. How those will shuffle out, though, very much remains to be seen. And I guess the big takeaway as well from that first week is there were competitive moments, don't get it twisted, but the actual score lines between essentially every match ended up being pretty lopsided. 7-4 actually the closest result we had over several games. No 7-5s, no overtimes. Hopefully we see that closeness over the next couple of playdays.
Well, I guess as we get matchups that are maybe a little bit more on the even scale of things, that might happen. Although we did have a few of those matchups last week and it did not matter. So yeah, no 7-5s, no overtimes. It's been kind of a one-sided affair throughout Oceania so far. As you said, we'll see if that changes this week. And of course, a lot of different things to note. But before we get into that, we will look at some of the highlights from week one, the two playdays that happened, leaving us with Enterprise at the top end of the standings with a remarkable +10 round differential.
Yeah, in terms of highlights, we actually have a clip here from APAC North last night. Everyone having the pleasure of listening to me play-by-play it. Rec hitting a big clip in this one. Scars dominant over the course of this map. Rec trying to get the ace with the UMP. Unfortunately, though, if memory serves, was robbed in the end as he tried to take it up the main stairs. The rest of the team took a step back, opened up the window for him to land it, but one shot short. It's unfortunate for him, but APAC North actually in echoing some of the sentiment in OCE in terms of some lopsided matchups. as we look back at OCE, and these are the standings. And as I was alluding to before, there's pretty definitive subgroups within the 8 teams at the moment. Top 3, then you've got Barbie Boys 6T battling it out for potentially making it to playoffs, and then a bottom 3. A lot to still shape up, and there may be permutations and how that plays out towards the end of this particular stage. But I think where the teams are roughly grouped right now is very indicative of the strength of where they are at the moment.
We'll go to the schedule for today's proceedings into play day 3 to see how the standings will shake up after today's conclusion. Man LFO will take on Barbie Boys first up. So as you kind of put those teams into groups, guys, will Barbie Boys get a crack at the top 3? They get Man LFO tonight. Enterprise, of course, without Brendo tonight. Supremacists, an old face, an old name, comes back in. They'll take on Shy Academy, still heavy favorites for that matchup. And it's the next game, the third game that I think is going to be most intriguing for me tonight, guys. Arcade versus Rival Esports. Both of these two teams, unfortunately, were unable to get a win in the opening 2 play days. A loss here puts you 0-3, probably then at a point where top 4 looks out of reach, barring a ridiculous comeback throughout the latter part of the stage, and 6 targets versus Chiefs to close for tonight. Of course, 6 targets have already played Enterprise. That was back on Play Day 1. They got resoundingly beaten. A nice catch-up game against Arcade to close out the week, and then straight back into the fire against Chiefs, who are looking pretty hot this stage.
Yeah, I think both the opening and the closing games of tonight have an intriguing sub-storyline, being teams in the upper echelon versus those in the mid-table, and both will obviously want to maximize points towards their march for a top 4 finish. Namely, the last game I think is going to be most intriguing. 6 targets have looked hot and cold, very much on both sides of that scale over the course of their first few play days, and so intrigued to see what brand of them we see this evening.
All right, well, our first matchup's not too far away, of course. We'll go to Barbie Boys first as our opening match between them and Man LFO. Last week's results for Barbie Boys, a 7-4 victory over Shy Academy, but then falling at the hands of Chiefs. That one on Lair. They lost that 3-7. So far, I guess the tale of the tape for this team, Guz, is a lot of the new younger faces. Of course, Walsh making his debut back in kickoff, seeing Pinku starting to rise and elevate in the region as one of the heavy hitters, and then the likes of Quicks, Bailey, and really then the old head watching all along the IGL in Prez.
Yeah, this roster's been quite intriguing to watch as well throughout the stage. Good opening play day from them, but then I think outmatched against a Chiefs outfit that has a little more well-rounded in terms of the experience of playing with one another. The Barbie Boys amalgamation still has a lot of time, I think, to truly synchronize and play as a team. And so I think the takeaway for me in terms of week 1 for them is the goal for the stage. A realistic goal is top 4. If they could sneak in, that'd be great. Anything beyond that, I think, would be a big plus.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's going to be a significant battle for that 4th spot. There's probably 2-3 teams, and obviously, as you kind of mentioned early on, this team's one of them. Love that little workshop that's been set up, and I think depending on the matchups and how this stage goes, I think there's a real possibility that if you look at Chiefs, you look at EP, and you say, well, no one's probably going to beat them except each other. Throw Man LFO into the mix largely. It means that you've got to be then winning your other matchups. And I think Barbie Boys are probably capable of that, which means a game against Man LFO might not be the be and all if you think about it. And considering they just played Chiefs prior to this game, they actually then get a decent little run in their next 2 play days where they'll play 6 targets, then they'll play Arcade. Those games for me solidify far more if they're likely to make top 4. Then they play AP, and their last game of the stage is then against Rival. So if you can kind of tick off wins against Arcade, 6 targets, Rival, that might then be enough for a team like Barbie Boys. What's that, 4 wins? I think that gets you into 4th spot by the end of the stage. It remains to be seen, though.
Well, Man LFO come into this 3rd play day in that number 3 position, but there's certainly question marks over how much the fixturing has necessarily favored them in finding themselves in this position. Don't get it twisted. I think the Siege they've played and the roles that they've been able to sort of make work with these players has actually been quite strong. But it was a 7-4 Arcade, a 7-3 Shy Academy. There's a potential for those 2 teams to sort of be in the mix for the bottom 3, I think, at the end of this first stage. So this kind of matchup ends up being a good real test for Man LFO if they can hack it against another team competing for the top 4.
Yeah, and obviously a lot has been spoken about Pluto and his form this stage, who's been one of the best players. Man, LFO has also, I think, ascended to be, even in that conversation around that top 2, top 3, that already is a plus so far after the opening 2 play days. They've been sharp, they've been clinical, dominant wins in both of their matches. But admittedly, and this is where things get interesting, is that, you look, well, they've beaten Shy Academy and they've beaten Arcade. So, I mean, how much do we really know about them? It's not like they've knocked off a Chiefs or they've knocked off an Enterprise. And unfortunately, we don't get to see that until play 6 and 7. The last 2 games for Men LFO this stage are against the other 2 top heavy hitters, which does kind of then put them in this position where, in some ways, until we get full notice of what this team is capable of, they could be susceptible to a Barbie Boys. They could be susceptible potentially later on as well against the likes of 6 targets or potentially Rival if they find some form at the right time, let alone the fact if they can go undefeated up to those last 2 play days, that sets up a really good opportunity then going into playoffs. By that point, they would know they're in playoffs. Nothing's going to deny them from that. They get then a free swing at Chiefs and Enterprise. So they're well set up this stage. It's just all about, I think, keeping things well and truly contained. They're not an EP. They can't just come into tonight, switch their brains off and think the talent alone is going to get the job done. If they play like they did last week, they should win, but they have to stay locked in.
Yeah, absolutely. Here is Pluto. You briefly mentioned him prior in the highlights package. He has been a standout player, not just for his team of Man LFO, but also APL wide, OCE wide. You can see the numbers there listed in the top 10 for several categories, putting him in the upper echelon. Again, as we've said, though, there is the asterisk in terms of the quality of their opposition, and so for Man LFO, in a way, I actually feel a little bad for them in terms of the fixturing, because they're not going to get a real gauge really as to where they're at, probably until that final week. So for Pluto, for Man LFO, it's very much going to be a case of just grinding out, playing Siege and trying to improve on their own, and then hope that it's good enough by the tail end of the stage. Again, I think in terms of roles, they've actually done a really, really good job so far. And we'll see if that does maybe get exposed today, or whether or not it's actually going to be a strength for them.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be the interesting thing as well, is if they win again in a landslide, well, then that's 3 pretty confident victories, and again sets them up with more confidence to then keep going into their next few matches. And you can very much build up a big stream of momentum going then into playoffs. But the problem is, before that, you've got to play EP Chief. So in some ways, maybe getting those out of the way early on isn't the end of the world. I think it was who played both of them in the first 2 play days. I actually don't think there was, but the teams that did play them early, it's best to get them out of the way. Actually, it was Rival. That was the team. I knew there was one. Let's go to the VODs for this matchup and see where we're heading. Let's go spin that wheel. Love the new graphic that we've got for the map VODs. It's not going to be Chalet, Consulate, Bank Club, or Cafe Fortress, or Lair. It's going to be one of the 3 on your screen, and it ends on Border. Man LFO have banned away Nighthaven Labs, and we will go to Border, which I think might be the first time for OCE.
Yeah, could well be. Man LFO went with the double Chalet back in week 1. Barbie Boys opened with Fortress and followed it up with Lair, so some large-scale maps. In terms of likeness, I guess Chalet is somewhat closer, but yeah, if you're correct, and it is the first appearance of Border, excited to see what is typically a very hyper-aggressive style map, and I think both of these teams have the kind of star power on them to make this an exciting drill.
Yeah, it is certainly the first time that we're going to see Border for Oceania Stage 1. Going into this game, as you said, I think it's going to be hopefully an exciting game. Border naturally lends itself into more of that gunplay. I don't know necessarily who that will actually favor until we probably get in and have a look, because honestly, Barbie Boys have actually got some really high quality firepower, likes of Walsh, Pinku, as we're getting into this match. And the same clearly goes for Man Esports with the likes of Pluto, Beers, Sharky, Hunter. They're a really stacked team. They're having a very good stage. We'll see if Man LFO can keep the good times going to start stage 1. Tested here by Barbie Boys. A big matchup, which could certainly have some ramifications for later in the stage.
Now let's jump into map number 1 for Playday 3 of OCE. A competition that has really fired up here in stage 1 of 2026, with OCE, of course, having 2 slots to EWC. Rather unprecedented. And it's really lit a fire underneath the belly of many players in this league who now feel like they've truly got an opportunity to make it to an international event, whereas in the past it felt like a distant dream. And I think both of these 2 teams, if any, probably embody that really well, with you know, they've been close but far on many occasions. A lot of the players actually inside this server now at this point in 2026 have a lot of Tier 1 experience as well. So I'm really hoping and expecting a high quality game here as the bans do conclude Dockerby, Monty, Azami, Kaid.
Well, I mean, is that really the best way to kind of frame Men LFO as a team? Certainly for this stage. These guys have been playing largely for 5 years, except for Sharky and Beers. Sharky and Beers really making their debuts at the start of last year. So even they too have now got a year under their belt. The other three have got 5 years under their belt, guys. They've got that experience. But a lot of that time spent was Tier 2 or very much the very low end of Tier 1 with little to no ever expectations that they can even qualify for anything. It feels like for at least the majority, someone like Pluto, for example, now at that point where prime age, a lot of experience, clearly having a very good stage inside of the server, it's all starting to come together. It just feels like timing-wise, this is the best opportunity for these group of players that they've ever had in their careers, and it's just about now whether they can go all the way.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Yeah, certainly not Stardew experience on the other side. The name that really obviously, of course, comes to mind for Barbie Boys, Prez. He made his OCN debut all the way back in 2020, which doesn't feel that long ago when you say 2020, but it's really kicking on now. And so he's had a lot of exposure to this level of play and looking to make an international land as well to add to the accolades. Barbie Boys to start out on defense. Compositions from both rosters in the opening round pretty standard for this particular map. I guess to note for Man LFO, though, electing to bring both IQ and Twitch to counter util here from Barbie Boys, who defensively, as expected, looking to get aggressive on the fringe of the map. And Pinku, sharp shot onto Sharky. Man LFO lose one of their two. Primary hard breach is followed up by Elements. The pillar position is good, and that's well, almost round over. Man LFO will need to try and salvage and scrap this one.
Yeah, not the greatest start on the attacker border as well. You want to certainly command good presence early on in the round for Barbie Boys to just get off to a hot start. Pinku, Quicks combined one apiece. Immediately, it just completely says to Man LFO, well, we can't execute the way we'd like to. This just now becomes a ranked game, 3v5. Who can find the picks? Who can just kind of get into the right positions, punish a defender that overextends? Of which, for Barbie Boys, this is where having composure and experience is very critical. And for someone like Prez on the roster, it's a calming mind to just say, boys, just hold your angles, chill. If we have to wait out the next minute and a half, we will. Don't have to get antsy. Don't need to force the fights that we don't have to. And so far, they've kept themselves rather stuck towards the site. Pinku, maybe of last year, might have elected to push top weighting and go for a clearer towards these stairs. Died opens up 3v4, a little bit of security control, but Quick's holding a very long, deep angle through the doorway of Bray, catches the Hunter of the head of Hunter. That is an incredible shot. Wow, flawless. And it's not like they pushed forward, they just held these angles.
Yeah. Yeah, statement round, and I absolutely agree with the sentiment that it wasn't an occasion where the defense maybe on the opening round is playing ultra aggressive, roaming around, running around, getting in the face of the opposition. Very much a case of Man LFO playing into the long lines of sight, and quite simply losing jewels. And on a map like Border, where those jewels are incredibly important, especially depending on how the defense looks to dictate rounds, may not give the attack many opportunities to go for set plays or to worry about utility. That's a nice way for Barbie Boys to start their account. And if this match is to end up being a wake-up call for Man LFO, well, round number one has set the tone nicely.
Activating camera.
10 seconds left before insertion. 5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, just looking back at the last week's play days, especially for Man LFO. So first half against Arcade was actually 3-3 on Chalet. That was their attacking half. And against Shy Academy as well, Chalet again, and it was a 4-2 attacking half. So clearly a pretty proficient attacking team. And on a map like Border, I think that's going to come with a level of expectation, the way that they've performed so far this stage. There's that little doubt in my mind that if Bobby Boys can have a strong defensive half here, I do wonder if maybe we've amped up and overplayed Van LFO at this stage based on who they've played. And maybe it's really a top 2 and then a sort of middle 3-4. That's up to Bobby Boys to change that picture. And so far, so good. I like the fact that they're not getting overly aggressive at the start of these rounds, not running out, going for jump outs. As Quicks is just holding here towards Customs, and tell you what, that had to been a peek. That would have been a kill on Pluto, but it goes the other way. Sharky with the pistol. And Quicks got lured in a little bit by that movement of the attack, and that just forced him into a bad position. Under the second round, begins well for Ben LFO.
Breaching sequence activated.
Yeah, simply better pinch pressure in this second round as opposed to the straight one-dimensional fights taken in the opening round. The nature of this side and some of the entry points can often lend itself to that playstyle that can be a little more favorable for the attack. So midpoint of the round, advantage man LFO. We'll see how they now look to transition in towards site. The Rayora for me is an intriguing pick this round and offers some interesting playmaking potential for Hunter through lobby if he is to put down barricades, can cut off waiting, workshop, etc. I mean, there's a multitude of different things he could try and do here with the gates. So I'm liking this ingenuity from Man LFO and the willingness to go for something that's a little different. Another 30 seconds down, so there's 60 left now on the clock.
They're taking their time though, Man LFO. I'll tell you what. And it's probably caught Walsh off guard, thinking waiting wasn't going to be an entry point. Late push from Elements catches him. 2-player advantage from LFO, and they're going to plant down inside the towers as well. Prez able to answer back, but caught coming back down east stairs. Plant down, one up. Pinku immediately shot in the back. A clean attack from Man LFO. Talk about taking time on your attack, a bit of patience in the build-up. And in the end, for Barbie Boys, what was actually kind of a strength of theirs back in the opening round turned into maybe a weakness in the second round, where a little slow, a little stagnant, never found a good opportunity to disrupt the attack of Man LFO. And I think a lot of it did, unfortunately, fall apart once Quicks went down early. It just opened up a lot of the map for the attack. And this was almost a 50-50 moment. On that initial hold, there was a chance he could have caught Pluto. Pluto overextended Customs. I think Quicks would have been likely to get the opening kill. Things could have been very different from there.
Yeah, they sprung into action nicely, though. After they got that pick, they settled with that Customs control. They were then able to enable Hunter and his utility. There was a little bit of split and pinch pressure, particularly up above, as Elements did a good job in initiating that and unlocking Prez, who got traded. Some good moments of structure in that round for Man LFO, and again, say what you will in terms of the opposition, and the structure and the roles that they did present in those games, regardless of the quality of the opposition, I think was quite good. And I think will serve them well in what should be more competitive matchups, and that round there giving some insight to when they're playing well, what it looks like inside of the server. Bobby Boys are looking to respond now, heading us down over to Workshop. Solace in the lineup here defensively for Prez with the shotgun in hand. So there might be a more conscious effort from the defense in this round to deal with some of the info gathering utility. Prez also in a good position to start calling where the push may be initiated from as well. And then goes without saying, but if he isn't cleared above, in a position then to deny plant.
Oh, angle found from Hunter that Bailey couldn't find himself. Bailey was praying that someone from the attack would just haphazardly walk into his line of sight. Talk about the pressure that's also now applied onto Prez, because that might also then fall. That might also mean Walsh has to kind of fill in this position. And then if he does that, he gives up Fountain. And Pinku does at least find a kill onto Sharky. Not what you need if you're Man LFO to getting a very nice early advantage.
Well, the problem here for the half-wall clear, no... Oh, it is one grenade for Beers, okay. But no air jabs. So it could be a little tricky here. Prez might be able to withstand this pressure. Again, a pinch attempt elsewhere from Elements. But the creep from Beers, unsuccessful. Good catch from Pinku.
And no nade. He was the only one that had that nade. Prez goes down anyway. It's Pluto and Hunter that just find one apiece, and Elements gets involved. All three find a pick instantaneously for the attack of Men LFO. Down to Walsh. He's got 60 seconds on the clock to overcome a significant disadvantage caught at the doorway from Elements, and Men LFO flipped the script. Just when things were starting to look a little stabilized for Bobby Boys on the defense. Now, when Beers went down, I thought that Bobby Boys looked in a good position. And it's a simple game at the end of the day, guys. You can have all the strategy and all the utility, but if you just go bang, 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 3 kills in 3 seconds, a round is likely to go your way.
Yeah, the defense there, a little unsettled. And yeah, in terms of the raw utility, Man LFO, particularly after Beers foul, as you're saying, they were not in a great position. Halfwall should have been fortified. Cross could have been held. I think they just got a little unsettled, a little jittery. And Man LFO capitalized upon those opportunities that presented. Again, there was good pinch run offer from Elements. He's filling that role nicely so far, and he'll jump onto the Snake for the 4th round. Really good operator in identifying what's clear, what's not late round, where he can be so strong.
Protect your bombs from being defused by
Additional
attackers.
bans introduced then for the remainder of the half. The Nomad, which has seen a little bit of play time now, benched. Mirror, very, very strong here on border, also out of play.
Oh, the beauty of kind of coming into play day 3 now as well, as we get a little bit more stats to kind of look at and go over and see how things sit after 2 play days. And the numbers that kind of stand out for me the most is actually the entry percentage. The gap of the top 3 teams to then the next 5 is quite extraordinary. Chiefs, Men LFO, AP 1, 2, and 3 for entry kill percentage. Chiefs number 1 with 85, Enterprise 3rd with 72. That puts Men LFO in a nice 2nd place, 76%. That's a significantly high number. 6 targets then occupy 4th with 55%, and then Shy Academy in 5th on 38%. So Barbie Boys are down in 2nd last on 29%. It says to me, in terms of the early round dominance of these, I guess, quote-unquote, best 3 teams that we had throughout week 1, so far translating in this match as well. 3 rounds played, 2 go the way of Man LFO, converting in both. Got plant down as well, something they did really well last week. So it's early on, 3 rounds, but a lot of the signs of what we saw from Man LFO in their round wins last week starting to just slowly come to fruition here on border. And don't forget the fact they only played Chalet last week. So we're getting a different view of them on a different map.
First introduction of the Glaz here in round 4. The Blitz as well to see their first appearance. Is this potentially going to be a direct posture, direct setup for Man LFO to try and hit archives? The Thatcher also in position for Nitro Denial. And as you can see, the attack stacked close by, trying to get this plant down. Sharky to creep forward. Pushed back by the Flames, but goes deep instead.
It's just going to get denied. It will. Courtesy of Bailey just spraying through the smoke. And Grimbees did get some information for Man LFO from Pluto. Spotted out Walsh and Bailey's position. Still spotting out Bailey's position.
Go on hostile.
Maybe you go for these fast attack attempts though on border and it doesn't go well and you lose that kit. It becomes a very difficult retrieval job.
Yeah.
Nice from Bailey just to keep peppering the window, knowing that Man LFO are going to be pretty eager to keep the pressure high. Just to not allow Barbie Boys to stabilize. Catches Beers. Pinku, good headshot onto Hunter. And it seems like this time Barbie Boys look a little bit more in control on the defense.
Yes, very much an all-in play there for Man LFO. Not even a second layer of smokes available to the attack. So that if something goes astray, they can quickly try and go for a follow-up. Credit then to Bailey in the round for the plant denial. Easy to panic with the shotgun, especially against a turtle plant like that from the Blitz, but knew exactly where the plant was going down, whether he knew that himself or it was relayed to him. Good work by the team. And then landed the shots required and put Man LFO in a position that every attempt was incredibly low percentage. Flawless in the end from Barbie Boys. And a nice response from the defense.
For what it's worth, both teams as well throughout the first two play days slightly in favor of their defensive win rates versus their attacker win rates. Of course, numbers are far better for LFO with 2 wins, but that was the round-defining moment. If Bailey doesn't stop that plant, it's a whole different round. Very unlikely for Barbie Boys to have this level of dominance in a post plant. Somewhat similar, I think, to the first round as well, guys, where once the clear objective had kind of been won by Barbie Boys and they were able to just hold their positions clearly in control of the round, they actually were able to close out pretty comfortably. They didn't throw anything. Men LFO didn't really get a look back into the round. So any time that Barbie Boys can kind of win a lot of these early engagements, if you will, they actually close out pretty strongly. The rounds that they lost, I mean, you think back to the Prez at the half wall, like that was still a round that was alive. Neither team really had full control. Yeah, it was kind of a 3v4 in their favor, but it was still a live round. So I feel like if Men LFO can just kind of get into the building, win their entry fight, get control on the attack, they'll usually go on and win it. So it's really important. I think the most important part for Barbie Boys in the last 2 rounds is starting well. Absolutely. Can you find the opening kill, lock down the site, make life difficult for Men LFO, because clearly that's where they're finding success.
We are back in play here for Hunter on the side of Man LFO. So we're back in round 2 as they went for the customs horizontal hit. And so that may be indicative early as to the kind of play they want to go for this time. Unless there is an alternate strategy that they want to exploit those gates. Again, a very versatile operator, so it can be employed in a multitude of ways in different areas of the map as well. Defensively, Echo to see her first appearance. They Prez with more of a passive role with gun, but certainly more active with information as he tries to identify where this push is coming from and aid the remaining defenders. Pluto gets a free kill over towards Vent.
Well, the problem is when they're not playing Armory Archives, Border opens up as a map much more massively, and it creates these more 1v1 centric fights, which I think favors Men LFO. But 2 kills go the way of Barbie Boys, brings it back to an advantage for them. 4v3s. Pluto slipping through a workshop. They just lost Bailey to Elements. We've seen this movie before. We haven't actually really had a close round so far. May develop here. Beers shuts down Pinku. What a pop-up shot though from Prez. The old school IGL still has the ability to shoot. Now it's a 2v2. But what has now transpired to be the closest round inside of our opening 5 in this match? This feels like a genuine 50-50. But there's an ace up the sleeve for Barbie Boys, and that's Prez on the Echo with the Yokais.
Yeah, he rotates out of sight and Walsh Mez, so nobody on the objective here at the moment for Barbie Boys. Instead, they're going to rely on information elements to plant.
Yeah, he's planting. Where's this Yokai play? Prez doesn't have one in the site. It's going to become a post plant. Rotating off the site, hits the headshot onto Beers, though, through the wall. Elements then catches Walsh through the hatch.
Has the shield.
And both are so low on health. 30 seconds, shield is nice. But it might not be enough, and it's certainly not in the right angle either. Elements to hold the angle. Left side, Prez. He's the one, though, that needs to get moving and do so quickly. He needs to push into Elements, and Elements is ready for him to make his way towards bathroom. Yellow ping information shot the left side wall, had already moved. Prez has completely outplayed him.
Wow. That is one hell of a clutch and one hell of a round from Prez. Not just hitting the 1v1, but hitting 2 gnarly shots before that as well. So well played by Prez, did a phenomenal job. Man, LFO clearly unhappy. They call a tactical timeout.
I don't know what to make of if your own teammates are somewhat having a laugh at your own expense for winning a 1v1 clutch. It's the notion in the chat there that President is not exactly a known fragger, a known clutcher, Guz. We've followed his whole career, and I kind of agree with them. But back your man in.
I mean, they also probably didn't see the shots that we saw in the lead up to that. Pluto got absolutely slammed on his creep, and then there was the wallbang after that as well. So, again, a big round from Prez, and clearly Man LFO disgruntled with that result.
Yeah, I mean, it's the first time that they've lost. That's not Armory Archives. Clearly a round as well, which was genuine 50-50. Came down to a 2v2. Both teams somewhat were able to I think, be content with the opening portion of the round. It was also the first time that an opening kill wasn't converted into a round win here on this match at Border. There is that opening kill from Pluto, and that's what you kind of expect from him, but it's this pop-up shot from Prez. If Prez doesn't hit that headshot and he dies, man, LFO probably going to win 9 times out of 10. So Prez has really just kind of had a bit of a life round, dare I say, into a live game at 6-2. His camera's frozen, so we might need to get on that. Because we know Prez can get animated when he's playing well.
Might be his good luck charm. I think it's been frozen for a little while, so maybe you just got to keep it like that.
But talk about an action-packed round. I mean, every single statistic just filling out the stat sheet. We got the plant, we got the defuse, 1v1, 3K from Prez, and he got the 1v1 as well. So it had everything. Bathroom Tellers, though, what I kind of felt like was going to be the downfall for Bobby Boys, which was having to play a lot more of the map, multi-level, first floor, second floor, plus stretching out horizontally. Defensively, I think, we're far more susceptible than what we saw in Armory Archives, playing those set positions close by, the ability to swing trade. But they were able to get the win because of a big individual play from Prez. I still think, man, LFO, outside of Armory Archives, have clearly been the better team. That's just been the one defining moment, and moments make up a game of Siege. This is a lead now for Bobby Boys. That's well and truly deserved.
So can Man LFO then respond on the attack? It's a pretty big investment from Sali to call the attack now, if it was indeed the coach that led the decision-making there. Final of the half, so it's really just one opportunity to try and maximize the attack. Just had it, certainly its ups and downs, and maybe if anything that last attack an opportunity to just take a breather and relax after getting slammed by Prez, which may have been a little frustrating as they prepare now into this push. Love the little duo here on offer of the Deimos and the Snake, so lots of good information gathering, the nature of Border as well being that there's good opportunities for both vertical and horizontal picks through soft breach. Player isolated over the Warden's Fountain at the moment. Yellow ping onto Walsh. Although being the Warden, he's able to post up and sustain a lot of that utility, but not gunfire. Gets caught by Sharky.
Yeah, odd position, too much pressure, Fountain side, and then couldn't really get any help from anyone else. Yeah, 1-4 for Walsh in this game. For a team like Bobby Boys, they certainly need him to be a competitive gun. They're barely going down as well. Not ideal. And the defense starting to just kind of fall away, similar to the rounds that we saw earlier in this half that wasn't on Armory Archives. Elements patient with the radar, getting the information. And ends up getting that kill onto Prez. No heroics this round from Prez. Now LFO are on the verge of tying things up at the half.
Yeah, just good info gathering there from Pluto and Elements. Rest of the team layering utility correctly. Line as well, aiding. Pretty dominant round then to conclude the half from Man LFO so far. Now it's very much a case of just getting the job done. Quicks finds one back, so it's not completely unlosable.
Need this kill, gets it. Quicks keeps this round alive. Beers, though, will get the plant down successfully in time. Pluto, this is a big battle towards main. Quicks wasn't ready for it, didn't check up. And Pinku now understanding the situation here in a 1v3 post-plant. This seems very unlikely. Beers will play over towards the bomb chassis. Another death mark, and there's one more available after this. Pinku is not going to be able to play stealthy at all. Completely visible and seen by the server, but losing out to Pluto. Beers, though, quickly gets the trade, and we are tied at the half. So all tied at the half. It's been an entertaining game so far. Hard to kind of gauge where this is going to go in the second half, though. Barbie Boys are honestly very competent, I think, in their own attacking prowess. Question for me, will Man LFO get a little bit more aggressive on the defense? Barbie Boys didn't really opt for a lot of swings, didn't go for jump outs, didn't play ultra aggressive to deny entry positions. It was more so holding back key angled positions. Certainly Armory Archives was the difficult site for Men LFO, largely successful elsewhere except for that President 1v1 clutch. That's the difference right now for me. If Prez doesn't clutch up in that round, it's a 4-2 scoreline to Man LFO, probably about where I would have felt it would be. So considering how close this is, guys, it's a second half that will likely have another moment or two, and that's going to be defining.
Yeah, I would largely agree. I think in terms of the overall rounds in totality and the phases of each round as well have been either very decisive in how they've played out and they've kind of thrown blows in that regard, or it's been relatively close and then it has really narrowed down to defining moments, and that Prez one clearly the biggest of the half, and he walks out as the highest ranked player in the server at the conclusion of the first 6 rounds. And as we prepare for the second, it's Mirror Azami Glazying off the board. So some tricky bands then from LFO, looking to very much strip away some of those opportunities for direct hits, specifically Archives. Does, though, leave them vulnerable to all that information gathering, right? Deimos available, Snake available, Dockerby available, etc. And wouldn't be too shocked if we see Barbie Boys exploit that quite a lot.
Well, a quick update, I guess, on the two heavy hitters in this match, guys. Pluto 5-4, Pinku 5-4, both the kind of proverbial stars for their respective teams throughout the first week, even at the moment, and pretty even lobby for the most part. There's not really that one key standout player that's delivering in spades above the rest. I'd say that the biggest standout, unfortunately, is probably Walsh 1-4 and Sharky 2-5. So of those two, whoever can kind of get going first, it's really going to aid their team. Pluto aggressive at the window. With Prez on the Monty, he can try and take some space while Walsh and Quicks on the Deimos on the Solid Snake can get some information.
Yeah, highest cost inside of the server at the moment as well, 67%. So they're very much rotating the burden, and no one's been super consistent inside of the server to actually post up those numbers. So in some ways, it's been quite the intriguing little jewels so far. Prez gets chipped outside top east, and Quicks finds the first onto Hunter, so the smoke falls first. Devastating loss to the defense, but Beers responds with a sharp shot of his own.
Yeah, it's not the first time that we've seen that from Beers. Yeah, this is genuinely feeling like a proper back and forth, and I think at this point both teams would know coming into this game you win and your chance of making playoffs skyrockets. Certainly for Barbie Boys if they can knock off Man LFO.
Tracker failed to connect.
The beauty of the format that we've got this stage is that all of these best of ones just matter. And a 3-3 half into the second half with a minute left here in round 7. 4v4. It doesn't get any closer than this. Walsh is, though, still yet to find entry. In fact, no one has made entry except for Prez. In through break, he opens things up for Walsh to be able to follow through. But he seems hesitant.
Yeah, he does a little bit. 40 seconds now on the clock. Element's in a good position. Flushed out, though, 90. Fortunately for him, though, doesn't get caught. Bailey does, though. Sharky eliminates him. So Barbie Boy's on the back foot. Walsh finds one back, but now both him and Prez are low on HP.
Or Elements can wrap this and find a free kill. No one's really watching the hallway. Beers ends up shutting down Walsh. Quicks will fall to Sharky. The defense in the end in their set positions. Too much to handle for the attack of Barbie Boys as Man LFO lock in towards the end of the round. They secure Armory and Archives, but a decent test to start this half for Barbie Boys. Armory Archives, of course, as a site, was not won by the attack in the first half, that being Man LFO, so it's not really the end of the world for Barbie Boys. And they did all right. But this is now where you get to these other sites. Bathroom, Towers, Vent Workshop. Once you start going around and picking apart these sites, you've got to find round wins.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Yeah, it's a strong start to the half for Man LFO. There is a small part of me, though, that is a little concerned that they essentially were forced, their hand was forced somewhat in that first half to use that tactical timeout. And the question will remain as this half develops, if they find themselves in a similar predicament where maybe they throw around or some momentum gets built up against them, they're not going to have that fallback option of letting Sally have a chat and let everybody reset. It's very much going to then be on the leadership within the team, and they'll have to do that in between rounds, which can very much be challenging. So that's certainly something I'll be keeping my eye on as this half progresses, whether or not that becomes a problem or not. Maybe there's a world in which Man LFO can run away with this matchup, because if there's been any trend throughout OCE and even APL wide in some of the sub-regions so far, it has been lopsided results. And whilst it feels close right now, we're yet to really see this dynamic play out with the sides swapped. So there is an opportunity for Man LFO to establish some dominance here and really test Barbie Boys early in this second half.
Reloading! Loading new magazine.
I find it interesting that the Solid Snake gets dropped this round in particular, considering compared to Armory Archives, you're going to have far more defenders around the map and be more susceptible to the radar. Yeah, of course, the Nomad is a very, very strong operator in the same category, where you're going to be able to have proper flank watch. Here's at the window. Well, he's been pretty sharp tonight. Goes for it, but a difficult shot to hit when you're only looking at an upside down head, small pixels. His whole body showing through the window. He comes off second best. Didn't actually land any damage and goes for the window cross. Well, that's going to be a moment to forget for Beers. Frag grenade should finish him off, and it does. Opening kill for Barbie Boys once again.
Well, there's a response from Man LFO then to try and grapple around back, because border can sometimes spiral, especially for the defense when they start to get unsettled, forced to make plays. Elements pushes forward, Archives, Pink, who doesn't quite catch the required timing. Nonetheless, though, still map control. But Pluto and Elements not necessarily wanting to fall down the hatch just yet. Hunter as well will post up east stairs. Even Sharky with eyes forward on this top floor. Man LFO are aggressively trying to get a pick back here.
All White forced the drop down the hatch into bathroom. Clear onto Hunter, successful. Brez with the shield. Beaten up though by Pluto. And then just lost Bailey. All that slow work and momentum that was building for Barbie Boys has now come undone with 2 quick kills for the defense. Able to now still keep good presence up above as well.
I think
Pluto over towards office.
Oh, they think it's clear. The Thorn targeted though by the
edge jab.
Deimos. Gets covered though by Sharky. Pluto eventually traded though, 2v2.
There's still a decent amount of time on the clock. You don't have to rush.
Oh, freebie.
I mean, Barbie Boys don't have any idea the way that Sharky and Elements are playing. There's freebie, you said, but a freebie it won't be. It will double up though. Elements gets them both. Man LFO take a 2-round lead.
Well, they took a massive risk there after losing the first pick. It could have been quite easy for them to land or to shoot a couple warning shots and drop down the hatch and then try to play a turtle. But they went the other route. They not only held their ground, but they then didn't even find a pick and fall down the hatch straight away. Pluto, the best example of getting under the office desk, and eventually he was flushed out, and if it wasn't for the Deimos, honestly, he might have been on for a kill, but he did offer then an opportunity for the rest of the team to re-aggress. Sharky in the meantime found a pick. We saw a really good reposition from Elements that ultimately won them out the round as well. So there's some good siege for Man LFO. Certainly could be critical of a couple moments there from Barbie Boys in terms of their ability to gather information late, but that was of course naturally going to be compromised anyway. I think Man LFO deserving credit there for just how aggressive they played in the right way, and then the reposition late as well, which was well executed. They now have a 2-round lead.
5 seconds
And
remaining.
that now marks the first that either team has won 3 in a row. And I wonder if that starts to now spell disaster for Barbie Boys in the second half, or if they can salvage it.
I mean, this is where Bobby Boys can't.
Well, hold that thought for a second. They might go direct front door here. Yep, Rayora. Straight away in.
Followed up by Walsh as well, playing behind the blitz, who's then now gone into workshop. Smokes are out, presses come in late, so they've kind of tried to send Bailey in as a
they
diversion.
thatched the warden.
It has worked. Vent will get this plant successfully down, but it's a 3v5 post-plant retake. Prez has to get his kill, converts it, needs another one quickly. Man, LFO are able to adapt in a promptly fashion. Quicks by himself, shut down by Pluto, who's now 7-6. Easy counter defuse for Beers, and just like that, this close game in the blink of an eye has Men LFO with 3 match points.
No, the strategy was on there. They had that pocket of space. They critically hit the Warden with the Thatcher launcher as well to prevent the denial through the smoke from above. The biggest piece of the puzzle, and at the end of the day, that Siege is winning gunfights, and they lost too many of those isolated fights elsewhere around the map. So a good example where the strategy is sound, but the execution wasn't quite there, and it proves very, very costly. It's a big string of rounds now for the defense, a full clean rotation from Man LFO. And this is kind of why I think it was maybe pre-round 8 or during round 7. I can't quite remember when I stated it, but it was very much a case of let's just see how this second half plays out, because there is a potential for Man LFO to run away with things. And so far, that has been the tale of this last few rounds. And the onus now will be on whether or not there's a response.
Well, I said, in the second half, it's probably going to be another 1 or 2, round-defining moments. I don't think there's been a particular defining moment, but what there has been is rounds 7 and 8, where you get back-to-back opening kills for Bobby Boys on the attack, a good way to start the half, and you lose both those rounds, 3 alive for the defense, 2 alive for the defense. Like, those are the rounds you really need to pocket, and you get a really good start. And then clearly you're at a point, okay, it's 3-5. Vent Workshop will go for the rush. It works sometimes, but I feel like more often than not, it doesn't really work out all that well.
Attackers need to locate.
And it is really a desperate ploy to test the defense. Are they switched on? Are they ready for it? Well, Man LFO were. And if they are, you can clearly see it's not that difficult to deal with. It's going to be one of those games for Bobby Boys. If they lose this 7-3, they're going to walk away from this thinking, yeah, we got some work to do. But you kind of look at these KDA numbers. You look at a lot of the rounds. It's some decently close rounds ever since probably round 5 onwards. 1, 2, 3, 2, 4 alive. I don't think they'll be too disheartened.
5 seconds remaining.
But clearly they'll walk away from this knowing that, yeah, they've got some catching up to do to the top 3. Men LFO included in that. The way that they're going, I thought they were about to be tested tonight, guys, especially after that first half, but their defense on board has been rock solid.
We can push forward.
Yeah, Bobby Boy's certainly not too far off the mark. I think if they are to go on and lose this matchup, it very much cements the storyline for me that they'll be in the mix for trying to fight into the top 4. They'll be sort of in that 4, 5, 6 range. And they may have to step it up to find another level to just squeeze through into the top 4. And then maybe there's potential then for the best of 3 format to better suit them when it comes to playoffs. As for Man LFO, I think they'll be quite proud of their response and how they were able to really dominate this second half. But the job's not done yet. We'll see how they go about putting that cherry on top of the cake, which has been formed quite nicely. 4 rounds straight, 3 on the defense. Playing well as a team. Beers gets caught though. A good payload there from Walsh, well timed with the push from Pinku.
Yeah, but it's another opening kill for Barbie Boys. They haven't converted their last 2. They need the next one desperately. Elements somehow still alive, taking the damage from the payload of Walsh. Finished off by Bailey. Well, this looks better. Looks much better as Bailey converts another. Sharky will desperately throw out the nitrocell, but Prez has got plenty of time to see that one away. It's not going to be flawless, but the game also is not going to come to a conclusion as finally Barbie Boys will break through and they take the site of Armory and Archives. Even if they go on to lose this, Gus, now it's at least even more commendable. You broke down a very good site. It's not going to be a 7-2, 7-3 kind of game. We haven't had 7-5 or better so far this stage. Now we've got the opportunity for that. And clearly, again, showcasing that the gap between these two teams is there, but it's not significant.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Yeah, some better work there in terms of being able to convert that opening fight, and we saw more of a traditional border snowball where they capitalized on that advantage. The pressure mounted, Man Alpha weren't given an opportunity then to re-establish a defensive line. And that's probably one of the biggest weaknesses of Armory Archives is the fallback options are pretty limited compared to the other sites. Sure, that first line of defense and getting into the map on that site traditionally is the most difficult, and that's why we see the attack have troubles on that map. But if they break that down, get control, whether it be, you know, security, top east, etc., typically teams will then go on to do really well. So credit to them there in the 10th round, and now into the 11th. Bathroom Towers. We saw a pretty good map clear last time out from Barbie Boys, but then a good final stand from Man LFO, particularly over towards Office. I'm sure that will be a focal point for this round.
And we get our first 5-6. I haven't had that situation play out so far. Beers tasked with defending towards security. I would have thought maybe Man LFO would have opted for a repeat of Armory Archives, selecting not to. Maybe getting the feeling that it's going to be more difficult for Prez to have as much success with the Monty when you've got to clear far more around the map. Launcher bomb. Oh, not launcher bomb. God, that's going to take some time. Drag a payload onto Beers. He's forced to eat that. Of course, can no longer receive any more calls, but has taken damage.
Oh, Element's trying to support Beers, but gets caught out. Sharp from Walsh. Forces the hand of Beers, and he doubles down. 5-6 now looking likely.
Yeah, and it feels like Pluto now sensing he might have to push something, and there is one towards Archives, gets the information from the Razor Bloom, but Pinku, who eats that shell, able to hit the headshot with the DMR, and it seems we will get to 5-6. Unless Hunter and Sharky can pull off a huge clutch. No more Sharky, 1v5 ace needed for Hunter on the smoke. Prez goes for the pistol shot. He lost his head, but Bailey will finish the round off. It's 2 rounds straight for Barbie Boys. We're not done on border just yet. Big round coming up.
Not quite, not quite. Overtime, perhaps looming. And this goes back to the talking point that I made as we entered the second half. Sure, Man LFO could run away with things, but what if they reach a roadblock? What if they encounter that momentum stall? Typically, this is the round where if you had it in pocket, you'd be using that tactical timeout. But after the Prez clutch, after Man LFO and Sally perhaps sensing that they needed one more attacking round on the board, they took it back in the first half, round 5. And whilst I don't think that is necessarily the poorest of decisions, it does open them up to this potential weakness where to close out the map, this would have been the perfect opportunity to put all focus on this reset, talk out the strategy for this site. They've now had a very brief period during the op select to do that, and now it's heads back down to try and close out the map in regulation.
Yeah, and credit to Barbie Boys, because I think they could have easily just thrown the white towel in and said, yep, they've gotten the better of us, they've run away with this. 3-round differentials are a difficult one to overcome. Even if they are on the attack, border can be a good map for it. It's still not easy, and certainly the way that Men LFO were playing to start with. And the other factor that comes into this as well is if this does go to overtime, Men LFO cannot get the 3-4 points anymore. And for Barbie Boys, even if they were to get 1 point from Men LFO, pending all the other matches, that could have a huge benefit for them later in the stage. So there's a lot riding on this round. You either walk away with nothing, or at the very least you can walk away with something from a Man LFO team that's already beaten 2 of your potential other contenders looking for a top 4 spot back on week 1. Now, the pressure would be at the highest point now, though, for Barbie Boys. At 3-6, it's kind of like, well, we've got nothing to lose. Well, now you've got everything to lose in this round.
Pluto 8-8 hasn't been the dominating force that we've come to expect here after week 1. But perhaps expected on a map like Border, where finding those multis is very challenging and against a higher quality opposition, but can still be impactful in this round on the Solace. Dockerby again in play here.
Breaching sequence activated.
So Pinky will be looking to deliver another payload. Sharky potentially that first target as the Barbie Boys attackers begin to encroach the map. With just one in the map itself. That's Quick's blow and supply. Rest still on the exterior, posturing. Taking some long duels, but Beers with the DMR perfectly poised. And lands the shot onto
big.
Walsh.
Yeah, they needed
Beautiful.
that. Opening kills been 4-5 in favor of Barbie Boys up until that point. Hunter and then Beers again. Well, the comeback for Barbie Boys looked on. It looked ominous. Brought it back to 5-6. Pinku, much needed kill. Incredibly low health, but Quick's able to find the headshot onto Elements and keep this alive. But arguably, I still think they're going to need at least one more kill out of Pinku, and he's so low, he needs to be the first one to shoot, hit that headshot, and then leave Quicks to do the rest. Hunter's, of course, very low on health. Now, Pinku does still have the ability to send out some more payloads. They've got 50 seconds, so they do have the time to utilize this utility.
Yeah, you can do the payload and the IQ combo, but that's pretty unrealistic in this situation. I think it'll be a case of gun up and just hope for the best at this point. Sharky's close.
Oh, and taken low. The Quicks has gone down. He was the full health member. It's a 1 versus 2 as Pinku's health still remains critical. Here is that payload, and it's sent onto Pluto. Can't, of course, call Hunter. His phone is destroyed, and he, too, is destroyed. Oh, Pinku has clutched a massive round! On 1 health point for about the last minute. And he's gone on and sent this game to overtime.
Boy, oh boy, that was an insane clutch. And that's what we've come to know about him. Can be such an influential player, and that is a really, really, really well played end of round from Pinku. Somehow able to isolate all of those duels, and somehow able to do that on such low HP. That's a tilter for Man LFO.
Well, it's the shoot first benefit. That's what he was doing at the end. It's just kind of peek, shoot. It started so well for Man LFO. It was a 5 versus 2. 2v4, and then Quicks, of course, went down here. He was full health, down. And I think at this point, it's like, oh, it's going to be difficult. Now, admittedly, Sharky was low. Body shot does the job. Of course, Pluto just gets his head ripped off here on the peak. He just didn't even need to, though. And that's where I think a lot of the misplay was in this round. You wind it back. It's easy, guys, to get kind of sucked up into the contest. That was a vent workshop site. Why are they contesting? Is it because he's stuck at the half wall? Leave him. Go back, play site, force time. There's not much left on the clock. Force Pinku to have to play plant. There's so many ways that Man LFO could have played that better. They gave Barbie Boys essentially what they needed to win that round.
Yeah, could there be a boil over on offer now as Barbie Boys have wrangled momentum well and truly, and they get to continue here on attack where they've been able to now find success. And Man LFO now the ones under the spotlight. How strong is their mental game in being able to recover this map? They're in such a good position, but the second rotation didn't quite go their way. But every point will be critical towards the standings. And so finding it out here in OT, very much worth it, but they have already lost at least one, which isn't ideal.
Yeah, exactly. And gained one now minimum for Barbie Boys. It's a big result for them. And now for me, Barbie Boys is just kind of playing with house money in overtime. Can they get to 2 points? They're happy with the one that looked like it was going to be unachievable. Hunter ate the payload from Walsh, so he's taking a little bit of damage. Down to 2 gas babes remaining for him. The other end, They do fire a couple of shots at each other. Prez is low and waiting for the debuff of the Razor Bloom shell to expire, which it now has. Still, though, 5v5.
It's like midpoint of the round, and you can almost sense the tension inside of the server between these two. Payload out. Beers once again will soak up that pressure, no longer able to be called or access the obs tool for the remainder of the round, much like Hunter. But he can continue to posture and play this power position as Barbie Boys, with only 1 minute remaining, will make their move. Bailey good for 2.
Beers has got to get one here. He's held this position. They might think he's cleared. Depends if anyone had actually gone that way. Places a Razor Blue shell top main stairs. Still got Elements watching this break doorway. What a shot from Walsh. A pop-up headshot onto Elements gives them now the lead. Begin overtime. Beers making his way back into security. Still watching for that entry into break. Walsh now his position. No, Walsh went for the swing anyway. Beers wins out. Prez close by. Razor Bloom shell to just cover some of the area close by in security. Beers by himself in the 1v3. Yellow ping info does not matter. Barbie Boys have now got match point. What a turnaround comeback for them. 4 rounds straight. And man, LFO, they look defeated. They have to lock back in, though, because they're still 2 points up for grabs.
Yeah, certainly some wry smiles from Man LFO, who will be pretty displeased that they now find themselves in this position. It was a 4-round streak from rounds 6 through 9, and that's now been flipped on its head. Barbie Boys with 4 of their own, spearheaded by that change of rotation. And of course, pushed to OT with a big clutch from Pinku. Now in the box position to close out the map. Another good round from them. Just playing well as a unit. Prez, I think in particular, deserves quite a bit of credit for this second half. Not posting up kills, primarily playing the Monty, but he's been absorbing quite a bit of pressure. I'm sure his calling's been quite beneficial for the team as well. And then others really firing up. Pinku has shot up to 15 kills. It doesn't feel like it was that long ago we were highlighting just how even the stats were across these, these 10 players, and there wasn't a standout. Well, that has quickly shifted in favor of Barbie Boys.
Yeah, you got the 4K in that round. And to be honest, the irony is, I kind of mentioned defining moments. That was the biggest defining moment ever since that Prez clutch. So the 2 clutches that we've seen in this game both went the way of Barbie Boys.
Don't push me.
So if you're man LFO and you walk away from this game, win or lose from this position, you're thinking, we should have won this, should have been all 3 points. How have we lost those 2 rounds? In just those 2 rounds. The rest irrelevant. But you lost a 1v3 and Prez getting a 3K clutch. And he's only picked up 1 kill since that round, by the way. He started 6-1. It's kind of where this game's been lost for Men LFO. As they go back onto the attack, their first foray since round number 6. Which was a round win, but that was on Bet Workshop and Armory Archives. They could not crack.
Yeah, so patience early here from both teams. No one wanting to really put a foot wrong, but Elements springs into action. Pinku narrowly.
Oh, this timing.
He almost got a timing top boost, yeah. Big stack from Man LFO taking that map control. Pinku to hold the line.
Oh, not quite. A little pre-fire check coming from top east desk, I think, actually helping out. Sharky losing his life advantage for Barbie Boys on the defense, and we know that they like to lock this down. They did so back in the first half, and Man LFO could not break through the defensive line towards Armory and Archives.
Yeah, Prez getting pinged out there by the snake, was forced out, but Man LFO not capitalizing upon this weak position. Prez is still flailing inside of office. Scanned again. Where's the follow-up from the attack? This should be a kill. This should be the equalizer.
Double nitro still available, so the canisters, you've got impacts. The amount of utility available for the defense is quite large. Hunter finally gets rid of Prez as he got overwhelmed towards office. That opens up a bit of space now for the attack. Hunter can slip through on the Blackbeard. Elements to play from behind. But he gets downed on the longer angle from Bailey and Fountain. He finds his 12th kill. Shut down by Beers. The trade needed and found. And the push through to follow. They've got office control. But the time is starting to run out.
Yeah,
Quicks will fall. Well,
Yeah,
just one at the moment.
Yeah,
Friendly down.
could be a
Will
res.
be double again.
I guess plant penalty potential below and horizontal here from Walls. That is a big concern for Man LFO. I don't think plant is really the best con for them from here, but it's easier said than done.
They also had a moment, though, to be able to get
Nitro
into
below.
archives and start sticking this plant. Nitro does connect onto Hunter, but Beers found the headshot onto Walls, so no more Nitros available. 9 seconds, deep in red time, 2v2. Beers going for the plant once again. Pluto needs to cover over to Ward's office. Pinku to push through from Fountain, shot down by Pluto, but there's no time. It expires. It is Barbie Boys that will take the win against Man LFO in overtime to start plant A3. A big clutch from Prez. A match-defining clutch from Pinku. And in the end, Barbie Boys will get the 2 points. Man LFO will have to accept the 1.
Oh, we've had to wait a little while to see our first overtime, our first match this close in OCE for stage 1, and boy did it deliver. Nothing short of a miraculous comeback effort from Barbie Boys. They were down and out, won 3 rounds straight in regulation to push to OT, facilitated by a massive clutch from Pinku, which may go down as one of the best plays of the stage, and then topped it off in OT beautifully. So credit to Barbie Boys for not giving up in this matchup, and for Man LFO, they'll be scratching their heads as to how they let it crumble apart.
Yeah, I mean, well, I think we know how and why. That's the easiest way to assess the situation. The Pinku clutch right here. Should have been a 7-5. There wasn't really a lot of time remaining on the clock. You're defending. You can fall back, play side. It was Vent Workshop. There's a lot to learn from this game for Man LFO in round management. From, again, the statistics, in the end, Pinku blew out to 15-8 because of the 4K in that clutch. But if you were to take that 1 round away, which I know is not fair, but it would basically mean everyone played at a pretty similar level, even based on the cost percentages. The highest was 71% for both Quicks and Pluto. And Pluto still had a decent game, 109 on the EPS, 100 from Beers, 96 from Elements, even 89 from Hunters, not completely awful. Obviously, the 130 of Pinku really stands out, but then it's 109, 104, 99, etc. It's a really, really good game of Siege. Both teams on a pretty similar level, and completely now throws this spanner in the works as to this 3rd and 4th spot rather than just the 4th spot. These two teams, clearly, there's not a lot difference. Man LFO will be a little bit more susceptible moving forward for the remainder of the stage. As for Barbie Boys and their win, we have an ever lovable favorite of ours in President for the interview. Congratulations on the win, Prez. But most importantly, bloody good shit in that clutch, mate. Well done. I think that's the first time I've ever seen you do that. Well done.
Me, mate, that's all me. No, but seriously, the boy, like the resilience we showed that game was unbelievable. I'm super proud of everyone. And yeah, really happy to get that win.
Yeah, following up from that, sort of what was the vibe within the team? Because it would have felt very easy, I think, after round 9 when you guys were facing a very, very difficult task to kind of drop your heads. And maybe we even saw that from Man LFO as you guys mounted that comeback. How did you stay so positive and get the round back onto the board to get the win?
I think we just stuck to our game plan. We called the tack. We kind of had that mental reset. We knew we were in every one of those rounds that we lost. It was just a matter of making sure we're sticking to our game plan and just playing as a team. And yeah, it showed. It worked really well, and we were able to bring the comeback, and then we just carried that momentum through overtime.
Obviously, a good result, Prez. You get a win. It is technically only the 2 points. Say only because you'd like all 3, but in this instance, you didn't really get that opportunity anyway, so you'll take it. Where does that kind of put you for the stage ahead? Clearly, by no means are you guys going to be locked in top 4 or anything like that. You still got quite a few big games to come, but what are the goals for this stage? Is it to have the high-end aspirations of making EWC? Is it to go as deep as you possibly can, see where you're at, and then go into stage 2 based on that information? Obviously, you're a very young team besides yourself. So do you have different aspirations and goals compared to those in the region?
I don't think so. I think our goal is definitely EWC, but I think for us at the moment, as cliche as it sounds, we're just taking it each game as it is. You know, we gotta respect our opponents, but at the same time, we gotta have the belief and confidence in ourselves that we can beat anyone in the region. And I think that showed today. But yeah, definitely, like, we're definitely like got our goals and eyes set for EWC. It's just a matter of taking each game one at a time.
Is there anything that you'd like to say, mate? Give you the floor here.
Honestly, super proud of the team today. It showed it insane resilience, and rest in peace to Zigget's grandmother who passed away this morning.
Well said, mate. Best of luck for your next matchup against Six Targets.
Thanks, guys. Have a good night.
Deprez, after a big clutch, giving us his thoughts. Barbie Boys getting the shock result win against Man LFO. They were 3-6 down because they were able to rattle off 5 out of the next 6 rounds. And, 5 of the next 5 rounds. What am I on about? That Man LFO got to 6 and that was it, which is disappointing for Man LFO. And sometimes this is when, I think back in the many years ago, we used to do loser interviews, if you recall, and this would have been actually a good one to speak to Sali about and sort of get his thoughts about where did things go wrong. But maybe for next play day. For us, though, of course, Shy Academy and EP up next, which goes probably in the opposite direction of what we had for the opening match, from a close contest, 3rd versus 4th, to probably what should be a boil over stomp for Enterprise. But there is the asterisk, no Brendo. We'll see what Supremacists can do.
Look, I think we're going to be very hard-pressed, Jake, to beat that first match of the night. Not only was it the closest that we've seen in the stage so far, first overtime, we had that massive Pinku clutch, and then just the resilience, as Prez framed it, for them to fight their way back into that match was super, super impressive.
We're going to go to a short break. Shy Academy and Enterprise, the next matchup.
Player. I play for Chiefs in the APL. When I was a kid, I was really goofy and I would run around trying to make everyone laugh. You know, the normal gamer life. I would never do any homework, skip school as much as possible, and just goof around. I wouldn't say I was always a gamer as a kid, but I played a few games every now and then. The first game I would say I ever played was at my friend's house. We played Battlefront, the old Battlefront, and that's kind of, so I guess it started the FPS straight from there. Yeah, so I have a sister. I wouldn't say it's always been very competitive between us, but I feel like now it could be. And she's older than me, so she's definitely helped me across everything in terms of just growing as a person. Yeah, I think my competitive spirit definitely came from just me as a kid, trying new things for sure. And I think a lot of people have told me that when I put all my focus on something and when I really do enjoy it, I get really good at it. And I think that really drives my competitive spirit in terms of like gaming, and just anything, sports as well. I started off playing like soccer, and I was very competitive in it. I played for a lot of academies as a kid, so I really enjoyed it and definitely was like something that I tried to pursue. I definitely stopped because of gaming. I guess it kind of took over, and I drew all my focus from like just like sports and fitness just to gaming. Fitness is definitely something that I've drawn to because gaming took over, and now fitness is something that I look back on just for everyday life because that's something I kind of grew apart when I started gaming. My first game that I was obsessed about was TF2. I think just how fast paced it was and like how funny it can be, also the competitive factor of it as well. Obviously Siege came in and I started playing when I was like 13, 14 on my PlayStation, and my obsession just started from console days. Yeah, I think I was really obsessed with TF2 at that time. It was just like a funny game, there was aim in it, and it was just like, just beating everyone in the public lobbies was just really fun. But I would say when I was young, Siege definitely took over that obsession, committed into this game, playing it every day after school, and then I guess I eventually moved to PC. On console Siege, I didn't play that long. I think it was just about maybe like a year, and I was honestly like a complete noob. Like, first controller game, I got good kind of fast, and then when I kind of like peaked on console, that's when I wanted to move to PC. I hit Diamond in Skull Rain, so it was like around 6k elo. I don't think I was good still, but I hit the rank. I think I wanted to move to PC because I watched a lot of like content creators at the time, like Serenity 17, Kickstar, and like the movement just seems so like fun, and like obviously like the pro league scene. I kind of wanted to move to PC as well as like other games as well. I think it was just like a lot more fast paced, mechanic based. It just looked a lot more fun. So that's why I kind of wanted to get PC.
Pick up the pace, ain't no time to waste. Hey, give me the code, breaking it right to the goal. They tried to tell me it couldn't be done. Trigger the action. We want the action. Lights, camera. Give me the action. We want the action.
They've come out windmilling like an Englishman looking for a scrap. But talking of a scrap, Pino!
If he goes uncontested and the kick goes cold, that will be devastating. The grenade goes through, that's the swing! Cyber and Bullet are able to get one apiece with the kit so far away, and Canadian down upstairs. Cyber, wow, that was special.
It's a 1 versus 3 to hold, and they're pushing him from behind. He's found one. He's got to get the vertical as well. They get pulled off Tim. We're down to the last 3 or 4 seconds. Ryder's got another. He's held on. He's going to do it. And PSG take the 2-1 win.
Both players spotted, but the res can be made successfully.
Oh, got another one for Solotov. Information from the bees. He goes in. Shotgun. W7s. They cement themselves as one of the greatest of all time.
He's starting to get cooked alive, Ollie, but he's using the stim pistols. Look at this from the dock. Surely not. Brilliant. That's play of the year in my book. Plays the game, hits the old body, doesn't quite catch it. There's the impact.
He gets it.
There's the dash. He doesn't have the confirmation. He's going back. He's not quite sure. He
Nesk, you gotta
has
go.
a few seconds. Stick it, Nesk. Stick it.
This is an angle that he might be able to contest. No, unfortunately, he takes just a bit of damage there. A walk, I guess, the second one. Eclipse, though, will get one, turning it into a 2v2. Now they push it on the side. The Bandit will lose out on this. Eclipse, the last alive on the Ella. He spots the head and takes him down. The ace for Waka.
He will down VC. Canadian positioning to pick up, but that's going to result in a double nade from Vertical. That's 4 for him in the round. Necrox, the final defender against Vertical. The ace, absolute domination.
You believe in magic, Michael. Team 1 does as they win the Mexico Major.
So we finally get our first overtime of the stage. It took just the very first match of Playday 3, but now we shift our attention, of course, to Enterprise and Shy Academy. Talk about the opposite end of the spectrum for both of those two teams. The Giants, the heavyweights of the region in Enterprise. Of course, guys, without Brendo tonight, but Supremacist is a long-standing veteran within the region who has clearly got the capabilities to slot in and perform alongside what is still an incredibly stacked roster. And as good as Brendo is and has been throughout his career, one of the region's best to ever play in the region, he's really a piece of the puzzle. He's not the main man. And so I don't think this will disrupt them too much over this Playday and the next.
Yeah, unfortunate for Brendo. Of course, we send him our best wishes and hopefully he can get ready as soon as possible and play out the rest of the stage. A good opportunity, I suppose, for Supremacists to jump in, and he'll just slot into the role of go here and get kills, or maybe the flip side and he'll play sort of hard support, sit drones, and play utility. I'm not quite sure how they'll slot him in, and that's going to be, I suppose, an intriguing storyline for this matchup, but I certainly back up your point that losing Brendo is certainly a loss, don't get it twisted, but the rest of the team should be able to make up for that shortfall, and in this kind of matchup, not expecting it to move the needle too much.
Yeah, unfortunately for Shy Academy, losing both of their first two matches in the first week leaves them behind the 8-ball. And as we go to Enterprise, of course, winning both of their matches in the first week, no surprise, 7-2 over 6 targets and 7-2 over Rival. Supremacists slotting into this roster, which is absolutely littered with stars. Bappin continuing to put a case that he's one of the best players in the region. Jigsaw still maintaining probably that mantle. Tuhan not too far behind, and Kyra has just slotted into his role in this roster perfectly. And certainly the kind of player that has clearly shown he's got the ability to elevate his game even at the international level. There's just really no holes or weaknesses in this roster. They're going to be difficult to beat even without Brendo.
Yeah, absolutely. Replay package of the last outing against Rival and another good display of EP. Maybe not having the absolute most perfect match ever, but doing more than enough to sort of overwhelm their opposition. I just want to circle back very quickly actually to Supremacists. It's actually been a little while since he's played in the Tier 1 circuit, so there may be those joining in and seeing the name and hearing of him for the first time. Actually pretty experienced at a Tier 1 level, dating all the way back to 2021, where he made his debut, then followed it up in 22-23 with his final stage being actually in that year. Tried to qualify in 24 and unfortunately didn't make it into the OCE League. And so, look, he's obviously going to be a little cold at this kind of level, but he plays a ton of ranked in the background, etc. And so if he's just given the gun role in this particular matchup, I'm sure he'll be fine.
I'm trying to think when was the last time we actually saw Supremacists in action, guys. I don't really have that.
Yeah, 23.
23. So, I mean, 3 years is a long time, but I did actually have a look at his socials. He has still been playing, so I think he'll be able to just slot in pretty comfortably. I don't think this is going to be too difficult. And it's not as if it's the kind of game where, no disrespect to Shy Academy, but it's not like they're playing Chiefs. You know, it's not like they're playing another big hitter. They actually play Arcade as well tomorrow. So, I mean, admittedly for Enterprise, in terms of the timing and the loss of Brendo, this week is probably better than next week when they actually play Chiefs.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure if there's any point in the stage where this is, you know, most optimal to happen, it's never great, but yeah, it's probably not the worst of times for it to have occurred. Their opposition for tonight, as we've mentioned, Shy Academy, and as you said earlier, their record heading into the night, certainly not the greatest with 2 regulation losses so far, and probably more damning than that is the 7-14 round differential. So -7 at the moment so far, indicative of the sort of lopsided losses, unfortunately, that they have been on the losing side of. I suppose Playday 1 certainly wasn't too negative, with a 4-7 against Barbie Boys, so don't want to be too harsh on them for that result. Man, LFO 7-3, so again, in somewhat the realm of competitiveness, but just not quite on that same level, and I think this team's going to take quite a bit of time to find their footing, just given the nature of the roster.
Well, they too have an out tonight as well. No Shant. River comes in. I don't know if that's a forced change or if Shant is unavailable tonight, similar to Brendo. Obviously not for the same reasons, but also the unavailability. But River coming in clearly for Shant. So never mind, have been confirmed it is Shant actually is playing. It was just the graphic. There he is. He's all good. He's all fine. So no issues for Shant and for Shy Academy. in this matchup. But yeah, I mean, I think you're right in terms of the competitive across the first 2 games. Certainly after what Bobby Boys were able to just go and do in the way that they've kind of been playing. That 7-4 game on a map like Fortress, they just lost a couple of defensive rounds, and that was the difference. Against Men LFO, clearly had a very good start to their campaign and played them on Chalet. They just lacked the ability to get attacking round wins. It's not going to get much easier for them, sadly, as they play EP tonight and then they play Chiefs tomorrow. But I guess the hope for Shy Academy guys will be off the back of that Chiefs game, the week that will transpire between Playday 4 and 5. That's when they need to actually get results in their last 3 games. They'll play Rival, they'll play Arcade, and then they'll play 6 targets. And admittedly, based on the competitiveness that we'll see from this prior week and now this week, there's a chance they could win all 3 of those as we go to the vetoes.
Yeah, let's jump into this video. I'm intrigued to see, especially how EP looked to approach it. They went for back-to-back bank in the opening week. And while Shy Academy won't take that risk by banning it out, the final 3, Club, Cafe, and Chalet to be the decider, I suppose, as a point of reference. Again, EP Bank in the first week. Shy Academy played out on Fortress and then followed that up with actually Chalet. So there's a bit of recency there. Not going to be hugely impactful or influential in this matchup, but maybe they'll feel a little more at home here on a map they've already played.
For Enterprise, it's a different map, but one that is very familiar when it comes to Chalet. They played Bank in both of their first 2 play days and now head to the Snowy Dunes where the infamous Jigsaw balcony awaits for the man himself. I'm sure we'll see him in that position throughout the game. And as you said, of course, for Shy Academy, having already played it against Man LFO, they'll be pretty much ready to go, I think, on this map. But the reality is, in this situation, is it doesn't really matter what map you play in a match like this. Enterprise are just going to clearly be so well suited on every single map that's in the pool that you're never really going to win a map veto against EP. They've got the best map pool in the region. So you may as well go to, I guess, a map that you've just recently played, a little bit familiar with, but that too comes with the downside that Enterprise will have probably seen how you went against Men LFO last week on this very map, what your tendencies are. That's the downside of kind of repeat map selections.
Yeah, apologies for the very short delay. There has been a disconnect as we have looked to initiate the server, and so hopefully that can be resolved pretty quickly. I think from my perspective, I'm most intrigued to see how Supremacist actually slots in today and how he's actually feeling going into this matchup. I think it can go one of 2 ways. He's either going to be, excited, ready to go. He gets to play on the best team in the region. That's obviously a great experience for him, but I guess with that comes the territory if you don't want to go into the server and drop 0 kills. So there might be a little bit of underlying nerves there as well, depending on sort of his approach heading in towards this particular matchup. And I mean, if there's ever a world in which maybe he wants to return to pro play as well, this might be a nice little line on the resume if he has a good couple of outings.
Yeah, it's very easy to kind of probably make a claim for yourself, but to be picked up by a team if you can slot into, this Enterprise roster and perform. But the problem with that is, in some ways, it's almost an expectation that you will be able to actually perform because you're just slotted in against some absolute top gunners in the region. There's less pressure on what you have to do, how you have to play. That if you do get picked, someone's probably likely to get a trade on you, etc. So I think for Supremacists coming into this roster tonight, it really would, I imagine, from their perspective, be certainly led by, I guess, Mag, the coach, would just be come in, play your game, have fun, and we've got the strategies. Just follow the things that we call for you to do, and what your role is, and that probably wouldn't be much more to it. I think when it comes to slotting into a team like this, is super easy. Whereas if you were to slot in to one of the lower end teams, and there's maybe a bit more of an expectation of you to really pull your weight, that's when you can have probably a bit more difficulty slotting in on short notice.
No, I totally agree. If there's anything that's Supremacist as well that can bring in to the game that isn't necessarily performance-based, it probably is those vibes, and I think he'll slot in terms of the culture of the team as well pretty well. So yeah, I don't, again, expect it to be a massive differentiating factor in this particular matchup. I guess the storyline that expands depending on how long Brendo's absence will be, which is unknown at this point, how much it could influence games going forward. I suppose fortunately for EP, they also have Arcade tomorrow, so a team that is expected to be one of their easier oppositions over the course of the stage. But then next week, for instance, if it's ongoing for Brendo and he's continually unavailable, that Chiefs matchup, Playday 5, that's when it starts to get a little more interesting and a little more intriguing. And that's a really good opportunity then for Chiefs to maybe actually get a 1-up on EP, and that can have a ripple effect through the standings and potentially even go as far as to influence the seeding for the playoffs as well.
We do have a graphic showcasing the top fraggers from each team to go and have a look at during this rehost, which has begun before the game has even begun. It's Bappin that leads for Enterprise. Probably not too much of a surprise considering how well he's really performed, I guess, for the calendar year now. 2026 has been his year, and saw a lot of signs of that towards the back end of 2025 as well. Kyvanix for Shy Academy with the 18 kills, but of course the death and KD ratio vastly difference between the two. But the headshot percentage goes away of Kyvanix. His entry kills aren't too far behind either. Fun little stat as well, guys, while we're sort of waiting. Enterprise is the only team in the region that has got a higher attacking win percentage than their defense win percentage. So they are by far and away the best team when it comes to the attacking side of things. As we can get into the game, Chalet is waiting. Enterprise and Shy Academy for our second match of the night is about to begin.
Yeah, let's jump in. And we saw him there on the graphic. Kyvanix on the side of Shy Academy could be a key part of their potential ability to look good here against EP, the only player, unfortunately, for the roster currently positive heading into this third play day. So with that probably comes a little bit of pressure and expectation for him to do well here, and I suppose another good opportunity for him to prove himself to any other potential rosters out there if this particular project doesn't work out, to then have options elsewhere going forward in his career, as the bands do finally develop Monty and Dockerby taken out for the attack, and then defensively Azami Kaid.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
The attacking percentage stat that I mentioned before, we won't really see until the second half, as Enterprise will begin on the defense, which is probably a nice feeling comfortably wise for Supremacist to just kind of get his feet set back inside of the competitive server for the first time in 3 years. I mean, if you're Shy Academy, you're coming into this game knowing no Brendo, a little bit of disruption, Supremacist in. Is there a way we can exploit this? Arguably, if there's ever a time to pull off a miraculous upset against the heavy hitters in the region, this is it. It won't really get much better than this.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Unless you catch them on a bad week where they're all just underperforming, which is unlikely. I think for Enterprise as well, this is where I think one area they've really improved in since Mag has joined this team as the coach is they don't really go into these games just thinking talent alone is going to get the job done. They're pretty good at staying locked in, one week at a time sort of mentality. I think they'll give the respect over to Shy Academy to begin with, and then if the game blows out and it's a 4-5-0 kind of lead, then they'll start to play some shenanigans. There's Jigsaw over towards top library as we get underway, opening round.
Jigsaw poking and prodding over towards library side in the early portion of this round. The entirety of Shy Academy is still on the exterior of the map. They're posturing of their own. Util dump over towards Mez, but Jigsaw looking to play proactively in front of that. Still yet no one to enter above on the top floor. Rani does circle below on the snake. And will scan Cairo library stairs. So a bit of early info here for Shy Academy, but EP not willing to forfeit this control.
No, and interesting, they have the mirror available, but not opting to select it, which it certainly would have been. Oh my god, Jigsaw.
Good night.
Well, the mirror would have been a very strong operator for this hold, as Cairo losing the battle over towards library stairs. Found ourselves Rani too strong. And the Razor Bloom, though, of Cairo gets the kill onto Kyvanix. So from the grave, he's on the board. Cairo even saying thank you in the chat.
Save the stats a bit.
With EP.
Yeah, a little in the way of map control still for the attack. 60 seconds on the clock, and it's player advantage EP. Kaken can drone here late. Spots one piano. That's 2 harm. 1 grenade can be used to be clear, but also lacking overall utility here are Shy Academy. Kaken does find one. Supremacist falls, but Bappen with the delayed trade. Still advantage EP, double down as he finds 2, and Haken with 3 to find.
Pretty comfortable in the end for Enterprise. Never really an opportunity to get into the building for Shy Academy. A lot of their fighting was out on the balcony. And of course, as we know, Enterprise have really leveled up their shit talk game as well. We saw that wonderful video last week, guys, which I thought was really well produced. I think they're gonna have to work hard on the smack talk tonight. I think it's a lot easier for a team like EP to talk their trash against the likes of Chiefs and Man LFO, teams that maybe are really trying to target EP specifically, but a team like Shy Academy that is sort of like, hey, don't beat up on us. We're just trying to get fourth. We're not coming for your spot, don't worry.
Yeah, a couple of sharp shots being hit from EP in that previous round. And I think that kind of play style is to be expected over the course of the half. They're not really going to be too willing to peel map control, and instead they'll look to reinforce this front line, set up a couple of their strong fraggers to contest the entries of Shy Academy and back themselves in to sort of win those fights in that fashion, or have the backup of the trade if required as well. Down over towards Dining for round number 2. And nothing standing out as being particularly unusual for the compositions for this round, but all is set up from EP here, indicative of a pretty strong top floor hold.
Quick throw. Think of the magnet as your lucky charm. Defense is online.
Yeah, and just on Brendo as well, without revealing too much, I actually spoke to him last week. And he did mention that he wasn't feeling the best, as Kaivenix gets revenge on Jigsaw. He gets his own little one-tap headshot. I said to Brendo then, obviously once he's better next week, which was this week, that he'd go and drop 20. He said yes. And I think he's clearly pulled the plug to avoid that challenge. An advantage for Shy Academy early in this second round. Oh, a chance though for Cairo. Kaivenix is down, but they've lost 2 Han. Cairo has to win this battle towards Bar, but he gets taken to 1 HP, and Shy Academy not only have got good control around the map, but they're really winning a lot of these battles. Supremacist gets involved, his first kill on the team, and a needed one as well. As Cairo slips in towards Bar with a shotgun, knows there's one in Bar stock, but does he know he's crossed left side? That's Rani on the Solid Snake.
How has Cairo stayed alive for so long?
Ooh, I thought he baited him out.
Yeah, almost. Advantage though, still Shy Academy here in the second round. And Supremacist under a lot of pressure here to try and stand tall on the anchor.
It's where if you bap it, it's just all about stay alive. Let me do my thing. 2v3 is not impossible. With the form that Bappin has been in over the last year. They are split though. Can't really play off each other. Bappin holding office. What a swing though from Rani, and he takes his head off. Now Supremacist, the substitute, to try and clutch, but he too will fall. And Shy Academy get an early round against Enterprise.
Yeah, nice little punch back early from Shy Academy. And doing a nice job to pressure a couple of key coordinates of the map early. The clear onto Cairo at times started to look a little concerning, but eventually they were able to seal the deal there. And by winning some of the fights elsewhere, they made up for Kaivenix falling early. That was a nice shot from said player. And whilst it did fall later on, and Bappin eventually secured it, there was enough done elsewhere, and some super sharp shots across the board landing there. Nice little highlight package of Rani towards the tail end, who's looked pretty good so far, for up to 4 kills. So some glimpses here from Shy Academy that they can pluck a round or 2, but it's about trying to formulate some consistency in that department and doing their best to apply enough pressure to break EP, which is probably going to take quite a bit, but nothing's impossible.
Well, statistically, that round's an outlier from the beginning of the stage up until this point. Now, you can, of course, make that outlier far more common to the point where it's not an outlier, but that remains to be seen. They have the lowest opening kill conversion rate in the league, And they just got the opening kill and converted it against EP, who have got the best clutch percentage, which indicates that EP can win a lot of rounds even after losing that opening entry battle. So Shy Academy had to kind of knock off 2 birds with 1 stone there, and they did just that. Huge round, of course, from Rani, and he individually was the biggest factor with 3 kills. But it's all about what more damage can be done. It's you know, nice to get 1 round, and it's early, which is great. We're into round 3 now, and it's a 1-1 scoreline. You know, it's not like that round, you know, they were 5-0 down, and it was the last round and a half. Very different impact that round can have. Can they follow on from that? Bar and games for the 3rd round.
More indirect approach here from Shy Academy in this round. They'll use the snake, leverage that solar style instead of playing directly into the library extension from EP. Don't mind that. I think their util management was probably lacking a little bit on the more util-centric direct hit that we saw previously. So they'll look to alleviate some of that pressure here. Rani on the snake as well means that the coast is clear, alleviates a lot of the drone requirement and pressure as Kaken finds the opening kill.
Yeah, and if you're Supremacist, you know that not a lot is expected of you, but a 1-3 start just doesn't allow you to kind of get a good feel for the game and the server, and kind of keeps you on the sidelines. It's not what you want. Certainly don't want to let the boys down either, so it's very easy to get, you know, that can get into your head. He just has to stay locked in. Now, Jigsaw is kind of in a position here where he's going to have to fight 2 battles, and evidently couldn't fight any of them. And the problem was, is he had Kaken on one side, and then you had the pressure coming as well from top library coming in from the office hallway. And yeah, 2v4 now. It's down to Kyra and Tuhan. Tuhan yet to find a kill. Could this be back-to-back round losses on the defense here of Chalet for EP?
EP are one of the best clutch teams, though, in the comp. And so Shy Academy, with only 30 seconds remaining in the round, still need to lock in and isolate these picks. Barstock, Mudroom, Nitro for Tuhan. Still dangerous for Shy Academy.
Still have another smoke available. 1 Nitro salve, and as it was thrown, the head was ripped off. Rani is on a heater. Well, he has started hot here on Chalet. 2 rounds straight for Shy Academy against Enterprise.
And that might just start to spark a little belief for Shy Academy that, hey, maybe this is positive. They clearly didn't look super animated in the cams, and I think they're very much just trying to stay locked in, play it round by round, but there's got to be a little bit of a subconscious bias now where they feel like, okay, we might actually be in this game. And then on the flip side for EP, it's mad calls on early attack. I think it's just going to be about trying to refocus, identify what's gone wrong at the beginning of this match, and see if they need to make any adjustments. Again, with Supremacists jumping into the team, I don't think it was too far-fetched to see them start out a little slow here. It's more so going to be about how they can try and respond on the fly.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't think it's really like, this is the problem, right? If you're Shy Academy, you don't really care. If you can beat EP, you don't care if people are like, oh, well, they didn't have Brendo. No, that doesn't make a difference. Like, this is a powerhouse team. And it's a supremacist in someone who's got a lot of experience. So it's not just some random. They didn't just plug in some guy off the street. You know, they didn't go and get a Rob Monday. So they've got themselves a solid player who's got a lot of experience and a core 4 that know how to play together as a team with a solid coach. It's called an early attack timeout because clearly seeing some things he doesn't like. But for Shy Academy, it's like what you said. This builds the confidence. Like for them, it's like, oh, hang on, we could do something here, boys. This is a great start. But you also can't get carried away with that. Calm down, because right now, where a lot of the rounds are being won is 1 man. Rani has just gone nuts. 7 kills, and 6 of those in the last 2 rounds. 3K and 3K. So that's not sustainable, guys. That's the thing. You're not going to expect him to get 3 kills every single round.
I totally agree. I think Ryan's had a phenomenal start, but expecting that to be replicated over the course of an entire map is a tall ask. Probably need to look at the likes of Kyvanix, etc. to chip in a little here in terms of finding these particular jewels, winning them out. Be very intrigued to know what was said during that tack timeout from EP. Was it more mental? Was it tactical? Maybe some role adjustments? Was it a strat call for the next round? We'll wait and see if it does work out. A loss here would absolutely make this game interesting. If it hasn't already been a little more intriguing than expected.
I mean, any result that doesn't end with EP getting 3 points is going to change the stage massively.
And I tell you, who's the biggest,
different reasons.
The biggest Shy Academy fans right now? Chiefs, man, esports, even Barbie Boys by extension, right? All of those teams that are vying for preferable seeding towards the top.
Well, I mean, hang on with that, because like if Shy Academy can beat EP, if your Barbie Boys and your man LFO, you might sweat a little bit more.
Yeah, maybe.
Let's see how things go after the tactical timeout into the 4th round. It's been the Rani show for Shy Academy. A little talk over for EP, but back to a comfortable site, which they won back in the opening round. It's yet another opening kill, though, for Shy Academy. Make that 3 straight on the trot. And that was the changed operator. They swapped out the Thorn for the Ella. Jigsaw, though, wins his battle against Sean, who's yet to find a kill, but Kyvanix finds an angle. Bappen there for the trade. Couple more numbers brought over.
Yeah, it's good work from Bappen there to get active and find that delayed trade late. They can now look to consolidate site. Bunker down. The threat for the Deimos below, though, is looming.
Kaken was a little delayed in potentially shooting the walk across at the window. Back-to-back 3Ks for Rani. Well, there are 3 defenders still available for him to shut down. He's got 1 death mark available.
Well, they have a lot of utility here for the attack, and they have Rani alive, who's in red-hot form. So Shy Academy are actually in a pretty positive position at the moment.
And there's still a minute. I mean, they've got a lot of time to think this through. The best way that EP can probably play this is kind of keep Bappen tucked in with Supremacist and play off him. Leave Tuhan to his own devices to defend the site with the gas paves. And that's 3 piano, but Tuhan's got a bit more of a focus. Into office goes Realers. Have EP even clued onto this? There's not a lot of action to suggest that they're even aware of this. Realers has just slipped in through the front door. Does die immediately, though, at the half wall. And hands Bappen. But a lovely headshot from Rani. Surely can't get another 3K. Yellow ping almost connected onto Tuhan. Don't forget, they still have Kaken. Here comes Rani, though, but a double swing on the other side. Kaken from top library stairs, and it's the substitute that needs to clutch up for Enterprise, or it's 3 straight to Shy Academy. How is Kaken going to play this? They have a drone in office. Kaken, though, wants to bait him out. Supremacist sticks it the whole way. And he's questioning, what is Kaken doing?
I mean, that's the right play there from Supremacist. Against that range, the ACOG DMR is always going to win that fight. Or 9 times out of 10 should be winning that fight, especially against Supremacist, who hasn't been playing at this kind of level. Sure, he's a sharp shot, but Kaken winning the duel there is the favored outcome. I think even backtracking a little bit there, Rani maybe got a little over exuberant to then bring it down to the 1 versus 1. Again, don't want to be overly critical of him in that particular situation. The biggest walkaway, though, is the composure there from Supremacist, just to tuck hard right, almost out of line of sight, and just to stick. It was great composure from him when it would have been very easy to panic and to start faking and start messing around. He just likes to stick.
I don't know about his swing. Right there from Rani.
Yeah. Especially on the Deimos when you could have maybe considered Vert. I know it's so late in the round. It's really hard. A really, really tough position. He ultimately did win his 1, or at least it was traded. I think Kaken there, unfortunate that didn't do enough to draw him off the plant, but equally just
he did nothing to draw him off the
didn't back
plant.
himself then into win the fight. He just got caught in no man's land.
I'm sure Kaken would love to have his time again there, and the unfortunate reality is against a team like Enterprise, you could be playing some of the best siege of your life, which I think for Shy Academy, in some ways that's happening, but if you don't get the rounds on the board, they're going to respond back. And that's honestly a relief round win for Enterprise, because that was off their tactical timeout as well. That would have been 3 straight to Shy Academy and a 3-1 start. That's a huge round win for EP. Mentally, that's where Shy Academy have to just move on and say, look, we're clearly playing very well. We got the plant, a winnable round, didn't quite eke it out, but we're in this game, boys. But my concern for the long run, Rani will cool off, and the likes of Jigsaw and Bappen will heat up. And that's where the game could shift.
So minute down. And Jigsaw again will lurk in through library.
Sean can't enter the building.
Yeah, got caught. It's been a rough start for him. Maybe EP just spurred on a little bit after the clutch from Supremacist. Getting very active around the map at the moment. I think just trying to force as many fights as possible because that's the kind of environment that they'll be able to thrive in. Supremacist does get lit elsewhere. Trades blows with Kaken, who's once again on the bathroom window. But holds firm for now. And Jigsaw in the meantime finds kill number 2. EP looking to bite back here.
Yeah, and they know where Kaken is anyway, so for them it's a 5v2 right now. Figure out how are Kyvanix and Rani playing this. Rani's of course playing this lurk down below. Has the ping information. Jigsaw's dead. Oh, never mind. He pre-shot off the ping. And he was behind the shelf. Well, Rani still gets the kill anyway because of the pre-thrown frag grenade. Rani just thought it was a swing on the ping. It gave Jigsaw a chance, and he at least did a significant amount of damage into Rani. As the time dwindles down, though, the defense is well set. Still got 3 gas babes, Nitrocell as well. Swing around from Bappin doesn't work. Kyvanix switched on. Another 3v3. Up close, Supremacist with a shortcut. How is he not dead? He does now die. Kyvanix had tucked back in, but came back in time. There is that Nitro. It does connect. 2v2, Deathmark activated onto Cairo over towards Trophy. Leaves Tuhan in kitchen. They do still have the Capitao Bolt utility available.
Yeah, they've isolated Cairo, so it's up to Tuhan. Just the 1 kill so far to clutch up.
Cairo's repositioned over towards West Bay. They don't check the corner. Tui gets a double. EP eke out 2 round wins that arguably could have gone the way of Shy Academy, but do not.
Yeah, that's got to be pretty a bit of feeling for Shy Academy when you've gotten so close now on a couple of occasions, and those 2 rounds are critical. If they flip the other way, completely changes the complexion of the match. We would have been staring down EP final round of the half. No tack timeout remaining. Just the 1 round to show for it. It would have absolutely been on. But EP, as they so often do, are finding ways to remain ahead in this matchup or refine the lead, at least in the context of this map. A 2 versus 3, but a big Nitro from Cairo, who then escapes the death mark. And he opens that opportunity for a wonderful reposition from Tui.
10 seconds left before insertion.
I mean, if you're Enterprise, I think this is the kind of game right now where you just be happy to just get the win. Doesn't matter what it is, even if it's a 7-5, and then I'm sure they'll look back on it and think, yeah, we could have played this a lot better. Tip your hat to your opponent. It's been a hot start for Shy Academy, but yeah, we've seen teams before have these kind of hot starts against top teams in the region and ultimately then fall away. Up to Shy Academy to just keep that competitiveness going, at least for this final round of the half. Try and get it to 3-3. The reality is the 2 most recent round wins for Enterprise, 1 alive and 2 alive. They've been winnable for Shy Academy. Can they keep the good times going? Get this to 3-3. Give themselves a chance on their own defense in the second half. Entry in, Sean. Oh, I don't blame him for going onto the shield because he's not had a good time of entries. He does again, though, die first. That's his 3rd in the half. And 0-5 for Sean. The blitz, ineffective. Kyvanix, you're not getting yourself back up. Jigsaw locks the top down. And it seems a 4-2 half is inevitable.
Yeah, unless Rani and Reels can do something special, but with these kind of positions being held by EP, the clearance is very low percentage. Getting a read as to where the remaining defenders are is going to be tough. Reels falls, Rani last.
Well, no surprise, EP bite back after Shy Academy were able to be competitive in this first half. It's still Enterprise 4-2 up.
This way. deceiving. Filled with lies and disguises and cheating. I got just the right sugar to sweeten. Turn it all to the Garden of Eden. I can make the gray turn gold. I can make the sun come out. I can make the bland turn bold. Show you what it's all about. I can make all your edges smooth. I can make your visions come true. Just like a filter. Whenever you want me, I'm here for you. I make you brand new. Just like a filter. All of them flaws, baby, what's the use? Let's bang it true. I can give you a vibe and a vision. You just have to give in to the feeling. Don't you know that believing is see it? Let me paint you a world you can dream it. I can make it colorful. I can make the sharpness blur. I can make it possible. I can make the surface pure. I can let you into paradise. I can make it all just seem alright. Just like a filter. Whenever you want me, I'm here for you. I make you brand new. Just like a filter. All of them flaws, baby, what's the use? Let's bang it true. Just like a filter. Let me take you for a ride. I can fix it up. I can change your life.
Well, half that probably was not anticipated, to be honest, guys, where Shy Academy were very much in the match, but they do only walk away with the 2 round wins. They arguably should have got at least 3. And that's not to just put it on the cake and 1v1. Even the round after that was somewhat winnable. Opportunities were there and presented. They go defense. Now it's all about keeping that same mindset from the first half coming into the second, that clearly this is a match that they're able to go toe-to-toe with the giants of the region. The bands Azami, Solus, the Glaz, and the Thatchers. Kitchen Dining will be the first site choice for Shy Academy. Even if they did go on to lose this game, it could also be the kind of match that ignites their stage to kind of suggest, look what we can do, look what is possible, and to build that confidence for the coming play days.
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess the unfortunate thing for them is the complexion of the second half could have looked, and the outlook on the second half could have been very, very different if a couple of clutch moments didn't go the way of VP. I think in some ways they got a little bit of a lucky escape with a 4-2 scoreline, and now it's going to be a case of VP, who have looked very strong on attack it. Looking to continue that success. Unfortunately, Kaken drops from the server well within the time frame for a rehost, so presuming it's called, I'm sure that it will be approved.
Are heading out to defuse a bomb.
And there we go. A little unfortunate there to kick off the proceedings for the second half, but such is life, and hopefully we can get Kaken back in shortly.
Yeah, I mean, it's not ideal. I think even, especially for Shy Academy, I don't think they really want extra time outside of the game the way that they're playing at the moment. But these things do happen. In terms of the Supremacist kind of storyline, guys, coming into this game, it's kind of a little bit unfortunate. I'd love to be kind of saying, wow, he's come in and look how great he's been. Only the 1-4 scoreline at the moment. He, of course, did get that counter defuse clutch in the 4th round, which won them the round, but arguably hasn't really been able to, I guess, be unleashed. But I think it's also a factor of playing with this EP roster. You look at the guys who are playing the more forward entry battle positions like Jigsaw, and he's taking a lot of these fights over towards Library in that first half, and Bappin, and it doesn't really leave a lot of space for Supremacists. I think it's pretty evident to me that coming into tonight, he's just filling a role. He's playing support ops. He's playing the Denari, the Smoke, the Aruni, the Malusi. His role is not to go and get kills. So his role is to just, well, at least in that first half, it was to just kind of, bunker down, deep position, don't go searching for kills. And that naturally, as a defender, leaves you a little bit more vulnerable when space is taken and the attackers are creeping up into dangerous positions. You're more likely to then lose your battles. He's playing the Grim in the first round of the half as well. So clearly it is to kind of just slot in and play Brendo's role.
Obviously, a bit of a spotlight on Supremacist for this matchup, and I think so far he's done a pretty good stand-up job in his role. He's had a couple of unfortunate moments that were sort of just unlucky in terms of a timing here or there, but I think overall he's slotted in as best as possible. Certainly not an easy ask to jump in after being away from Tier 1 for a few years, and in a match that, whilst might not be the most difficult for EP's campaign this stage, it's still an important one where every point really is critical towards the standings. My numbers are up to date. He has only just had the 1 kill so far, but has been doing a decent amount of work with util elsewhere as well. Playing a lot of util-based operators. Ronnie continues to be the top, not only the top rated player inside of the server, but most kills as well, double digits. He was a large reason why the Shark Academy roster was really so competitive in the early portion of this matchup. He was finding multis, doing a lot of impact on the Snake, and pretty much set the team up for a string of rounds. Unfortunately, Kaken was unable to win out that 1 versus 1, and from that point onwards, it's spiraled a little bit against them. And EP will, of course, want to flex their muscles on attack in this second half, which you highlighted earlier is one of their strong points so far.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Enterprise, you know these games don't really matter a whole lot, whether you win them 7-0, 7-5, or 8-7. A win's a win. Move on to, well, maybe not overtime because of the loss of points, but pretty clear picture is to just get the win, bank it, move on to the next one, and get through this situation with the loss of Brendo, and hope that it doesn't cause too many issues. But also, to be completely blunt, the role that Brendo plays clearly has significance in the roster, but it's not akin to losing someone like Jigsaw and Bappin, who will kind of win you your rounds more often early on, winning the denying entry positions, winning early fights, getting into certainly on their attacking half into deep positions and finding opening kills. And Brendo's not really that kind of player anyway, so it's a little bit easier to just slot Supremacists in, play those roles, set your tripwire connectors, throw your gas babes when they're called for, etc. It's a lot easier to manage him. What are your thoughts on Tuhan's stage so far? I know it's only 3 games in. Is he kind of taking a little bit of a back step behind Jigsaw and Bappin these days on EP? Is he in that 3rd spot role at the moment based on current form?
Yeah, I mean, he's sort of playing the role that's required, right? In this sort of team, he's not expected to be posting massive numbers, certainly not consistently. And I mean, this kind of particular match may be a good reflection or indication of where he doesn't necessarily need to be posting big numbers, but has had several impactful moments. And I think he's more of an impact player now going forward, who, with so much experience, and I think has really good presence inside of the server and good discipline. He doesn't need to be consistently having massive impact, but in those small moments or opportunistic times when it arises, and we saw that on the Anchor Kitchen, for instance, where he tucks into the corner, finds the 2 winning kills for the round. Moments like that, one of his strengths, and I think over the course of this year we're probably going to see that develop. I mean, EP certainly are also the kind of team where site to site, map to map dependent, the roles are a little more fluid, and they kind of just play what works on a particular setup. They're not too hard blocked, and so I think those numbers maybe can be a little bit deceiving, where there's probably going to be certain maps or certain positions, etc., where we can expect those numbers to inflate a little bit more.
Well, I mean, I also think I want to clarify, when I say 3rd on the team, that's still 4th in the region. So you kind of look at the top rated players coming into this week, right? Just for extra information. So Bappin, number 1, he's the number 1 rated player at the moment. And then it's Pluto, that was number 2. I don't know where that would be now. Of course, Manelifo losing, etc. I'm sure obviously it's all going to chop and change. But then it was Jigsaw 3, and then Tuhan 4, and then Player for Chiefs was rated 5th. Beers, by the way, up into 6th, and then Lunchbox in 7th, which is nice to see for the region. 2 newer names at the tier 1 level, younger names, etc., that are rising up the rankings. But yeah, like when I talk about Tuhan, I'm not talking about him regionally, because clearly still a top 4, top 3 kind of player. But ultimately on the team, I think the rise that we've seen from Bappin, Jigsaw's held his level, and the roles, as you said, that he's playing. I mean, he's your number 1 flex guy, really, that you're going to be able to have. Someone like Tuhan, you have a night where it's like, hey, we kind of need you to play more aggressive, find kills, he can do it. Hey, we need you to play the smoke and sit back, he can do it. So I think that adds even more value to what he brings to the team overall, and why the team works, I think, so well. When you have the two aggressive star gunners in Bappin and Jigsaw, they're really the best two in the region, follow in behind someone like Tuhan. And then even Cairo and Brendo are still capable of fragging, but are more than happy to play the more supportive roles. There's every reason why they are the best team. We've, of course, got issues here at the moment. It started off as the rehost, looks like an internet disconnection, so it seems as if this might take at least another minute or two, hopefully, until we can get underway. As things stand, it is the lead for Enterprise. 4-2.
Yeah, it sounds like we will only be a couple of minutes away max from jumping back into the server. And the role swap will be interesting if EP can continue this attacking dominance. I guess one thing to note as well is they expended that tactical timeout back in the first half when Shy Academy started to wrangle a little bit of momentum, and it was clearly a success for them. And I think that I don't have the numbers on me, but I would hazard to guess that since Mag's come on board, their timeout conversion has probably skyrocketed, or certainly improved. We saw good glimpses and insight of that at Salt Lake. And there's already been a couple of key moments here throughout Stage 1 of OCE as well, where it's been largely impactful as well. Certainly not an ideal situation for either team, this kind of rehost at a halftime break. That's typically the case, where it hasn't, stalled out the momentum for one team or been too disruptive or anything like that. It's more so just a case of a bit of impatience as we look to get back in.
Yeah, unfortunate for Sean, the face of a man that has had a rough game. Every single time he's tried to get into the building, he's just died instantly. 3 opening deaths in the first half, but even when he wasn't the opening death, still never really has been able to play the game. Genuinely, just been that kind of night. And Sean's a pretty decent player as well, guys. By no means is he a slouch, and so they've kind of been a little bit hamstrung in some ways, despite what's been a somewhat decent half for Shy Academy, where they just haven't been able to get Sean to join in with the rest of the team. $29% cost, 35 EPS, 05 KD, 03 entry. I think he does have 2 assists to his name, but yeah, it was a rough half for him, despite what was a very good half for Rani, 10 and 4 KD. Interestingly, though, no entry battles from him with a 100% cost. As I've had word, we are getting back into the server to start this second half.
Alrighty, back in we go. And I think the operator bans may be incorrect.
It's the Thermite is supposed to be the Thatcher. I think that's the only one.
Yeah, so rehost will be called, which I think inevitably will mean we go to a break because we have been yapping here for quite some time. And it will just, prolong a little while longer as we get back into the game. So, of course, apologies to everybody. Thanks for bearing with us and staying tuned. Not really an ideal situation for anybody, but these things happen. So hopefully it will only be a couple minutes to get it rehost and back up and running again.
I mean, there used to be days where there was just a gentleman's agreement. You know what the bans are, don't pick them. But I guess considering you don't really want to have any issues that may arise at the start of the half, it's probably best to just reset. That's what we'll do. Rehost again employed. We're going to go to a very, very short break, and we'll be back with the second half shortly. Alrighty, welcome back in as we can hopefully get underway for the second half here for Enterprise and Shy Academy. Apologies for the delays, completely out of our control. Well, maybe not the most recent one. That was the pants fixed up, but the ones before that were out of our control. Shy Academy on the defense now. Kitchen Dining, the site choice. Again, to reiterate, the bans are now correct. So Azami, Solus, Thatcher, and the Glaz. Of course, the KD numbers have been refreshed, but we still have those available, and we'll keep those updated throughout the game as things stand. Jigsaw 8-4 leads for Enterprise, 10-4 for Rani.
Attackers have
For
located
Shy
a bomb.
Academy.
10 seconds left before insertion.
The downside throughout all of this is it's completely reset this game momentum-wise. And for Shy Academy, they're the biggest loser in that regard.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
Despite, of course, losing on the scoreboard, which I think was always going to be very likely, they played a very good first half, and it's more difficult now to bring that energy into this second half based on the time that has elapsed since.
Yeah. Look, it certainly could have been a more favorable scoreline for Shy Academy. Probably should have been at least a 3-3 with a 1v1 that went astray. Supremacists showing good nerve in clutching up that one, and there were opportunities elsewhere for them to perhaps maybe find an additional round as well, and that could have put them in a commanding, but I suppose in some ways strange position for the second half. But not to be. EP with the lead on attack. They've looked clean so far in 2026. It's been a big talking point and a strength for them. With one piece of the puzzle missing though in Brendo, we'll see if that does have influence more so on attack, and I think it's probably fair to assume it could be. Either way though, Cairo with a lurk through West Main, he has Diffuser in hand, already poking and prodding the site. Kaken finds Tui, some advantage to Academy.
Bappin though just forcing his way through the door and gets rid of Sean. His woes continue. Into Dining goes Cairo, look for the plant. Still has one Candela available for the post plant to maybe get him out of the tricky position, and he's able to just walk out. Jigsaw with the Fat Mouse got the kill on Irani, shuts him down. Supremacist gets involved. Aggression from Enterprise to start the second half. It's Kaken left in the 1v3. He's found 2 kills in this round, so it would require all 5. It would be an ace clutch for Kaken. But in the post plant, low on time, needs to get down and get onto that kit. It's going to be very difficult to see him clutching this. It should be 5-2 in favor of Enterprise. Desperately throws out the Nitrocell towards Trophy Stairs. Doesn't connect. Here comes Bappin. It's a 3-round advantage for EP.
Yeah, nice little brute force there from EP. It's Supremacist bringing good vibes into the server, which was highlighted as one of his strengths. Off to a good little performance here. 5-2 scoreline. And the replay package for that previous round. Lost the first duel, but then Bappin shoves his way front door. Jigsaw and Supremacist, who netted 2 for the round, but then able to be impactful as Kaken got isolated on the top floor. Bar Games, the second site of choice here for Shy Academy, as the match feels like it's very much slipping out of grip. If there ever was one. Which, to be fair, there was for a very brief moment post round 3, but other than that, not really.
Or more, even going to round 4, that was the 1v1.
Yeah.
Supremacist on the kit. That could have been a 3-1 lead for Shy Academy. Even in the 5th round, came down to 2 alive.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Reality is that's 4 rounds straight now for Enterprise.
5 seconds to insertion.
And with how dominant that attacking round was out of the break, they clearly were able to overwhelm Shy Academy, and that does not spell good news for the defense. Probably puts them in a position now where this is going to have to be must win. It's not normal to win 4 straight rounds against Enterprise. That's what would be, of course, required if they lose this 8th round.
Reloading! Cover me!
Yeah, pretty old school hold here from the defense with double shield. They'll have catch from Rani. Catch as well from the Jaeger. Carvinix as well on the board and can absorb utility and flashes from his position. Mez
Yeah, but how much is the catch going to do against this lineup? You got the Rayoris who can block off the doorway to the right, up top library, and then you've got the Roteros to be able to deal with the shields. Like, they have alternatives in dealing with this old school setup.
Yeah. I think a lot of it will hinge on Cairo. If he's able to find at least one, preferably two shields here, that could be big. Easier said than done. Those Roteros are difficult to mask. Also being zoned out by Kaken and his utility.
Yeah, the irony is that it's the Sawyer gate from Kaken that actually had a little bit of delay. There's the Riora gates. Jigsaw went a little early. They dealt with the gate really nicely. An array of fights towards top library. It leaves us 3v2. It is slight favor for Enterprise. Sean looking for his first kill. As he sneaks back around, he will find it onto Bappen. Caught seemingly unaware inside bar. Kara's towards Mud, separated from Tuhan. The problem is there's still a minute left, so it's not like Sean and Kyvenix can just group up, play together.
Trying to bait Sean into the pig. Tui desperate. Kara will flash dump, but it's into the Warden. He finds the kill. Tui forced to move and caught as well. That's actually a really well played end round there from Shy Academy. They've done a good job there.
Really good hold and patience from Sean to not peek top library stairs when they still had Kyvenix playing the mezzanine, and I don't think AP knew that he was there. Or if they did, Kyvenix has then played it really well to keep himself tucked in, wait for Cairo to give him the 1v1.
They did. I think Tui quick peeked it, but there was nothing he could do about it, unfortunately, which is why he's trying to draw out Sean so that Cairo can aid in trading out the final pick. But yeah, Shy Academy have done a really good job to be disciplined there and not offer those ones where maybe some teams would, less experienced teams would, kind of get sucked into that play from EP. They didn't, so they deserve certainly some credit in that round. And let's see if they can maybe turn that into 2 here on defense.
And the only reason why I questioned it, I think you're absolutely right. They probably did know he was actually there. Was if you know he's there, then why not go for the double swing together and push away from library? You know Sean's playing the library stairs, so if you actually push in Mez, he's not going to be able to get the quick trade. It's a 2v1 then with Cairo instead.
10 seconds left before insertion.
And maybe the hope was that Cairo taking that battle with Kyvenix was going to force Sean to peek library stairs.
Yeah.
So it's probably just a mind games sort of situation, but great win for Shy Academy. Needed that. And so far, it's a scoreline that is clearly well deserving for Shy Academy. Been really competitive in this matchup, and great news as well for Sean. After what's been a horror show, he gets 2 very important kills. Just get the feeling this one's not done yet. There's a little bit more still to develop. Shy Academy clearly have a few more aces up their sleeve. They get the opening kill in this round onto Bappen, who wanted to play the Nook. That's a big player to eliminate early on. And forces Tuhan to probably play more aggressive on this Deimos, but Jigsaw's still in the server, and that's always a huge threat. He gets rid of the Warden. Although the Warden, based on the utility available for the attack, isn't really going to have made a difference. And still 3 nitros available for the defense, so 4v4. Look here from Sean, down in basement, could catch Tuhan here on a timing. And I think he will. Oh my goodness, react a little quicker, Sean. You had your chance. He does, though, convert on the headshot.
Nervous moment there, and Jigsaw goes for an aggressive trade as Rani finds Supremacist. It's advantage Shy Academy staring down back-to-back rounds here defensively to just make this match a little more interesting.
I mean, I like Sean's positioning in the last 2 rounds has been really solid. He's just not over-swinging, holds his position. Boiler, he's got a bit of help from Rani towards West Main. Leave the rest to play site. You don't have to go chasing EP. You've got to remember, you're on the defense here. You can fall back, play site. It's bedroom and office. You don't need to be in basement. Of course, Sean will likely go down, but he's taken a bit of time with him. Now there's under a minute left, 2v3. Still got to grab this kit and get over to site, and it's on top floor. I like the fact that Shy Academy didn't over-invest in trying to help or save Sean. There was a little bit there over towards the West Main stairs. But they didn't over-aggress, and now they can fall back, play sight. 2 top floor, Rani will tuck in trophy. This is a very winnable round for Shy Academy.
Yeah, certainly they're clutchable for EP if Jigsaw and Kara can break it down. Jigsaw's still lurking down below, could be susceptible to Rani, but he too has continued his lurk on the staircase. Vert as well, also in play. Big moment here for Rani to confirm the round for Shy Academy.
15 seconds, not a lot of time. Jigsaw goes down because he had to just start sprinting. Shy Academy make it 2 in a row for the second time against Enterprise here on Chalet. It's a 5-4 scoreline. And the reality of the game as well, Guz, is even though it's a 5-4 scoreline, there have been rounds lost by Shy Academy that they arguably should have won. As we head into the bans for the final time, it's Kaid and Dockerby, which the Dockerby, by the way, has not been utilized so far in the half by EP, but I feel like if it wasn't to have been banned now, it would have featured at some point. Kaid, of course, has been played twice, so that's a decent ban from Enterprise.
Defenders, protect your bombs.
That's a big call on the ban when you've got Deimos that's been played every single round. The Dockerby hasn't been played at all, but it comes always then down to the team and their thoughts and their feelings on, would we rather just keep playing against the Deimos? Clearly we're doing okay. Or do we want to ban the Deimos and we know they're going to flex onto the Dockerby, and that might be a little bit more of a nuisance? To pick your poison, really. And they picked it.
Feels like this match now has taken a
10 seconds to go.
turn for the worse for EP, but for Shy Academy, is there now a serious opportunity for them to scrape some points in this matchup? Some positive rounds from them and some positive siege. They're taking the fight to EP, not just rolling over. Down to dining for round number 10, first appearance, or pardon me, second appearance of this site from Shy Academy. Not the best form guide though, losing it out last time out, even despite getting the opening kill. It ended up being 3 alive for EP, so pretty dominant last time out. We'll see how they're able to adjust on this reattempt.
Reloading. The closer they get, the higher the pressure rises, and the reality of that maybe they could pull off the biggest upset of the year means you've still got to then be able to navigate that situation. It's one thing to be competitive, it's another thing to then go on and try and get the win. Frag grenade, a bit of a white screen though for Rani, kept him delayed off that death mark. Good pressure from Bappin, but it's Kari that goes down to Kybedix. Another opening kill for Shy Academy. Supremacist steps up, the substitute who has started to get more involved. Rani with a jump out. The way he's playing this game, why not? Go for it. It works. He gets the kill onto the Lion. He then gets another one onto Jigsaw, making it all look too easy. Rani from the start of the first half has arrived now in the second half, and Shy Academy are on the verge of tying up the scoreline. Tuhan and Bappin are capable. The best clutch team in the region. But maybe only so because they don't really have to make too many clutches. It's a small statistic, but one that is now needed in this 10th round.
Yeah, good luck breaking this cross. Rani Piano should be firmly held here by Shy Academy. As long as they don't allow him to be isolated. Good frag grenade from Bappin. Still doesn't net the kill. Death mark out. There's time. There's 60 seconds for Bappin and Tuhan. This is a tall task and a long way away from the objective, mind you, as well.
They do know, though, it is a 2v3 on the top floor. What they do know, though, as well, is it's kitchen dining, but you do still need to clear this. Lovely headshot onto Cake and took some damage. 2v2 on the top floor. Bappin gets rid of Realist, but Rani just cannot be stopped. This man is on another level tonight. Shy Academy have made it 3 straight rounds against Enterprise to tie it up 5-5. I felt like they'd missed their opportunity this game, guys. When it went to 5-2, it felt like a lot of those rounds in that 4-round win streak for EP, which were winnable for Shy Academy, that was their chance. And boy, I was wrong, because they've got a chance to win this now. They've got all the momentum. And the timeout for EP, if you recall, was after the 3rd round.
It's very much entered sketchy territory now for EP. Shy Academy doing a really good job here as a unit, as a team. And they're getting more and more animated in these player cams as the game develops, now sensing that there is a serious opportunity for some points and maybe even an outright win in this matchup. EP already using their tactical timeout after round 3. Certainly the right decision given the context there where Shy Academy had their number, but not having that fallback now to formulate these attacks going forward, especially whilst trying to, I suppose, induct Supremacist and try to most naturally slot him in as well, which is always going to be difficult.
The problem right now is they're also just getting smashed in terms of opening kills. They've only had 3 opening kills this entire game, Enterprise, in 10 rounds played. So it's a 3-7 split in favor of Shy Academy. And those 3 opening kills for EP are all from Jigsaw back in the first half. It's 4 straight in favor of Shy Academy. So they're just playing more often than not with an extra player advantage. Throw in the fact that you've got a substitute for EP, who of course Supremacist himself is playing a bit better in his second half. Cairo's having a rough second half and 3-8 for the game. He's the one that's certainly having a down game himself. And what this does now as well is mentally for EP, they know that they're losing all of these entry battles. It just means you're walking into the building with less confidence. Bapping onto the solid snake to try and make life easier for him. His first go at this, it's been largely played by Jigsaw. Cake, another opening kill. They lose the Lion. No scans available. Shy Academy are on the verge of match point. 3v5. This is now desperate times for Jigsaw, Tuhan, and Cairo. They need to clutch this.
Yeah, for Shy Academy now, it's all about having the composure to close out this round. Time and time again, we see these situations clutched up by the likes of EP in this region. Shy Academy just need to be disciplined. Do their best to isolate these picks. Don't get overwhelmed by the Blackbeard. Don't fall into any of the utility placed out by the Nomad. Don't be afraid to peel back and anchor as well if needed. Oh, there's one. Isolated by that Blackbeard. It now becomes far more winnable for EP.
Oh, Kaivenix with a lovely headshot onto Tuhan, who was trying to poke at the front door. Rani's big game continues. Well, Jigsaw is the only player in this region that I feel like you could back in, but the way that this game's going, even he too, I may not give that much of a chance. It was a 1v4, now 3 with 45 seconds. No kit. Tapping his way. He's got a little bit of information towards Barstock. Kaken's position is known. They've got drones in bar and fireplace. First flash thrown out towards library stairs. Full white onto Rani, but that's now expired. The second flash now gone. Does still have a drone in pocket, but time is starting to run out. The gas babe thrown to block his position in Mudroom. Even Jigsaw looks stumped. Air jab utilized. Shot to the head from Reelers. It's match point for Shy Academy.
And that is not a sentence that I expected to hear tonight. Roster changes aside, this is quite the effort from Shy Academy. When they looked down and out on a couple of occasions, they have mounted this comeback, which is seemingly bubbled out of nowhere. They're looking dominant around the map. I think EP have gone maybe a little bit back into their shell and lacking the sort of confidence and expressive playstyle that often serves them well. A little shaky there for a moment as Cairo got isolated, but they were straight back into action. Jigsaw left with a lot to do there, but nothing that could be done. I think the most damning thing for me when you look across it, a statistic to pull from over the course of the match, but particularly the second half, is opening kills. It's now 5 in a row from Shy Academy. Kaken's 3-0 entry, Kaivenix Reelers 2-0 entry, Rani's also positive on entry. They have looked astounding in that metric, and following on from that, their conversion has also been up to task as well, and they're shutting down these clutch attempts really well.
Yeah, and the funny thing is as well, coming into this game on the opening kill conversion statistic, they're the worst team in the region. In terms of the entry percentage, they were rated 5th, which is not too bad, to be honest. So that's close to, you know, halfway, but Well, they get an opportunity to collect all 3 points against Enterprise. And what we said at the start of this game, guys, is the ramifications as to what that has in terms of playoff positions, because not many other teams will be capable, you'd imagine, of getting 3 points against EP. So those are 3 points banked potentially for Shy Academy if they can win this round, which would give them a huge boost in making top 4. It's not guaranteed yet, but one thing that is guaranteed is EP can no longer get all 3 points themselves. That opens the door as well potentially for Chiefs to claim top spot. In fact, as things would stand, Chiefs are now the only team remaining that can go completely flawless this stage. As Man LFO, of course, lost in OT, and EP have to now get to OT at minimum.
Yeah, it would be a historic win for Shy Academy and equally loss for Enterprise as an organization. The players on it as well. Nitro below from Sean. Bappin's on the ground as well.
Down.
These lurks from Sean have been devastating. But Supremacist, can he be the one to stand up as Jigsaw's now 1 HP?
Yeah, I mean, Supremacist might just have to throw caution to the wind here and just go back to his old days where he certainly can frag out. Ditch the rolls, ditch what you're asked of, and just play on instinct. His attacks have not looked great, though. I mean, outside of the very first one back in round 7, where it was fast, it was clean, got the bomb down. Every other round, they've just been absolutely met. Just trying to get into the building. Instantly, someone dies. And Shy Academy know, as we head into the last minute of regulation, they can play sight. Bedroom office, difficult to break into, even 4v4. As Shont gets rid of Bappin, who was brought back up and was low on health, it's Supremacist that gets a second of the round, and he leaves it up to Tuhan and Jigsaw in a 2v3. And while Brendo's not here, this could still be the first time that this EP iteration will lose a game in Oceania to someone other than Chiefs. It hasn't happened. Tuhan, 1v2 versus Shont and Kyvanix. And he cannot get through as Shy Academy stun the region. The biggest upset of 2026 for APL has somehow manifested into reality. Shy Academy beat Enterprise 7-5.
That is one of the all-time results in terms of domestic play in OCE. 7th heading into this play day on the standings, and they take down a team that was so successful overseas only a month or so ago. Roster complications aside for Enterprise, Shy Academy played phenomenal over the course of this series, and we're still matched up against an incredibly strong roster. In most cases, you would probably even go into this in a 4 versus 5 without a replacement for Brendo and be like, yeah, they could probably still win out this game. Not the case. They faced adversity over the course of this map. Shy Academy wrangled back some early momentum, then faltered, and EP had control of the match. But as the second half developed, Shy Academy were dominant in so many metrics.
I mean, honestly, I wouldn't even put an asterisk next to this result for Shy Academy. EP, if they want, can say, well, we didn't have Brendo. You know what? Supremacist played quite well. Tuhan, though, only 6-9. Cairo, 4-10. Supremacist largely filled the same role as Brendo and played relatively fine. Where this game was clearly won and lost was not based on the structure support roles. It was the entry game. They just got absolutely decimated. On the attacker Chalet, Enterprise did not get a single opening kill. That's not Brendo's forte. That's Jigsaw. That's Bappin. That's Tuhan. That's usually those guys that are able to walk into the building and make life easier for the attacking half. And it just wasn't a possibility. What a game from Rani as well. 19-7, the MVP with a 163 EPS. And the man that I thought was maybe not going to play tonight due to a graphical error did in fact play. It's Sean coming in for an interview. And boy, what a result. Congratulations on the win. Sean, for yourself, the first half was rough. You just couldn't get into the building. Yes. You didn't get to play the game. But the second half, you did get to play the game. You played very well. But Rani, he was just on something else tonight. Talk us through his performance. 19-7 against the best team in the region.
Yeah, he sure was. I said to him before the game that he's going to have a good one, and I don't know, didn't want me to put that pressure on him, but he delivered, so good on him.
I guess for you, actually, specifically, Sean, especially defensively, you were lurking around a lot, trying to play unusual positions and play sort of an annoying play style. Is that something where you just throw it at EP and kind of hope it sticks? Because ultimately it did, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we just play like we have nothing to lose in this game. I mean, you know, we probably underperformed against our expectations maybe a little bit last week. So I don't know. We just sort of threw it all at them. So yeah.
Sean, from the outside looking in at week 1, you know, wasn't completely awful. I'm sure obviously you would have liked different results, but competitive against 2 teams that are on the higher end of the standings. What was kind of done, I guess, after those 2 games throughout the week that had transpired and then coming into this play day? Did you guys do much to sort of try and figure out where things went wrong and what you could do against EP and etc.? Did you do a lot throughout the week?
For us, I think last week is just sort of us adjusting as a team. Like, you know, as a 5, we haven't been through that many game days together, especially with Kai coming in. So, I mean, we didn't have too many major changes. We just sort of, you know, went through the motions and didn't sweat it too much.
You've got Chiefs next up, so it's an interesting week ahead. But after you've beaten Enterprise, of course, that would obviously fill the team with confidence. How do you guys now manage this? And I know it's very fresh. You haven't really been able to digest the win, but how do you now manage this and think, well, was it a fluke? Did we just catch them on a bad night? All of these things that I'm sure go through your head naturally as a competitor. How do you kind of look at this holistically and say, no, we played incredibly well. This is what we can do. And if we can bring that against Chiefs, we can beat anyone.
Yeah, I think we had a good game against Chiefs in kickoff that was fairly close. So I think you know, it's nothing too crazy going into the next one. I mean, we'll just keep doing what we do. Just nothing to lose.
Then I guess one game at a time. That's what everyone says.
That's it. Yeah.
Anything you'd like to say, Sean, before we let you go?
Thanks everyone for watching. Thanks to my team. You guys did awesome tonight. And yeah, thanks guys.
Thanks for coming on, mate, and best of luck against Chiefs tomorrow.
Thank you.
Well, the way they went tonight, they might not need too much luck. Shy Academy upsetting the region 7-5 over Enterprise, and what that means as well for the standings to come throughout the stage now, guys, is for Enterprise, they leave the door now ajar for Chiefs to take top spot. It makes life more difficult for other teams looking to get into the top 4, because Shy Academy are now on the board with their first 3 points coming from EP.
Yeah, what? Even just digesting that result as a neutral observer is really something else. Not only did we get our first 7-5 of the stage, which is now our second closest match, we've gone back-to-back closest matches essentially of the stage so far, but arguably one of the biggest upsets we have had in a really, really, really long time. So this goes down as a massive result for Shy Academy, and I'm very excited for tomorrow to see whether or not they can back it up against Chiefs, because if there is a world in which they actually beat Chiefs as well, that makes the entire standings absolutely broken. So
well, does that
wishing them all the best. And
if Shy Academy can back-to-back beat Chiefs and Enterprise, collect 6 points there, do they enter the EWC conversation?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they'd be in the hat straight away.
Yeah. I mean, that's the fun of it. Of course, coming up next, we've still got another big game, Arcade versus Rival. Dare I say, now feels almost like must-win territory for 2 teams yet to get off the mark.
My high school time. When I was still under 18, I was playing with pros like Dino, Rippy, and just like all those pros back in the day. And then it kind of started from 10-mans, I would say. That's kind of like how most of the pros knew me, as well as ranked, obviously. But yeah, I was just getting into myself into like, I guess you could call it networking, but I would get myself into like good stacks, like playing with Stigs, Magnet, and just like dominating like the 10-mans lobbies. That's where all the pros knew me as like kind of like this young prodigy. I was always like this young person like in the scene, like always playing with older people. So I guess that's how I got my name out there. I was 16 and I was just able to play LPL Pro, and I was in my first proper team, and it was under Skyfire, with like Jigsaw. In that stage, I think we came second to a Pro League team at the time where Oda was in it, Ferox. But it was like my first time basically competing properly, and like I came second in it, and it was against a Pro League team. People are very beatable, you know, like, you know, if you put the effort in, like you can definitely beat these teams. Obviously we fell short, but that's when kind of the esports, you know, ignited in me. Siege is honestly like such a different game from like any other game. The thinking behind Siege is so complex that new people playing the game would just never understand until they got to that level. The amount of thinking, the amount of processes you have to do, and like so many little intricate things that can like determine a round drew me towards the game. It's like you have to really think to really be the best. So when I turned 18, I got my first offer to join my first Pro League team, and that was with Juicy, Josh, Quiz, and OJ. I felt very like inexperienced at the time because I was with like proper Pro League players, obviously with Knights, with those three, and then OJ from Wildcard. I learned a lot from it. We obviously didn't do very well. I think we came around 4th. We lost to like our rivals at the time, which was Wildcard. That was honestly like a really bad feeling, as well as losing to Circular Fizz. That stage was honestly so shit. Definitely felt like a lot of nerves that stage, but I think I grew a lot as a player from that stage, 100%. So after that first stage of Pro League, I think I was still playing under like just because I was already good at the game and I already had this offer that I just wanted to keep playing for fun. It wasn't really like, you know, I want to commit my whole life to this right now. And I think after Homeless, I joined Circular Fizz, which turned into Aerial. And by my performance at stage, I definitely showed that I was a good player, but not in the right team yet. Because I think we came around 6th, and obviously it wasn't a good showing. I think I was still in that top 10 rated at the time. During the time when I was 18, just competing my second stage, I think I was doing my HSC. I'd recently just like got into like a fight with my like friend group and kind of split ways with them. So I was honestly like very over just like school. I kind of threw HSC out the window. I don't want to really go uni after this. Maybe take a gap year or whatever, and just kind of focus on Siege fully, because that was my passion. That's what I was good at. I wanted to keep pursuing it.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here for what's been a very entertaining Playday 3 for APL Oceania. We had an overtime. We had the biggest upset that I think we've seen for a very, very long time in this region, guys. Maybe the biggest, but I don't think the job is done. We've still got 2 more matches to get through.
Yeah, absolutely. It feels like we're paying paid dividends after week 1 with so many blowout results. Playday 3 has already delivered, and there's every world in which Arcade rival, which aren't necessarily the 2 biggest teams in the region, to have a close competitive matchup with big implications. Let's have a look at the Arcade roster and sort of how they've been shaping up over the course of the stage, Jake. Unfortunately for them, it's been back-to-back 4-7 losses, but I think there's been some positive glimpses.
Yeah, there certainly has, but I mean, the way that I kind of label this matchup now is close to must-win territory, especially considering it's Playday 3, tomorrow's Playday 4. At that point, you've got less games remaining than where you're at right now. So these are the big games. And unfortunately for Arcade, they're going to play an EP team tomorrow that's going to be seeking redemption. So, you know, if they lose this game, arguably likely to lose the next, and then puts them in a position where they would probably have to beat Barbie Boys, Shy Academy, and Chiefs. So I'm pretty confident saying this is must-win for Arcade Esports. I wouldn't feel too remiss in thinking if they lose this and somehow go on and make playoffs. I mean, I'd happily put my hand up and say I was wrong, but I'm also happy to go out on the limb and say they need to win this game. And as you said, showed some signs back in the first week. So they got rounds against Man LFO and 6 targets. Those 2 maps being Chalet and Clubhouse. So we'll see what they've got for tonight against a rival team as well that we don't know as much about, simply because they played both Chiefs and Enterprise, losing 3-7 and 2-7 respectively. It's a rival team that have, you know, got their 2 tough games out of the way and are now looking at Arcade as a potential easy win.
Yeah, let's jump across and look at that rival outfit. As you were kind of alluding to, it is a little more difficult to have a gauge as to where this team really stands. I think that was the main takeaway from Playday 2, is we give them the benefit of the doubt in these first couple of Playdays to sort of see how they do shape up. And look, a loss against Chiefs and EP, not devastating towards the run towards the top 4, but we need to see some improvement. I think they're probably not maybe as well-rounded as I probably anticipated. There's probably still a little bit of maneuverability when it comes to roles, etc., and a bit of refinement that they can probably find. But equally some okay moments, and again, it's so difficult to assess where they truly stand. So I think they'll be eyeing off this match, much like us, as an opportunity to really prove themselves and start establishing some points towards the standings.
And they play Man LFO tomorrow, so if they can win this and then knock off Man LFO, it's a quick rebound to be 2-2 at the end of the first 2 weeks. So the task ahead for Rival is pretty clear. If they can win this, then the next one becomes pretty important in their quest for top 4. And they've got the quality on paper when you look at the roster, and to suggest, I think, that they can't make top 4 would be asinine. I can understand the losses against Chiefs and EP, and just because Shy Academy beat EP today, of course, Brendo with the exclusion in that roster, etc. I still think that for Rival, a kind of newly put together roster with Wedables coming in, Chef Jeff joining the core only as far back as kickoff, and then ACOG as well slotting in. So for all intents and purposes, over the last 4 or 5 months, it's a whole new roster as we go to the VODs. They got a nice early wake-up call against the 2 heavy hitters, and now they get their opportunity against Arcade. The question is, though, where we will play. Funnily enough, they ban away Chalet and Clubhouse, the 2 maps that Arcade played in the opening week. It's Lair that is the map that we will be going to.
Yeah, and Lair is one that hasn't been touched by either roster in the opening week, so a little more of a neutral playground. I don't know necessarily in terms of play style which team that will maybe specifically cater to. I think it's very difficult to make those assertions, and again, just kind of reiterates that this match, it's tricky to read, but what isn't the guesswork is the consequences and the outcomes of this matchup. A loss here and a path towards top 4 feels particularly improbable.
The last time Arcade played this map was 78 days ago against Man LFO back in March. They lost at 7-1. They're going to be hoping for a better time here on Lair as we get underway for our 3rd series of the night. Must-win territory. Let's put it as plain and simple. If you're Arcade, Rival, maybe there's a little bit more room for error, having just only lost to Chiefs and EP. They've got more opportunities ahead. But for Arcade, this proves to be a big big game considering who they play tomorrow in Enterprise. For Rival, obviously they'd love to get off that donut and kickstart their campaign.
Yeah, they sure will. Let's jump in. It's Arcade on the defense, Rival to attack, and I think that's going to be a good tester for them. If Rival are up to the task, then expect them to see success on attack. But if they have similar woes to what we've seen in the first week, then perhaps the quality of opposition may be not as relevant as maybe we're anticipating. Only time will tell, though, as the bans will come through. Oh, okay, so Grim and Kaid up first. We'll see what the follow-up then ends up being here. No focus on shields seems to be the case here, so maybe more info gathering centric here from the side of Arcade. They may look to follow this up with Deimos, Snake, or Dokubi, one of those three. And instead they get Capital, so crowd control instead. And it's not even into the bandit either from the defense. So both teams have gone pretty hybrid here in the first half.
You put out 3 operators and you still got it wrong.
Okay. I did.
To be fair, I probably could have put out 10 and I still would have got it wrong. It should be fun though. I actually, in some ways, from a observation perspective, the way that we kind of look at this is, I think it's more fun when you actually have the likes of the the Deimoses and the Snakes and the Dokkabees all available, especially when all 3 of them are available. It's not often that you could see, in this day and age, all 3 played at the same time, although at that point, maybe it's a little bit too much, certainly on this top floor, but maybe on basement, there is a world in which you could actually play Snake, Deimos, and Dokkabe. I wouldn't bring it for top floor, though. Looks like some changes are coming in, though, for Rival Esports.
10 seconds left.
Dropping the shield altogether for the Ying. A lot of firepower here.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
And lacking the shield
Attackers are
now
heading out to
for
defuse the
potential mez clear. Obviously, they've got some decent presence down below with the Deimos. I guess the goal will be to block off the mez door with the Rayora gate, get mez control, and then look for a pop. Wedable's playing Soul Hard Breacher now with no secondaries available, so his life is going to be important for the breach. Looks like a pretty standardized lineup for Arcade. Bunker down, top floor hold. A good denial with the gas babes available. Gadgets too off the Razor Bloom. Loyalith will play most likely eventually in towards office, play behind the desk of the Azami Kiba barriers. Both teams looking for their first win of the stage, which means the loser will be 0-3 and a very long way back from top 4.
Yeah, primarily drone work here in the early portion of the round for Rival. Keep a keen eye as well on Chef Jeff. He's lurking first floor and may well introduce a vertical element to the attack later on in the round. Certainly some strong positions that he can contest, whether it be Mez or Mask itself. But at the moment, it's all pressure onto Loyalith as Syro falls elsewhere. Shotgun from ACOG serves him well, and Wedables follows up. So a nice start here from Rival.
No, this is just too easy, though. I mean, you should never really be losing that many players that quickly here on top floor. Just honestly out of position, not playing deeper, tucked inside. Especially for Loyalith and the Azami. Wizard looking for the peep because he's feeling the pressure. It's 3v5. You're naturally inclined to then think, I've got to get aggressive. Snow finally gets the first kill for Arcade here on the defense. 2v4. Not impossible on this site, but they've given up a lot of space. Full mez control through ops. Bathroom as well for ACOG. No Candelas left. Into Mask now. Wedables for the plant. No chance to really deny. Certainly not from this distance. It will be a post plant. As he's tried to creep up towards the desk. Wedables then swings out. He should just tuck back in. Ended up being team kill from Proxy. And in the end, it does not matter as Rival get the opening round on top floor as well. That is a great start to the game.
Yeah, really good intent and tempo from them there in that first round, not getting stalled out at all. Good initial clear from ACOG. He kind of spearheaded it over towards lobby, and then the rest of the team was able to sort of pounce from the positions that they had set themselves, and they exploited the advantage quite nicely and consolidated with a default plant in the end. And with so few defenders remaining and no real plant denial available, it was pretty simple for Wet to be able to stick it. Rest of the team could hold the cross, and then it was a simple trade out in the post. And so some good fundamentals on offer there from Rival. And again, that's kind of been the most difficult thing to gauge about this roster going forward, especially when you look at kind of the amalgamation of names. There's been a lot of question marks heading into this stage. Are they actually going to work as a roster? First week, not giving a fair indication as to whether or not, for better or for worse, if maybe you missed the first week or you missed the pre-show, for instance, you're just joining us now. Rival had arguably the hardest opening week of any team with Chiefs into EP. Got a handful of rounds in each match, so it wasn't a complete washout, but probably not giving us a proper insight as to where they really stand. And this match should offer a better point of comparison, and just taking at least that first round in isolation into account. They're off to, yeah, a very, very strong start, and we'll see if they can find consistency across the remainder of the half.
I mean, I think it's fair to be a little bit concerned, though, for Arcade giving up top floor that comfortably. They're going to have to go basement now and look to rectify things. We don't quite get the big trio lineup of Deimos, Snake, and Dockerby. Deimos will sit this one out. They bring the buck. Recall goes onto the blitz. Hold over towards Armory. Set up with the mirror windows, and they've got 3 nitrocells in this round. So it seems to me Arcade are going to look to play this somewhat aggressively on the first floor. They're not to fall back late, but it's Proxy that catches out Loyalith, who again was playing that setup Armory position with the reinforced walls, electrified, and mirror windows, and yet he still dies.
Ooh, sharp shot from Snow. So some resistance forming from the side of defense. Wizard as well with a pre-rip Nitro could look to lodge that up above. Syro falls though. He gets caught over peaking, and Chef Jeff shoots the body to let him know about it. Rival back in the advantageous position. Minute 20 on the clock, and they have a good belt of utility. The right operators here to help with this last little clear, especially as is over towards this Armory hallway. Try and make it difficult for him to get back down vent.
There's a Valkyrie cam, by the way, in weapon maintenance on the first floor 1 as well in basement. This is holding towards blue. It's a Snow and Wizard down below. Nitro from Snow. I'm not sure. That just looked like a hope and pray. Prayers weren't answered.
Oh no.
Well, if that wasn't a team kill, it was almost about to be. Snow actually just kind of walked right in front of Az's. It's not as much Az's fault. He was just looking to get rid of the blitz, which he actually did. No chance to get Snow back up because Eraser, sensing the opportunity, has pounced. That is a really good read. Wizard now needing 3, got 1, no more. Chef Jeff shuts him down 2 in a row for Rival Esports, and some issues compounding early for Arcade.
Yeah, I think it's still early days, but fair to assess that Rival are looking more comfy in this particular matchup so far. Fundamentally, their attacks are looking quite sound. They've done a good job there to balance out a couple of key roles. The flank watch was really good as well from Chef Jeff in particular. It gave those up above the objective a little more safety, and even with that Valk information being one of the biggest win conditions available to the defense, Arcade didn't quite extract from that probably as much as they would have liked or would have envisioned with that Valk selection, and as a result, Rival were able to outmuscle them on some of those power plays, power positions late in the round. And so Arcade a little slow out of the blocks. An opportunity though arises here as we return back to the top floor to mount their first round on the board. And on the side of the attack for Rival, I'm intrigued to see what approach they go for this time. Again, last time they leveraged ACOG, Ying shotgun lobby last time. Proxy given the Ying role for this round, but I presume they'll go for something a little different and less predictable.
My concern though is the way that Arcade are losing these first 2 rounds. It's not as if there's, one player that's just, having a ridiculous life round, or, Arcade are throwing. They're just getting beaten up in their setup ults. It's just too easy right now for Rifle. Back to top floor, which, at least on Lair, is usually the most comfortable of sites to defend. And of course, the Tachanka was banned away from them, which can be a bit of a crutch on this top floor, which, you know, naturally is already kind of, I don't want to say the word easy, but certainly with the sites easier to defend, and it really just helps lock it down even further. There's a change up though in their lineup compared to the first round. They drop the smoke altogether. They drop the mute. They keep the warden. And they drop the thorn and the Azami. So it's a big change up from Arcade. Nitros have been real miss so far in the first 3 rounds as well.
Yeah. Still these 2 remain in this round, however. We'll see if they are able to eventually extract some value from that, rather. Especially when you think late round, if they do push to default and the second one misses. Okay, so there's 1 left for a default plant. If Rival end up committing to it. Chef Jeff below, 5 targets available. Deimos here into Mask is such a strong combination for the attack. And does limit some of that plant denial potential for defense. Still having some struggles though with the wall. The active bandit work here from Saro is making it a challenge. Chef Jeff looking to try and disrupt. The Tuberad though will counteract the Deimos. So a bit of counterplay on offer here at the moment. Who ultimately goes the way of Saro as he finds the Deimos in the meantime. That's quite a big little individual play from him and does complicate the round significantly. We'll see Rival try and shift into gear, change plans on the fly, but it isn't working.
There we go. Finally some success for them. Rival really actually got stalled out massively by Saro on the Bandit. And that was the change up in this round. Eventually goes down to a Razor who needs to get 3 more. 30 seconds to do so. And for Snow, Azes, and Loyalist, it's just all about really sitting in sight, stay tucked in, force them into a plant position, get that clock down. But they lose Loyalist. Good angle found. Razor needs the ace to clutch this. 20 seconds. Time continuing to expire. No utility remaining for anyone inside of the server. Snow and Azes will just hold the ankles. Razor is crawling on in. And if he oversteps this, though, will be dead. And Snow, patience will pay off. Finally, Arcade are on the board for the first time here on Lair. Much better from them. Wizard put in a big shift. And what started that chain reaction as well, Syro, top-down kill from Mask, just looking through the floorboards, catches out Chef Jeff. That relieves that pressure from the Deimos. And never got the wall opened up. And so that forced ACOG through Mezzanine to go chasing Wizard. Wizard turn around, headshot, and from there, the round just fell apart. And the Bandit
a couple
gets
of members
banned
there
out.
from don't want to deal with that anymore. Yeah, it was a bit of a messy clear there from Rival. They were trying to leverage the Deimos to force him off the trick. And then it doesn't work, so they pivot to this plan, but running straight into Wizard, who anchored very nicely on the corner there. They're able to whittle down numbers, got to raise it down to a very, very low percentage clutch attempt. And that too was consolidated nicely from Arcade. So certainly some more positive signs. But the nature of Lair, you can't just expect to farm top floor and win. In most cases, you need to show a little versatility in terms of site selection. Typically win at least 1 elsewhere, preferably 2. And so with top floor now out of play for the remainder of the half, we'll see if they can find success elsewhere.
Well, if they changed things up on that particular round, top floor, this time they've kept it as similar as possible. Of course, the Bandit banned away, which they had last time on basement. They now bring the mute in place. And kind of the issue with the current meta, you ban Deimos and it's like, well, we'll just take the Dokkaebi and the Snake. Like you kind of can't really get all 3 off the board.
Actually, I retract my previous statement. They will be able to return to top eventually, but again, they need to find basement or dorms. It's somewhere along the line here. Otherwise, even if you return there, win, very shaky foundation having just the 2 rounds for Arcade. So we'll see how they go. I mean, this is a very active defense. This is ultra aggressive. You don't typically see mirror utility invested this deep over towards weapon.
Well, they did this last time, and it didn't work. They lost Loyalist straight away, and they had it electrified as well. Of course, this time Mute Jam is in place. So it's the same strategy. It's the same setup. Triple Nitro, take the battle on the first floor, eventually then fall back down blue stairs, etc. Play basement. Loyalist doesn't get anything off that Nitro. There's certainly been a weak point for them again, still in this half. Will this one connect? No. Will this one connect? Wizard keeps it in pocket. Razor actually gets the payload kill onto Loyalist, doesn't answer the call in time, pays the price. That Nitro doesn't even make it up the hatch.
Oh no. So I think they should just not play Nitros for the rest of the half. I don't think I've seen a Nitro do anything this game. We'll see if that does prove costly later on as they return to site. Anchor down 4v5, looking good for Rival. Have Vert tools available, still 3 payloads up. And ACOG did get shaven a little bit of HP from one of those Nitro cells. He'll still stand, and the blitz here will be pretty painful to deal with.
I mean, if you can figure out where Syro is located and then call him and push him, he has to then either decide to fight or eat the call. And he's pretty low on health. That'll put him down to like basically 1 HP. Well, there's the call onto Snow plus the push. They do the same thing I was talking about, the combination, but it's onto Snow instead. Rival have now got full filtration control. Edibles can play the long sight. Eraser able to now push in from the other side. And he's going to give Asses a call. Still has one more payload in pocket as well after this. Asses going to answer the call. That allows Eraser to push on in. Vulcan canister pop. The flank going down from ACOG over towards Lab. Jeff covering from above, but his help at the moment hasn't been needed. That call now rings out onto Asses again. This time doesn't even get to answer the call. So much pressure from Rival. It's not flawless, but it's 4 up at the end of the round as Rival are able to respond after losing their first round back in round 3, immediately back into the winner's seat. It's a 3-1 lead.
Yeah, the setup from Arcade there with the big investment and extension over towards Weapon, they're not really getting as much value from that as I think they envisioned. The Nitro cells not landing, they're not plucking a kill here or there as Rival try and clear that space. Rival also not having to overinvest a lot of utility and not being overly disrupted for ultimately that push into its site for the plant. Credit to Wedables in that round, had a good one, found the multi, I believe it was 3 total in the round. He's had a very shaky start to the stage so far. Numbers posted haven't been great, but it's very much the kind of player that if you can build a bit of confidence against lesser opponents or against opponents of similar skill, he can look to ride that and build up over the course of the stage.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds left before insertion. Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Yeah, the numbers so far don't look good for Arcade outside of their 1 round win, which even in that, you still had a Razor with the 3K that brought it back to a 1v2. In the other 3 rounds that Rival have won, they've gotten the opening kill every single time. 2 out of 3 plants in those rounds. They've had multi-kills. They've looked the better team, and certainly attacking into lair isn't always the easiest thing, certainly on the top floor, which, as I said, we'll see after this round of Bunk's briefing. The second go on basement, again, not going the way of Arcade. And again, they basically played the same strategy. They looked for a fortified hold armory, and then they would fall back. Both times they lost one. Both times they had to fall back 4v5, 3v5. It just clearly didn't work. One split. Loyal will play on the first floor by himself. Now, no sends in play from Rival. And judging by this setup, it does kind of indicate it's going to be a 5-man push top floor.
Yeah, posturing for that currently. ACOG can play frontline Blackbeard. Jeff could play a pretty pivotal role in the round as well for a bit of info gathering on this top floor, or could be in a position to lurk elsewhere and then maybe look to pressure site with the safety of his own information. ACOG looking to draw out utility at the moment. In the meantime, this does also enable some green control for Rival. It is sort of the kind of position that they're posturing in once Wet opens the wall, where they can then start thinking about actually getting the side. Chef ducking IRL.
He's just chewing his gum and just got shot at and he got spooked as IRL. He's playing the solid state. You got a radar, mate. You can see where they are. They have pivoted a little bit, though. They're putting far more emphasis now on just hitting first floor, knowing that it is that large stack above. and ACOG's going to get the plant down. Like, this shouldn't really be possible. Certainly without the sends, there was a little bit of pressure above. But the fact that we're in a post-plant 5v5 bunks briefing, I mean, it's just a testament to Rival's ability to push into the building, get these good positions, read the defense, and also the inability for Arcade to react to what's happening.
Yeah, they're looking at a lot stronger, a lot more comfortable in this matchup so far tonight. ACOG farming on the Blackbeard in the post-plant. And whilst Rival may not be in the discussion for a spot at EWC at this stage, or at least not in the current form of this roster, there is, you know, potential for them to still be fighting for top 4 despite those disappointing results in the first week. And the kind of team I think that has the real potential to build up and improve significantly. It is still early days in this matchup, so I don't want to obviously get too far ahead of ourselves, but they're playing pretty well today.
Well, that's the thing. They're just kind of playing to their opponent. No disrespect to Arcade, but they're just giving up these rounds far too easily, and certainly in unconventional ways. I'm out, of course, to try and stem the bleeding. They'll go one more attempt on the top floor, looking for their second round. It's just concerning the way that they're getting beaten, you know. I mean, you just cannot allow that 5v5, just a straight walk into sight. I know there's utility thrown, but you've just got to have an answer for those kind of plays. In some ways, you actually got what you wanted. Most teams defending there on that top floor want you to go first floor, especially if you don't have the sends with the ROUs. Go for that plant, but you've got the holes in the floorboards to deny, get the kill, stop that from happening. And the round then can unravel for the attack. Once that plant goes down, it just becomes so difficult for the defense to wrangle it back. Final round of the half, must win for Arcade. And not just in this round, but the match in its entirety. It really is must win. Or you're 0-3 to start the stage. And unfortunately, you've still got to go play Enterprise and Chiefs. You may as well, the way they're playing right now, book in 0-5, and you then statistically cannot make playoffs.
Scanning for electronic devices.
Yeah, it's very much starting to get majorly concerning here for Arcade. Defense lair, and it's not going their way. A lot of these 50-50 moments as well that have been scattered across the first half have also largely been against them. Saro looking to get active over towards Mez. 2-5 for him so far as he spots out ACOG. Loyalist is down below. Nitro Cell, another one to miss. The Nitro Cell hit rate, I don't know the number so far in this half, but I'd hazard to guess it's very, very
zero.
low.
I'd say it's 0.
I think we saw one do about 40 HP on ACOG, and that's the only one that comes to mind.
Well, they're trying to put a little bit more pressure into Ops, but they did lose Wizard to edibles, and then just Syro runs into the gun of ACOG. But it is at least a 3v3. Not the end of the world right now for Arcade. No more Nitro. It's not that that's been really a help in hand. They do have the Zodos for Loyalith. He's got to answer the payload. Does do so. But there will be more available for Proxy, and he's going to keep sending them his way. Keep him occupied. At the moment, Chef Jeff split from the duo of ACOG and Proxy playing towards Ops and Mezzanine. Arcade is sitting back and just waiting for them to push in. Server hallway control is there for the defense.
That's a real opportunity.
What is Chef Jeff looking for from down below on the IQ?
Payload. He'll try and kill Asses from down below. Static answers the call. Does Chef Jeff get the angle in time? He's over towards Bunk at the moment, so no. Oh, okay. Proxy falls asleep.
Oh,
and Asses is able to get 2.
Well, Chef Jeff now makes his way up. Does have the time. Has the freest kill as well onto Asses. Headphones mustn't have been plugged in because it should have made some noise. There's a vault over just in time. Ringing around the Rosie. Chef Jeff spots Snow, but Snow hits the damage into Chef Jeff. He got some damage back, but Snow able to finish off the round as Arcade will get a second. It's a 2-4 half though for Rival. So in the end, Arcade were able to defend top floor twice. That was their saving grace. It gets them to 2 defensive rounds. Rival, though, for me, are in the hot seat. They're fine. They go defense now. They'll likely be able to match what Arcade did. Probably get at least 2 top floor rounds. You can almost inadvertently put them on 6. Because that's not how it works. And certainly Arcade will get their opportunities beginning now in the 7th round. Master and R6 spans Kaid Clash, Snake, and Ying.
Yeah, it's been an interesting back and forth between these two so far. Arcade are just clinching on, largely thanks to a clutch there from Snow. Take that out of the equation, it would have been pretty devastating. I still don't feel particularly convinced that 2 defensive rounds will be a defendable position for them as they now transition across to attack. But you can't use nitro cells on attack, so maybe that'll actually suit them because the hit rate in that first half probably one of the lowest I've ever seen. And it was actually a large part of some of their strats and unfortunately didn't quite convert. Also intrigued to see on the other side of the coin how Rival look to posture defensively and how they shape up.
10 seconds left.
They like not to bring the smoke for the opening round, but instead have Chanka and Goyo for stall out.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
The mighty Deimos brought to his knees. Boy, now
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
Tachenka makes it through. Fenrir as well, so some different setup for Rival in comparison to what you saw from Arcade. Loyalith yet to find a kill, tasked with the Deimos that will play first floor, but Chef Jeff just lingering around here wants to offer a bit of a fight here against Loyalith, and rightfully so. I feel like we don't really see this almost inverted 1v1 battle all that often these days. Chef Jeff has made his way back top floor. Loyalith, of course, doing due diligence to just scout out that first floor. And so far, quiet on all fronts here. If you're Rival, you're kind of just wondering, well, where's the pressure coming from? So far, nothing from Ops. Meds is fine. Server side is fine. Where are they?
Dispatching grenades!
Bit of utility to be peppered out here. Wedables is able to stall out lobby stairs at range there from Master. Chef Jeff goes searching down the hallway. Maybe for a bit of information or to try and find a pick. Midpoint of the round. And the pacing has been rather slow from Arcade, but eventually they open in towards Master. You can see the Goyo utility though, dispensed out by the defensive rival. And it makes that default plan increasingly difficult as the round drags on. They're not going to have a ton of time. And because they've been so slow, I think, in establishing this, I'm not entirely convinced they have a good backup either.
We've seen plenty of rounds won on this top floor, though. When it just is about that brute force battle towards Mares, push into sight, can be done. Probably they need the first kill to make it more likely. And it's looking more likely that that's going to have to be the task at hand now for Arcade on the attack. Call answered by Proxy. Well, sorry, that was the F, not mine. I'm so used to the payload meta at the moment. Creep up from Wizard through the hallways. Proxy ready for this one. Yes, he is. And he gets the second for good measure. Thought it back onto the window for 3. Spots the kit, and with 30 seconds left, knows that he can just play this for his life for as long as possible and make the task ever more difficult for Arcade. Frag grenade to flush his position. Doesn't do much to dislodge him. Creep up in the hallways coming from Loyalist. Yet to find a kill, but full health. Or is that yet another frag grenade, but a beautiful swing, and the timing is perfect from Proxy. Has played this perfectly. Job done from him. He'll get a rest. And his team will get the round win. Proxy having a huge impact in that round.
Yeah, props to Proxy. That was some good work there. Really aiding rival. Kind of stood up and took it upon himself to make that play. And with that, rival off to a good start defensively. It now extends it out to a 3-round lead. And the pacing there from Arcade, the first half of the round seemed to drag a little bit despite little pressure on offside and through Mares outside of the occasional sprinkle of flames from the Tachenko. That to me starts giving early warning signs and alarm bells that time could be a problem for them in this second half. And sometimes that can be okay. You can get away with it if you're playing flawlessly, but it often just increases the pressure late round and enables more play from the defense. And unless your attack's on point, it can typically get the better of you. So we'll see how that develops into round 8. It's basement follow-up from rival.
5 seconds to insertion. Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
I can feel the rage you hide behind.
I mean, what's the path forward now for Arcade? I mean, this is where it's must-win territory. It's fine to lose the top floor on the attack. That's not really where the be-end-all is, but you got to be winning basement. You've got to be winning bunks briefing, especially now down 5-2, knowing rival will get another opportunity on that top floor. Well, it's Loyalith who finds his first kill of the game and the first kill of the round. Gets her to Wedables at the doorway playing the smoke. That's a freebie. And it's just their second opening kill of the game.
Oh, Proxy, what a down. That is a sharp shot. Slither. Not quite confirmed. Does have to be a little cautious, but able to get the feet. Chef Jeff as well in the meantime found one, so quickly flips the rival and Proxy doubles down Arcade.
And I know where Snowy is pushing down blue as well, so it's a pretty fair assessment. Rival have got this one in the bag as well. They still even have the overarching option to just fall back, play site 4v2. They're still holding quite a lot of space on this first floor, making it very difficult for Arcade, just suffocating. That's Kid as well. Chef Jeff calls it out. They know where Snow is, or at least knew where he was. And certainly will now get reconfirmation, pushing down blue stairs. And he really can't push this. It's an easy double swing. Both sides are covered. Snow is aware of it. Does get a freebie on the Chef Jeff. Just over swings, and it's a fallback immediately for rival, just to not allow him to bring this to a 1v2.
Hits a Grismot. Snow with no diffuser in hand currently. Does have quite a bit of time, but isolating these picks are going to be a challenge. Elects to go for the diffuser in the end. Probably a wise choice. ACOG, proxy, eraser.
I'm just loving the trash talk. You need to work on your trash talk. I mean, that's an easy one, by the way, for Chef Jeff. He just has to reply. You got to start working on your craftsmanship because you're about to be 0-3. It's all set up for you, Chef Jeff, but he doesn't bite. Maybe post round. Wants to see how this plays out. Snow has 12 seconds. His front foot touching the flames. Now his whole body. Chef Jeff calls it early. Snow, I think, might just save the KD at this point. There's 3 seconds left. Wanted one more. ACOG gets him on the swing. It's 6-2 in favor of Rival Esports. And while it's looking horrible for Arcade in this match, guys, it has huge repercussions because, well, they're about to be 0-3 in the stage.
Yeah, and a 0-3 position, barring some kind of miraculous run through the second half of the group stage.
What, knocking off EP and Chiefs?
Yeah.
I mean, EP did lose today, but I don't think they're just going to start handing out free wins.
No. Should be a shame for them. But unfortunately, not everyone can make it into the top 4, otherwise it wouldn't be a top 4. As for Rival, though, this will very much kickstart their stage after a tricky start against the 2 best teams. They're now looking to make their mark in OCE and start their run towards the top 4 and beyond. And they've played well tonight.
This one's practically over, right? I mean, Bunk's briefing, whatever happens here doesn't matter. You go top floor again, close it out. And even if something happens there, you can just keep repeating it. 4 rounds needed for Arcade. They've only managed the 2. Both of those were defending top floor. So for all intents and purposes, it's very likely this one's done. It's been a pretty decent display from Rival. Or Chef Jeff is dead already on a spawn peak from Loylith. Well, no, I guess it was the other way around, technically. Chef Jeff really does need to work on his trash talk game.
He's letting it all out now. He hasn't had a chance in the first week.
I mean, look, it's Bunk's briefing. So have a little bit of fun this round, I guess, if you want.
Yeah, try and play a little more.
The point I was kind of get at, though, is how do you kind of assess Rival from this? It was hard to assess them in the first 2 games. In some ways, this is the opposite end of that spectrum. It's also kind of difficult to still assess them after this because it's probably shaping up that Arcade, to me, it looks like they're in line to maybe be last this stage, the way things are transpiring. So you kind of look at Rival and say, well, they've played the 2 best teams and they've maybe played the worst team. Remains to be seen. I still have question marks on them going into tomorrow. I think we'll get more answers against Man LFO.
We'll see, though, if they're able to convert this advantage. It's now back-to-back opening kills. In a pretty commanding spot at the moment. We'll see how they look to convert this, though, into pressure onto ACOG, especially over towards green. That should be a kill. And indeed, it's converted. So a 5 versus 3, the sense goes without saying, still up and available. And Arcade will no doubt be in a position soon to start thinking about going direct in towards that site, getting the plant down. And the sense should help counter against the 3 remaining defenders, all of which are above. I suppose the solace is one to note, though. Maybe a Razor can clutch up for Rival.
The air jab get placed out by Wizard. 6, 7, and 6 for Wettables. He's been active inside of the server tonight. He had a very rough start last week. Plant going down from Az's. So there's the Solace in play, like you mentioned. Az is off the plant. The first impact hit himself. The second one missed altogether on a readjustment from Az's. Plant will be successful, but Wizard and Az are very low on health. This is quite winnable still for Rival. As long as they get a move on here and don't leave a lot of time wasted, make the most of the time that they've got, they can still close this out. Proxy watching towards briefing. Vault over, caught by Wizard. Offside angle. Successful. Weddible's now wary of pushing down green. Wizard outside has got a good angle, but onto the kick now goes Eraser. Loyalith over towards Bunk. Weddible's trying to keep him occupied. Did so. Is there enough time here to get this kick? Eraser gets off it.
Oh, he
does get the kill onto Loyalith. Is there enough time? He actually then knifed. This is going to be very, very close, but he should have it by this barest of margins. 0.8 seconds on the clock. Eraser with a huge clutch at the end of the game. A 7-2 victory for Rival Esports sees them get their first win under this organization's banner and for the stage.
Oh, dramatic end there to the round and to the match, but Rival walk away as the deserved victors in this matchup. The better team overall, a little more clinical, a little more well-rounded with roles as well. A 5-round deficit in the end. They started off nicely on attack, where Arcade's structure and particularly their utility usage, namely the Nitro, just was not on par today. Not at the point they needed against a quality opposition, and Rival now I think can be labelled as quality. It remains to be seen if they can go on to be a top contender, but I think they're a very good team.
Yeah, I mean, as I said before, I think we still need to see a little bit more from Rival. They've played the best teams. They've probably played a team that's going to be on the very lower end of the standings as well, with the way things are shaping up for Arcade. Now 0-3 and being beaten up by what was another 0-2 team in Rival Esports. 7-2, resounding result. The only success in the game for Arcade was on that top floor defense, which they also lost one of those as well. In the end, for Rival, a pretty good spread performance as well, all things considered. I think that's going to be the biggest takeaway for me. It wasn't just reliance on one individual.
Well, our interview is ready for this matchup. It's the man, the myth, the legend himself, Wedables. Welcome on in. How you going, mate? How did that game feel?
A lot better, obviously. Didn't just get shit on, you know what I mean? It was good to actually like be in the games a little bit and just not get smashed, I guess.
Hello, Wet. How are you, mate?
Not too bad, how are you?
I'm doing good. Congratulations on the victory. Nice to get one on the board. How are you kind of finding your time in this team, and how has the transition been for you?
Obviously, you know, I'm no longer on the scoreboard as much, but you know, that's part of like the maturing, I guess, as you get older.
That's what you said on GG as well. Yep.
Yeah, well, like the same things happen, you know what I mean? Like I'm not like, you know, on the scoreboard, but yeah, like I'm happy to be playing these more supportive roles and letting, you know, someone like Proxy or ACOG, you know, get some kills. Jeff's, you know, apparently in his prime of his career, so let him go around, talk some shit, cheer some people as well.
Wait, how do you? I'll
sorry.
go first.
No,
how do you?
Come on, guys. Hey, you've been doing this for how long? Hey, how long have you been doing this for?
We've done, Jake. It's 1-1. Come on, man.
To be fair, we kind of messed up. This is the problem when we mess up the rotation of things, because Guz brought in the interview, and so usually it goes me, then Guz, then me, and now I completely messed it up. Michael, you go ahead. Talk to Wet.
I want to talk about sort of week one and how you assess that, right? Because we've sort of been framing it as the two best teams. It's kind of understandable that you guys had a rough ride. Do you see it in the same light, or are you guys disappointed and expecting to do better against the top teams?
Well, the way we see it was we brought in ACOG like in literally the last like 48 hours of the roster because Killerman had some personal problems going on, he couldn't play. So all before like the season started, we were practicing with him and we were like, you know, feeling good. So obviously an emergency like roster change like that is always going to put like a halt on our like progression as a team. As well as I was stressing myself out a lot with like trying to help ACOG as much as I can to understand everything. So I gelling and more focusing on like making sure he was all right than my own performance. After those two games, we went back, we spoke about it. It was more, I just need to shut up and play the game. And they wanted to raise it to get back to being the primary IGL. So we did that for a week and it's feeling a lot better. And I'm able to, you know, not be as stressed out as worrying about like the overall game and just my own like little circle.
Obviously, you guys can now kind of look to the rest of the stage now without having to worry about the likes of EP, Chiefs, right? The real big heavy hitters. But, you know, you play Man LFO tomorrow. They've been in some pretty good form. And where do you kind of put yourself as a team around the rest of the group now that's all fighting for top 4. This is not like last stage where, 6 out of the 7 got to go through. This is kind of a brutal stage. Do you kind of just look at it as, one game at a time, as everyone is saying, and feel like you can kind of beat anyone on your day?
Well, in BO1's literally like, anyone can beat anyone in BO1s, right? Like, that's not where
as we saw before.
Yeah, exactly. Like, like it's not really a test. I feel like BO1s are like, if you can be literally on like play with the best team in the world, and you can lose to the shittest team in the world. Where you need to actually be the better team is in BO3s. That's where it will show. So I think for us is literally just focus on getting to playoffs, get more reps with ACOG in the team, and like have all like our issues ironed out by then. And then hopefully by BO3s, we're able to take it to like EP and Chiefs and go for one of those spots for EWC.
I think that's the right attitude to have, mate. Anything you'd like to say before we let you go?
Yeah, shout out you guys. Shout out Rival. And no one said this yet, but can we get a shout out for Supremacists for stepping in when Brendan was actually like going through some medical reasons? Like, they might have lost, but like gotta give some respect on the Supremacists coming in.
He definitely did his best, certainly in that second half, and certainly on short notice. So
exactly.
Well said, Wet. Thank you so much for coming on, and hopefully we can chat to you again.
Get him
All
out
right, so it's always a fun interview with Wet. It's at the Chef Jeff levels. Rival with a 7-2 victory, far too good for Arcade, and their campaign now really gets underway to see what Rival can do this stage. And really, as Wettable said, it's really all about can they get to playoffs and then into the best of threes, where maybe they'll feel a little bit more comfortable by that point, warmed up, bit more time with ACOG, etc. And then it's a good insight into the team.
Yeah, absolutely. I really appreciated the insight in terms of, obviously we were aware of ACOG jumping in late, but wasn't probably as aware in terms of the more structural changes with Eraser now going back into the IGL role, and that seemingly making things more comfortable for this team. And so I guess more so than maybe some of the other rosters, they are the ones that have the upwards trajectory potential, because they simply haven't played together long enough as a core to really know where they actually stand. So if they are able to survive their way through to the top 4 and then bunker down and be ready for best of threes with a team of that experience, I don't think they'll be complete pushovers. So yeah, exciting for them, and they get a much needed result today.
Well, in some ways, it's not that easy to just say make top 4. It's a absolutely brutal bloodbath to get there. So it's a big stage ahead for Rival. For us, a short break. When we do come back, of course, we've got our final match of the day. 6 Targets versus Chiefs. Chiefs looking for top spot.
They knew I was like smart in what I would focus in, and then obviously knew that I did not like school. I was like intelligent, but I just hated school. So I think they kind of understood that it wouldn't always end like what they would have imagined in terms of like a destined career in like uni. I would send them like streams, and they would kind of understand like, this is cool, this is fun, like people are watching, there's people that actually like enjoy the game. They didn't understand that it can definitely be a career at the time. It was just like, he's playing games. So they're definitely worried about the future, 100%. After EWC, that was when it fully changed. They obviously saw me fly to a different country and compete against all the other teams and see like the viewer count and the broadcast. That's kind of when it started. Not really started, but their full support in terms of like, they love what I'm doing. They support like the career path in that time. Now they love it. I think my dad's support, I couldn't wish for more. I don't want to cry on fucking camera. I don't want to be a cry merchant like Cairo, bro. Bro, I can't. I'm like tearing up. I'm like thinking about it. He's a very hardworking person, because I don't really see him much, because he's like always working in terms of like his business, whatever. So to see him like just like wake up at like 4 AM to watch my games is like crazy. Like, cause obviously I'm in Saudi across the world, and he's always texting me like, you're doing crazy. Like he's like tapped in, like he's like Furia, like the world champs. Just like insane to me, like people like this like exist or like help like support me, because it's obviously not like the traditional in an Asian family, obviously, right? So it's just incredible like how much he supported me. Bro, there's times I've wanted to quit. He like fucking stays up like every night, comes to like all my events that he can come to. So it's like incredible. So I love him a lot. Family support means like insane. Yeah.
Well, day 3 of Oceania continues to give us a pleasant evening. A 7-2 win for Rival sees them get their first win of the stage. 6 Tigers and Chiefs. Now our final matchup of the night. Where for Chiefs, they have a spot that is waiting for them, and that's top spot. They get all 3 points here. They will be the last remaining completely undefeated team. NLFO, of course, losing earlier today in overtime. EP losing in regulation means the door is now open for Chiefs to step through. They've just got to beat 6 targets.
Yeah, and both of these teams kind of heading into this matchup, as we look at 6-2 first, have had pretty expected results so far. I think it's probably fair to say. What that actually means going into this head-to-head is tricky. I think it's probably fair to say that 6 targets are still the underdog in this matchup, but by how much of a margin is tricky to say at this point in time. They've seen some positive growth, I think, and a decent start to the stage, and so I think there's a world in which, I mean, if EP can lose in best of ones, anyone can lose, that being Chiefs. So for 6 targets, it's about formulating some of that form that they gathered in Playday 2, 7-4 victory over Arcade, transferring that across. Unfortunately, prior to that, it was a 2-7 loss to EP, and if EP and Chiefs are to be in the same realm of competitiveness locally here in OS, then that maybe doesn't bode too well for them, but as Wet said in an interview not too long ago as well, and we always have to consider it, best of ones can lean themselves into producing more upsets, and 6 targets should feel spurred on by that.
Sword, of course, made his debut last week coming into this roster and certainly didn't lose any admirers. He keeps his place for this week. That was kind of the question for this 6 targets roster after their win against Arcade is, you know, someone who came in and performed well. How do you kind of send them back to the bench? We don't quite know, again, all of the reasons. You know, we kind of posed the question last week, you know, was it going to be a case of does Sword keep his place? Does Zethi come back in? Or I can't remember if it was Zethi or Quixie, one of those two. I think it was Zethi. As we go to the Chiefs, and it looks like Sword has kept his place in the team. Nico repping the old Bliss jerseys. Chiefs are on the march towards that top spot. Relays Neptune, Player, Lunchbox, and Jay Kenner. And look, a really wonderful opening week, guys. They didn't really put a foot wrong. They were dominant in both of their wins, 7-3 over Rival, 7-3 over Barbie Boys. And it's not even like they kind of beat up on teams that are very much on the lower end of the standings. As we've seen, Barbie Boys have been competitive. Rival just got a win. So they've beaten some good teams and done so comprehensively. They'll look to continue that now against 6 targets. They play Shay Academy tomorrow. There's a real chance they could be starting this stage 4-0, then going into their game on Playday 5 against Enterprise.
Yeah, certainly possible, but I think if there's any team that would be well served by having the one team at a time sort of answer and giving everybody respect, it is Chiefs. They've now been given a golden opportunity off the back of EP's loss today to do serious damage in the group stage. If they can seed themselves first, that would be most optimal for the playoffs as well. So they'll obviously know that. They'll sense there's a real opportunity now for them, and it's about ensuring that they are consistent in these results. The map videos has been completed though for this best of one, so let's see where it will take place as we spin the roulette. Fortress and Consulate, the last 2 remaining, and you've already looked at it early, so did I, so I kind of knew it was Consulate. It's an interesting decision. I don't know if the structure here is going to particularly favor 6 targets. I expect Chiefs to have a pretty good read here on the map.
Yeah, I think Consulate's a pretty good map when you can back in your fundamentals and certainly can play the objectives really, really well. It's not always the greatest map for just pure running and gunning. I think that Consulate in itself can play largely around the sites and the setup structures, and certainly a lot of that peel back defense. And so I think that certainly will favor Chiefs as we can get into the game. Our final one of the night for Playday 3. Again, a reminder, tomorrow, of course, will be Playday 4, back-to-back days for Oceania. We'll look to, of course, continue what's been so far a really good start to the week, and hopefully we can close on a good note. 6 targets versus Chiefs, a free swing here for 6 targets. They would know that Chiefs, the way that they're playing right now, a difficult proposition, but it's just all about kind of testing themselves against one of the best teams in the region. For Chiefs, well, they just want top spot, bank the wins, and look to lock in a playoff spot that right now is looking kind of difficult to get into that top 4 for a lot of teams in the region. They want to make it as easy as possible.
Yeah, has the potential to be an intriguing matchup, but I think Chiefs should certainly be branded as firm favorites. Somewhere in the realm of an 80-20 split here would probably be my best sort of form guide heading into this one. They also start defense, and 6 targets intrigued to see if they have the systems in place to be able to break down Consulate, which can often be structurally very difficult for the attack, sometimes relying on some big trade games and a lot of sort of grand coordination around the map as well, depending on how they want to play. And again, expecting that to favor Chiefs. But if this play has taught us anything, it is to expect the unexpected, and nothing is granted. The bans for the first half: Azami, Mute, Ying, and Deimos.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
I do wonder what, and we may get to ask Chiefs later tonight, I do wonder what their take would be on the EP loss. The easy answer from them would just be like, oh, it doesn't concern us, they're a great team, they'll bounce back, no Brendo, yada, yada, yada. But like on the more real level, would love to ask them off air and get their real thoughts and just see, do they feel like maybe EP could be a little bit vulnerable this stage. The problem is, it's kind of like what Edibles was talking about, best of ones, anything can happen. Once you get to best of threes, deeper in playoffs, you know, Brendo's back, etc., that's when EP will shine. I think for Chiefs, it's really all just about focusing on themselves and what they can do, and hopefully to not slip up. Looks like Jay Kenner has at least got, well, his name back, but still waiting on Lunchbox.
Yeah, I mean, if he's actually going to go off podcast, that's fair enough, but I don't know what kind of brainstorming you did to come up with that as a name. One of the more unusual ones we have. And in terms of unusual, this is a strange position from Relays. If he gets out of here with a kill or more, that's going to be frustrating for 6 targets. Seemingly has a lot of catch covering his position at the moment. That's all the frag grenades used. So that's absurd.
I wonder how many Mozzie Stingers as well, maybe.
Jay Kenner ran out. Jay Kenner ran out. Jay Kenner ran out then to try and contest the rappel. He gets caught. This is a weird round.
It's a rough start for Chiefs, but it's really their own doing and their pressure from below.
What is going on?
Relays is probably wondering how have I ended up in this position. I genuinely thought Relays was going to get that kill. Orion has just popped him perfectly. Well, that's a wonderful start of his 6 targets. Firstly, it's good clear as well because it's not a conventional hold from Chiefs. They've identified it, they've cleared it. That forces Neptune through copy to just try and take the battle. Lunchbox does get rid of Karma. A re-swing from Neptune doesn't change the course of action. Still Chiefs down 2 players. Good start for 6 targets.
I'm reloading!
Gotta close these rounds out because Chiefs probably won't give you those kind of freebie rounds that often. If something like that doesn't work, you don't do it again. That's a one and done strategy from Chiefs. You gotta capitalize. Lunchbox goes pushing. One over towards top spiral. Sword had a very good debut last week in his tier 1 debut. Orion, of course, was low on health. He'll go down, should get revived. They have the ping information on a lot of players. And Sword won the battle against Lunchbox. Leaves player now by himself at a 1v4. Surrounded, sitting in the middle of the site, hoping he can get a freebie off the holes in the wall. He knows one misstep and he will be easily visible. Double ping. Can he get both of them? Would need to. Knows there's one up close. King will connect. And 6 targets will get the opening round.
Oh, they sure do. Look, though, that was absolutely one of the more unconventional defensive rounds from Chiefs, thinking they could do a sneaky there on the open up with the Relays hold, the Jay Kenner run out. It was high risk and ultimately low reward. That was a pretty sharp kill there in the end from the attack of 6 targets, and then from below and horizontally there, Orion, 2 huge kills in the round. So they do a good job there. Probably not the most efficient way ever they could have cleared it. The util got caught. Maybe it was a low percentage play to go for the kill down below, but they were still able to make use of that small percentage, exploit it really nicely, and yeah, credit to 6 targets and being able to win out that first round against such an unconventional defense.
Yeah, I mean, that's the biggest takeaway for me is that sometimes you can see that unconventional strat and then kind of think about that a little too much on how to deal with that, but they just click straight into gear. I mean, the Jay Kenner run out makes sense to try and relieve the pressure from the players on the rappel, but it just dies instantly.
Attackers are moving out to locate.
Then you're able to clear out Relays, and from there it's a 5v3, and you've just been afforded such a comfortable start to the round. I can't imagine that's going to be a common occurrence in this matchup from Chiefs. So that's probably their one and done of trying to do something a little bit different. They repeat the site and immediately start with an opening kill through the nitro of Relays. Karma goes down on the blitz. It's a mass change. 3 different operators. They do keep the Mozzie in the smoke, but then they bring a far more conventional lineup. They get the early kill. Good start for Chiefs on their bounce back round.
Yeah, I don't really know what to make of the first round. Was that a legitimate tactic? Was that kind of just a meme play into 6 targets?
Limit testing.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to brand it as disrespectful, but it was certainly interesting. And maybe that's just kind of reminded them that they can't be maybe too experimental in this sort of matchup. And if they go back to the basics, that's how they win it.
I mean, different is not always disrespectful.
No. Exactly. That's why I don't want to brand it either way, because I'm really not too sure. It could have been a legitimate strategy, but
something we might maybe pen that one down. Could ask Nate at the end of the game. Ryan, well, if we get the chance to, of course. So Ryan getting the shot onto Jake Kenner. It gives them some space now to kind of push through. Sword forced out as the Gas Babe comes in nice and early at the minute-and-a-half mark. That's a little win for 6 targets. You want to start getting those out. Player throws another one, and Ryan already set up nicely. Neptune hits the shots, though. He is down. 6 targets, if they keep the pace here, they can very much capitalize on the fact that it's a 3v2. Sword still outside, but it's a double stack top yellow from King and Nico. Sword eliminated by Lunchbox. He gets revenge for the opening round. 1v1 loss. Neptune still on the ground, finished off by the call from the payload of the Dockerby. 60 seconds, straight 2v2. This is a huge chance for 6 targets again.
Oh, good info, though, from Lunchbox with that hacked drone. Has Nitro.
He's got to answer this.
That might not come into play. Will elect to answer again, probably wanting that information on the drone late, presuming it is still up. In the meantime, Nico falls. And so Quick's in 1v2.
Well, if he wants to beat the King, these are the rounds that you need to be winning. 30 seconds as he kind of crab walks past the body of Nico. Player gets the second. Chiefs are on the board.
Yeah, a little more conventional in that round from Chiefs, and that, at the end of the day, that sort of play style, I think, is probably a good baseline for them to set. And then if they find themselves being outmatched by 6 targets, or 6 targets find a way around that, then they can start to tune their play style a little bit. As we look back at the replay package from that previous round, Chiefs at that point already the first kill. Orion with a very sharp shot, and in fact, overall, he's looked quite deadly inside of the server, so I want to keep a keen eye on. Lunchbox was very efficient in this round by hacking that drone over close towards site. Made that final push quite a challenge for 6 targets as they were fully visible on info. Chiefs settling, and they go to basement for round 3.
No time to waste.
Wall secure.
Ten seconds left before insertion.
So finally a change up in site location for the first time here on
5
console, and
seconds
after back-to-back top floor CO meeting.
Bomb located by attackers.
And basement
Attackers
isn't always the
objective
most
is to
common of
defuse the
site
bomb.
choices on console these days. Chiefs looking like they're going to set Relays on the vigil to play top floor roam. Certainly the kind of player in this region that you can entrust on that operator. Nico takes a beating. Missing out there at the window, and Jakey, boy, that's a wonderful pistol shot onto the feet of Ryan. Gridlock down.
The grin. I think, to be fair, Ryan's been winning quite a few of those straight shootouts, so cheeky way to get that kill. Gives Chiefs the advantage, and then they can look to consolidate.
Sensor on. Searching for it.
In the meantime, elsewhere, Garage Breach worked here. The Salmas from Nico. And if Sword can get in a position to get those Boogie Auto Breaches working in his favor as well, he still has 3 in pocket. The drone work from 6 targets has been pretty good in the round, but will they actually be able to convert upon that?
Nico does get rid of Jake Kenner, and the plank going down from Karma. He will be pushed off that though by player on the Maestro cams. Let's take a piano. Oh, well, I don't think Lunchbox was fully ready for it, but boy, did he react well enough to hit that headshot, and Relays gets rid of Sword, creeping down yellow. Chiefs now fully in control. Yeah, Garage might be yours, Karma, but Chiefs have got you covered from all angles. Managed to pull the pistol out, take the close battle, but player able to convert, and that leaves poor old Nico to walk to his demise. 2 in a row for the Chiefs.
Yeah, Chiefs have settled here nicely. Last few rounds have been very much well executed. And when they bring that more traditional play set, 6T are making life tricky for themselves by struggling on entry. And going for the plant there was very much reliant on a big play above from Quixie, with the Solace in play and that plant and all potential alongside the other utility on the objective as well. It was always going to be yeah, very, very difficult to sort of waltz in there and get the plant even with the smokes deployed. The Maestro, a key piece on site too, so... Yeah, solid response from Chiefs after a shaky first round. Expo Piano up next, and it's Clash alongside Grim to be benched.
So far, comfortable response for Chiefs after losing the opening round. It's a player who has started the best of the bunch off of that previous round where he picked up a couple of kills. He's got 5 now. The Clash was not played at all in the first 3 rounds from Chiefs, but 6 Targets may be envisioning a world in which it could be played at some point. Gives them the option to play shields into a defense that doesn't have the Clash available. They don't bring shield this round though. Expo Piano. And they will bring the Rayora to cook up their strategy. Solid Snake for Karma once again. So he's played Solid Snake into double shield, now back into Solid Snake. You have to find a kill. Radar information on this site certainly going to be useful.
Neptune pinged out there by Karma on the Solid Snake. Opts not to use his Nitro just yet. Ultimately, the right decision. As now, Lunchbox will also be scanned there on the castle. Good utilization here of the Snake and aiding on this initial clear, but oh my word, Lunchbox.
Yeah, that's well played. That's just a wonderful crouch peek swing. If he swings that without crouch peek, there's a fair chance that Karma does hit that shot. It still would have to be quick reaction, but just doesn't get the chance. That's clinical from Lunchbox. And the more he plays at this level, the more confidence he clearly has to go for those sort of plays. And yeah, the round has just completely fallen away. It's a flow-on effect. You get that kill. Chiefs are in good early set positions, top floor, to take these battles. Just got a little aggressive here in the 4th round, and I don't think 6 Targets were ready for it. Nice shot though from King. Right. Oh! Catches Jake on the push back the doorway. Doesn't matter though, as Chiefs get the round win, they go 3 straight to take a 3-1 lead. So far, looking pretty comfortable outside of the starting round, which they tried to do something a little different. Didn't work. Ever since then, the conventional has proven to be too difficult right now for 6 Targets.
Yeah, it's looked pretty breezy so far. Expected it to be a strong result for Chiefs today. And if they continue this run of form, I think it will ultimately be the case that they walk away
protect your bombs from being defused
with a
by
pretty strong
attackers.
victory. Something in the realm of a 7-2, 7-3 is quite possible from this position. They've looked good overall. Everyone sort of pitching in when required. Even Jay Kenner, the one kill that he found was entry onto Orion, who's arguably been the most dangerous for 6 Targets. And the rest of the team having their moments as well. Chiefs return to top floor and no shenanigans this time out with Relays hiding in office with ADS devices, for instance. It's going to be a lot more old school. I'm liking the Mozzie being reintroduced here for this particular round. Served them well last time out. good info actually aided them big time in being able to win out their second attempt of this site. The Pulse as well, and we'll also see a reappearance here for the second floor, and Relays will be entrusted with gaining information or lack thereof information to try and understand where the push is coming from early into the round.
Loading new mag. Nothing to report at my location.
Information gained for Karma on the Solid Snake. You had to find a kill, usually one of the top fraggers, I think, on this roster. And so when he's on 0, hard to see 6 targets finding a lot of success. Obviously, it's not all on him, but he does need to get going if they're going to find a way back into this match. In the inverse, you look at someone like Jay Kenner, 1 and 4, but yeah, that's not his role. I feel like the way the Chiefs have played so far, I mean, discounting the first round round's irrelevant, but in these 3 rounds since, they're really controlling the tempo. When they want to get aggressive, they do so. If they want to pull back, they will do so. And so 6 targets are just playing off what Chiefs are doing. The previous round was already over by this point, and yet it's a 5v5. No real shots have rung out. Happy to just kind of play top floor, give nothing over to Chiefs. Info for Relays. He plays down below. He can call this out. So they're playing it slower so they can get this info from Relays on the Pulse. It's 2 here on Yellow Stairs as well. And Chiefs are ready for it.
Well, so much information there from Karma. 4 members of the defense getting pinged out on the Snake. Chiefs with a front-facing defense over towards Yellow Stairs, well prepared and positioned for this. Nico still lurks below with the diffuser as Orion looks to lead the charge, but he's not really getting any support. There's no real layering of utility, and it's tricky for him to have impact. Sword falls as well. Nico dead. Chiefs.
But it's just a solo push for King, top spiral. You think, well, where's my pinch if you're Orion swinging out? But what's King meant to do? He's got 2 players to clear long desk. It's the strategy of 6 targets that's let them down in this round. They haven't given anyone an opportunity to push. They haven't cleared anything out. They got stalled out top yellow with a double push. King's by himself spiral. He can't push by himself. That's more than 50% of the team that's just unable to do anything. So that, to me, that round is a strategical error from 6 targets.
I think it was it Sword in the interview mentioning that 6 targets don't scrim or aren't practicing a lot, if I recall correctly. So it really shouldn't come as a surprise that they're getting outmatched strategically in this kind of matchup. Chiefs are having their way with their opposition at the moment, and outside of what I think can probably now be fairly labelled as a bit of a troll in the first round, have locked back in, which is positive for them. And continuing that march forward towards a 7-2, 7-3 scoreline, I think is certainly realistic at this point down to basement. Don't know if 6 targets have enough in the tank here to look competitive on console. Certainly not on attack. On defense could be a slightly different story, but they're probably not going to give themselves too many chances.
No. Yeah, I mean, look, I think for 6 targets, this is a matchup that probably doesn't work well for them.
5 seconds left.
Same with, Enterprise for that matter, going up against the teams that have got far more systems in play. They scrim, they've got strategy, they've got the strat books. 6 targets have clearly got some, I think, raw capabilities. But as Sword said in his interview last week, they're not scrimming and they're not really putting the work in. It's hard to then make that jump to an EWC kind of position. You could maybe, off skill level alone, make top 4. But even that's going to be quite difficult, judging by the rest of the competition. So far, their only win this stage was against Arcade. They did play EP as well in the first week, lost that, now Chiefs. So they're going to get a better run of things in the final 4 play days. But Chiefs are just all over them right now here on console. This has been pretty comfortable, and a 5-1 half will be devastating for 6 targets. Really need this final round of the half.
Bit of pressure down below into Lunchbox. Once again, pinged out by the solid Snake and converted upon. So some good vert play there from 6 targets. Jake Kenner in the meantime will actually drop Karma. 0-6 start to the half.
Yeah.
So unfortunate for him. Normally a player that can have big impact on the scoreboard, and his utility on the solid Snake has been quite good, but unfortunately unable to back that up in gunfights.
Neptune shuts down Orion. Well, Sword had a decent debut last week. It's a different task against Chiefs compared to Arcade. It's hoping to have as much of an impact in this game. That Nitrocell, my goodness.
Have we seen a good Nitro tonight?
He thought he had bloody Hercules' arm. And Sword, speaking of, shuts down relays. 3v3 heading into the final minute. Must win round for 6 targets. There is still 1 Nitro available with player. I definitely entrust him to hit his Nitro.
I don't. I do not. It's not even a coin flip at this point. It's
it's his stage.
A blindfolded throw at a dartboard from 300 meters away, the way they've been going tonight.
He got the primary content piece. He had a big interview. He's a top 5 player statistically right now. 6-1 in this game. 30 seconds also doesn't leave a lot of time, and certainly then gives a bit more of an opportunity for him to impact with that Nitrocell. There's the drop down successful from King. Player might not even need it though. He walks into this doorway. That was a lovely flash, but Player had the hold, trusted himself. Even full white, finds the kill. Nico low on health, running out of time. It's a 1-for-1 trade. That's a benefit to Chiefs. Sword drops down to his death. Players stayed well and truly. Didn't even need the Nitrocell. A 5-1 half in favor of Chiefs.
Turn into disgust. What a waste of love, babe. I just wanna go back to how it was. Lay in each other's arms all day. Send me gifts just because. Tell me where we went wrong. Started out as homies, ended up as lovers. How'd it get so ugly? Can't we rediscover, baby, what it was? Or let's be honest, it was just a lover. You were so romantic, we were picture perfect. So much freaking passion, why we never got it back, babe? It was just a lover.
Yeah, trying to get you out my thoughts today. Still chained to you when I walked away. Still chained, you know it'd be hard to break, cause I kept it way too real to automate. I wanna talk to you for my conscience sake, trying to make my mind and body cooperate. Used to have some shots to give for ones you take, but then I took them all to heal and lost the way. Got me riding around listening to Marvin Gaye, reminisce what was, cause now it ain't. And through my mind I trail for hours till it all devours. I'm amongst the prowlers on your page. See how you spend the days without eating me inside, that I'm phasing out, but I plays it, and it drains me. I done made some, but it pains me. You want the real from me, here it is, here it go. I want you dead to me, head gone real slow. I want you here with me, bad, I'll let it go. But I can't have both, I'm done. I hope this love a bum that's gonna blow. No regret, no rewind, no more waste, no more time, no more wait, let's go away. I stay out of mind. No regret, no rewind, no more waste, no more time, no more wait, let's go away. I stay out of mind.
Babe, or let's be honest.
All right, now that Bliss jersey not providing much luck for Nico and his team. They find themselves 5-1 down. A task seemingly too difficult on their attacking half on Consulate. Defense might prove to be a little bit better for them. We'll see how things go, but it's a long way back. And we know Chiefs have got the attacking capabilities. This is not going to be an easy half for 6 targets just because they're going on to the defense. Chiefs are pretty close now to going flawless through the opening 3 play days to be the only team to do so. If I was to add one caveat, though, they do only have a 58% attacker win rate. I say only. It is still statistically higher than 6 targets defensive win rate of 56%.
So double info stripped away from the attack with the Snake Deimos, and then defensively a little unusual with the Mute, not too crazy, but the Thorn, who can be quite disruptive. Doesn't typically warrant a ban, but it will be benched for the second half as we recap the final round of the first. Chiefs just continuing to march forward here. And
oh, the Thunderbird.
Oh, the Thunderbird, yeah. Well, Thunderbird has been discussed as, of course, she is naturally a counter to Dokkaebi, although still pretty restrictive in just how much she's probably going to be played. And well, at least in this opening round, the Dokkaebi won't even be played. And I suppose if you are scouting outside and considering the Dokkaebi, you see Thunderbird, you might not want to pick it either. So, but it is a Thunderbird. That won't be changing.
And it's the first time we've seen in OCE not played by Chef Jeff in a very, very long time.
5 seconds remaining.
Chef Jeff has liked his Thunderbird usage every now and then. Sonar stations will be placed around. No Dokkaebi, by the way, as you're kind of alluding to the potential ability to eat the call, get healed up, and then have your phone destroyed. To, of course, no longer receive any calls. I wonder if that's the plan. I was talking about it last game with the Deimos, Snake, Dokkaebi, potential 3 bans, but then it leaves so many other operators available. You talk about your Yings and your Capitals, your Nomads, certainly your shield operators. 0-6 for Karma out of the halftime break on defense, now looking for his first kill.
Yeah, we'll pepper a couple of shots over towards Visa, but then relocate back over towards Meeting. I think the boost goes out, so this might be Yellow Stairs drop. Direct hit CEO here. Sword gets the first, traded.
Oh no. Well, he did get at least that kill onto relays, but certainly wasn't ready then for the battle against Neptune.
Hello.
Karma does find his first kill. Neptune going with the plant. They lost Jake Kenner. Hasn't quite got that finger available just yet for the boost. Plant is successful. Player outside of the rappel. Neptune also able to get out alive. Orion low on health. And now becomes a time for 6 targets where they're going to make sure they do this quickly, but don't rush it either. Player's going to re-enter, play closet. Nico's gone down bottom, spiral
There's a Goyo canister still. There's a Goyo canister, you can shoot it. But Karma gets in the way.
Onto Karma, Vulcan canister will be popped as well. That might be the round just off that alone.
It probably will be. I don't think they can sustain the damage. They'll look to contest below, but now the time's drained. Orion is still above.
Orion's
Can he get on the diffuser?
Well, this doesn't even really matter what happens here. Orion had to get on the diffuser in time, and even though he was trying, he was still flamed out. Another Vulcan canister was still there. Chiefs have got a 6-1 lead.
Cheeky way to win out the round. The Goyo used against the defense. It doesn't happen all too frequently, but it was good presence of mind for Chiefs. Again, it's something that doesn't happen all too often. So to have the game sense and the discipline,
on purpose.
Exactly. So to have the game sense to actually go for that, really, credit goes to Chiefs and player in particular in the post there to make good use of that.
It's just I mean, like, it's very difficult to sort of say things sometimes without the full picture of, you know, did they realize that that was something that they wanted to actually plan out and think, hey, let's leave the Vulcan canisters, try to plan before it. Worst case scenario is if they pop it, we just jump out the window.
Yeah.
Take a tiny bit of damage. You got the Finker anyway that you can heal back up. So I gotta take the assumption guess and say that was kind of part of the plan. Really solid round for Chiefs. 12-2 for player. 8-3 for Neptune as well. I think Neptune in some ways for me, guys, gets a little bit forgotten about as to how good he's kind of been over his career, and probably now gets really the best opportunity to play on a real contending team. You think back, I guess, throughout the last 3 or so years for him, these were the rosters he played on. He was on Kelton's Knights originally, and then Odium, Circular Spheres, Outlast, Ludovica, Circular Spheres, now on Chiefs. You know, it's a lot of rosters where he's always been a top gunner, and man, Neptune can go and drop 15 to 20, but never on a contending team. throw him in with player and relays, lunchbox in his rise. Jay Kenner is an older head. It's a real solid roster that's been put together and are on the verge now of taking top spot. Well, in fact, top spot's technically already confirmed now, provided they go on and at least get overtime win. But I don't think we're going to have to worry about that.
I don't think that will be a problem. I'd be pretty surprised if this goes to OT. Something pretty bad would need to happen for Chiefs. And they'll be looking to cap it off here with a 7-1 victory as pressure mounts over towards Karma and Barton. He'll vacate. Some of the catching util yellow side does make that drop play a little more challenging. So I do wonder how Chiefs look to get value out of the Monty in this round. Either way, it seems like they will commit. Jay Kenner now in yellow stairs. And pressuring there onto Orion.
Orion does actually get the opening kill there onto Lunchbox. He started hot, cooled off a little bit. Jake tempting to pull the pistol out. Now he does, and he connects again. For the second time in this game, he's going to get a pistol kill onto Orion, although almost lost his life. Jake still going with the pistols. Gonzalez thrown out from relays, no more remaining for him. No one going into the sights of player. Dropped down from relays to convert the kill onto Orion. Still got 2 players though that are thinking about this swing. Karma went for it. Big kill from relays, but shot in the back as the second swing came from King. We go 6-2, 6 targets, get at least the second round on the board.
Yeah, yellow stairs looked pretty precarious to push, and 6 targets proving why with the U2 layered the positions that they had. Presence still over towards top spiral as well. It opened up that awkward line of sight. That's never fun to contest as the attack, and it also negated the power of the Monty there on the shield. Solid work there from 6 targets. Chiefs over committing to a play that was largely low percent. Down to basement for the follow-up.
Protect your bombs from being defused by attackers. Bomb located by attackers.
These kind of proverbial comebacks, you usually start with a case of, well, it can't happen, it won't happen, this will all have to go wrong, and then slowly but surely, sometimes it does happen. It can creep up on you pretty quickly. Chiefs just have got to lock in, get this one done, and don't even allow 6 targets to get a sniff. Don't even think that they can possibly do it. But what is slowly developing is 3 rounds in a row, 6 targets have gotten the opening kill. They just didn't convert on 2 of them. And the round that they lost to, of course, start this half was one in which could have potentially been avoided.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
And Sword, by the way, who started slow, is now up to 6 and 6. He's gotten going.
Yeah, he's been pretty solid tonight. Interesting
If
to
there's
see.
anyone that's afforded to start slow, it's probably
Exactly,
a substitute that came in last week to make his T1 debut. So
Yeah,
good signs
100%.
for him.
Yeah, excited to see what his trajectory may be going forward, and if he has long-term prospects for this basement round. Somewhat of a roam as
Camera in position.
Nico looks to place some late util on the Valk. That could enable the quad nitro from 6 targets. So 4 available, and plenty of info to be active on that. As Nico slips back over towards Tellers, Alex not to pick up the phone, and so he won't be able to watch his own Valk cams for the remainder of the round, which is a little ironic, but
he's got others to do that now.
yeah, he's got 4
Where's
other
the
minions to do it.
Thunderbird?
Yeah, no Thunderbird this time.
Scanning for electronics.
Top down clear for
Located a
Chiefs.
And IQ for Chiefs as well, so perfect counter.
It does take a lot of time off the clock, so as much as to say, well, perfect counter, it is almost like a secondary task that needs doing for Chiefs. Add it to the checklist kind of ordeal. Ryan actually connected a nitro cell, and we didn't get to see it. It's a rarity tonight. But it connected onto Neptune, and that reduces the amount of pressure that can be applied with the soft breach. Well, the Jago payload is going to be answered easily for Ryan. He knows that Jay Ken is not pushing through from bottom yellow by himself on the Monty. And that just leaves 2 payloads available for relays, and only a minute remaining. This is looking pretty decent for 6 targets. Taunt's not going to connect with his Nitro, but he does with a shot onto Jake Kenner's head. That's the Monty in the grave. Still 2 Nitros available. 6 targets are looking pretty good to make this 3 rounds.
Yeah. Are they locking in here at the tail end? Is there potentially some clutch potential on offer in this match? As Relays marches forward, Lunchbox drops the hatch.
Oh,
2
hang
for
on.
Relays, and it's back to a 2-2, even kill tough.
Yeah, I love the fact that Relays goes for the plant 30 seconds, doesn't want to potentially lose it out at the last second. Karma hits his Nitro. Well, this is a good round for 6 targets to start connecting with the Nitro cells. Lunchbox knows he can't go for the plant kill win. There's King that will be on his right side in the hallway. He's not ready for it. That's 3 on the board now for 6 targets, 2 in a row. And I wonder if maybe Nate will call a timeout because it's 4 opening kills straight for 6 targets. They're starting to perform quite a bit better. He'd rather try and stem the bleeding as soon as possible, but haven't seen that tack called just yet.
No,
potentially because of the fact we're going into the bans.
Yeah, we'll have an opportunity now to have a quick, brief word with them, and I assume if they fail to respond and the scoreline's 4-6, Nate will step in and play bad cop and look to refocus them. 6 targets.
Do you go the Dockerby here, complete the sweep?
Causing problems?
You do?
Yeah, try and get as much of that info gathering off the board as possible. Leaves now basically just the Lion and the Jackal. Kayed on the opposing side, as we look at the replay package from that last round. As Jake kind of tried to push forward, got blindsided there by Sword. Relays. Phenomenal job to get this back to a 2 versus 2. Replay operator doing Lunchbox a favor there by avoiding the whiff. If he had have landed those shots, still an unlikely 1 versus 1, but nonetheless, good round from 6 targets as they continue to string them along.
Attackers have located a
And this
bomb.
is where the beauty of this game in terms of the strategy. So you lose the Snake, the Deimos, the Dockerby. You lose a lot of that info gathering plus what is direct pressure that can certainly be applied. You change the strategy up completely and just go and say, do we play a little bit more direct towards the site? Play a little bit more slower pace. We'll bring the glass, play behind, get the smokes out, bring the shield, go a bit more direct in the face. Worry less about the actual overall map in terms of info.
Attackers' objective
And
is to
play
defuse
the site
bomb.
objectively a little bit more. What that though potentially can do then is for 6 targets is they can certainly then play the roam a little bit more comfortably. But then if you play the roam a little too comfortably and you give up a bit of that site control, well, that might open the door for Chiefs. This is a really important round now because 6 targets are looking for 3 rounds straight. I agree with you. I think if they do win this, Nate will probably call a timeout, and then you're only 2 rounds away. Their tails are up. Momentum is gained. They're looking comfortable on the defense.
I am deploying a drone.
Ooh, big damage. Oh, big run out as well from
Here we
Nico.
go. What is on here? Gosh, Academy beat EP today. Not too long ago, the Socceroos beat Turkey. I mean, maybe it's just the week for upsets.
Magic of the Cup.
Maybe. Something in the air.
This round's not solidified just yet. There's still a really good play potential for Chiefs off the back of the glass and the blitz. Now without player who's been their best, this becomes more difficult. Yeah, it's timeout time. Nate, press the button. This is looking a little bit dire for the Chiefs. Jake Kenner with another pistol kill onto a right. That's his 3rd pistol kill.
Could also be game over in a moment. It could also be game over. I would have put it past a crazy clutch here.
Oh, Jakey again!
Here we go.
He's locked in. Staring down the barrel of the camera with that focused face. Now knows there's only Nico and King still to deal with. Jake Kenner has activated. Oh no, he's taking these pistol shots again. Oh my god, he's playing with fire. Lunchbox is falling behind him, by the way. We can't see it, but he's right behind him. So that's why Jake Kenner's playing as aggressive as he is because he's got Lunchbox on the glass to follow up. Now Lunchbox has gone sweeping across the corridor. They've got a pinch. They've got a free kill. Nico had no idea. Lovely reposition from Lunchbox. What a turnaround in this round. King needs the clutch of 1v2, and he cannot. Well, Chiefs will escape. No timeout required. Lunchbox and Jay Kenner get it done to get the win on Consulate. All 3 points. What a round from Jay Kenner. Winds back the clock, and Chiefs are in top spot after 3 play days of Oceania.
Yeah, well, it's never over until it's over. I tell you what, it would have been absolutely hilarious if Chiefs had requested that tack timeout and gone on to win the round. A good clutch effort. And a 7-3 victory where, look, opening round, bit of a troll. From that point onwards, very clean. 6 targets to their credit, and I think they deserve some of it. They showed a bit of fight. The tail wagged at the end of the match, but Chiefs just the better team. And I think that was the expectation going in, and they delivered.
Well, I mean, the best part is we're going to have Nate for an interview, so I'll just ask him directly and be like, hey, if you had lost that round, are you calling the tack time out there? We'll get an answer one way or another.
Did he already call it and then before the clutch was paid out?
Look, in the end, an interesting game because we saw the best of Chiefs and what they were able to do on their attack on Consulate. Very dominant in that first round. Sorry, not their defense in the first half. And then that opening attacking round as well was just super clinical and certainly one of the better CO plays that we've seen, kind of using the Vulcan canisters against the defense. Yeah, 6 targets, then got on a little bit of a run. In terms of the actual round wins that they got, it ended up only being 2, but they did actually get 5 straight opening kills in the last 5 rounds. They just didn't convert on 3 of them, right? So they had good opportunities. All of the rounds were actually really close. From round 6 to 10, it was either 2 alive or 1 alive. So the game scoreline in the end, I don't think really showcases what 6 targets at times were able to do in this game on Consulate. I just think strategically that was the difference in the end between the two. As we get Nate in for a chat, fresh off the win, Nate, congratulations, another win in the books. You guys are the only undefeated team remaining after 3 play days. We'll ask you straight up, was the tack timeout coming there if you had lost that last round?
Nah.
Oh, come on.
Maybe. No, it wasn't really like it's hard to say that because obviously when you guys are watching, you don't hear the comms from the team, right? It wasn't like we were sitting there losing the games and just being losing the round, sorry. And the boys were like, oh, what do we do? Blah, blah, blah. I said this, I think, kickoff as well. We had a couple of situations like this where I think we should have won that game, all due respect to 6T, a lot quicker. But they are obviously very experienced players. It's not like we're versing noobs. It's not like we're versing people who don't know what they're doing. So they really dug in there, I think, and made it a lot more difficult than it should have been, but yeah.
Nate, I'd love to get your thoughts actually on earlier on in the day. Of course, that massive upset and EP falling short. In a way, does that maybe keep you guys just on your toes and honest a little bit and being like, hey guys, we've got to be careful. There is definitely upset potential in best of ones, or was that always the case that you take every game on its merit?
I think I made a bigger point about it. As soon as EP lost, I said to the boys, I said, why, are we going to sit here and relax now, or are we going to even go harder? Because obviously coming out into playoffs, you want first seed. First seed's always better. Getting first, going undefeated is always better. But like, obviously, unfortunate circumstances for AP. That's not the level I expect from them. It's obviously, I don't know what's going on. I know, obviously, I think Brendo tweeted that he was sick, so hopefully that's all good and nothing bad on that side. But it definitely is, like you said, it's BO1s, isn't it? I think we've seen some great rosters, some great teams lose BO1s before. It doesn't really matter once you get to playoffs.
I mean, bringing it back to you guys, 3 wins so far, perfect start to the stage. Couldn't have asked for much more, of course, as you kind of have been alluding to. It's kind of a 1 game at a time mentality. You guys seem pretty locked in. What's worked well for you guys this stage that you've been actually most surprised about?
I think we're now relying more on the people that you would say in the roster that isn't as experienced. Obviously, we know what you get with relays. You know what you get with player. Like we saw, I think player had like 90% cost, 13 to 5, whatever. You know you're going to get that from him. But with like in that last round, Jake, Lunchbox, Nep are bringing huge rounds, huge calls. Like it wasn't really like they were calling a lot of that stuff by themselves, especially in that, I think it was a 2v4 in the last round. Like I think Bowie was calling while he wasn't alive anymore. He was like, go isolate this person. They're like, yeah, let's go. We're now relying on, it's more of a team effort now, rather than being like, oh, Ollie, your player, what do we want to do? I think we're working more as a unit rather than a group of individuals, which I think we got away with a lot in kickoff, but now it's more coming together as we're now understanding what needs to be done. and understanding what it takes to actually win rounds and finish our games.
Well, you guys are obviously having a very good start to the stage. A long way to go. So, I mean, obviously, of the mindset, it's one game at a time. You get another one tomorrow and tick that one off the list. Playoffs is the goal. EWC is the goal. Anything you'd like to say, Nate, before we let you go?
Just shout out Chief, shout out GameAware, shout out Kenchi, all that good stuff. Obviously, thank you boys for the cast. Long day, but yeah, I guess we'll see you tomorrow.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Nate. Best of luck for tomorrow's match.
Thank you, boys.
So Chiefs get the win and they go top of the standings, guys, and rightfully so. Undefeated through 3 play days. The only team that can claim that now. Of course, earlier in the day, EP losing out, Man LFO losing out as well in overtime, which in retrospect now, guys, having seen all of the results, that Man LFO result that we saw with Barbie Boys bringing that game back, that's a missed opportunity for Man LFO to also be undefeated and capitalize on the EP loss.
Yeah, I think this stage may end up shaping up to be kind of an overarching storyline of what opportunities do go astray, especially in a sub-region that now has 2 slots at EWC. It's a huge opportunity for all of these teams in the first place, and it's about capitalizing.
Well, our MVP of the day was pretty clear-cut from the biggest upset the region has seen for quite a long time. It's Rani. He was devastating, and arguably in a 7-5 game against the best team in the region, when you put in this kind of performance, I think it's fair to say he was the difference.
Oh, he was, absolutely. Mega influential. The Snake, to me, actually stood out as being the most influential operator. I suppose Dokeby ended up maybe being his most picked, but there were some big moments here in the start of the highlight package showing it with the F2. He was just genuinely farming EP in the early phase of this matchup, applied a lot of pressure. The information he was gathering as well was useful. And look, it wasn't just the Rani show. You can't beat EP without a team effort, but he was applying pressure and making plays that just exuded confidence in a kind of matchup where it can be very easy to go back into your shell, play reserved, play safe, play scared even. He didn't do that. So yeah, credit to him today for having a big effort, and hopefully we see more of it going forward.
Well, that was our MVP. This is, or was, our schedule for today. We finally got an overtime and we finally got a 7-5, but then the schedule went back to formality with a 7-2 result for Rival over Arcade. That kind of confines Arcade now to a very, very difficult run to make playoffs. Chiefs, in the end, pretty comfortable result over 6 targets. Like Nate said, they probably could have won that one a little bit quicker, and certainly if they didn't troll in the opening round. We'll go to the standings and see where everything sits after 3 play days. We're not quite halfway through the stage, but we're actually getting quite close to that. In fact, by tomorrow, we'll be past halfway. That's how quick regular season goes and how important these best-of-1 matches. Certainly when top 4 makes playoffs, bottom 4 misses out. It's a very difficult stage ahead for Oceania. 2 slots available in this region, but getting top 4 is going to prove to be difficult. Look how many teams on 3 points now. You've got Barbie Boys sitting in 4th on 5. A lot of big games to come.
Yeah, that's exactly right. If this was top 6, it'd be far more forgiving, but with it being so tight in the mid-pack, Arcade basically the only one with an unofficial line through their name, and of course Chiefs up top, the only team undefeated. It means that the middle is so compact, and every game is going to matter. And even by extension, don't forget about round differential being a critical tiebreaker as well. These one-sided results that we've seen so far could also be influential towards the back end of the stage.
Yeah, it's a good point. I mean, the round differential absolutely can make a difference if there's probably a decent likelihood that you're going to have quite a few teams on similar amount of points taking games off each other. It's nice to see, though, that the league through 3 play days is so hotly contested. It's a pretty close league. The team that we expected to probably dominate, maybe go flawless, ends up dropping a game today to Shy Academy. Chiefs are looking great. Man LFO may not have got the win, but still a pretty strong team in the region. Barbie Boys picked up a win. Rival are on the board. I'm very grateful that this is a top 4 league, guys, because as you said, and even just for a split second thinking about it, if it was top 6 make playoffs, a lot of these storylines that are developing wouldn't have as much merit. So I'm very happy with what we've got this stage so far. It's proving to be very entertaining. Another league that is proving to be quite entertaining as well, guys, is CNL.
Yeah, CNL has a rather different format to what we have in most of the other major leagues around the world. They have a total of 15 playdays for their group stage. Each playday, they are contesting best of 3s. So a bit of a different format, but I think a really good proving ground for a lot of these players, some of which have Tier 1 experience, many of which, though, making their debuts. at the top, but it is all gamers at the moment. Tyloo not trailing too far behind in second, and in their upcoming play day, match number 3, the final of the day, will be those two going toe to toe. So make sure to check out Liquipedia for details as to how to watch that. But yeah, CNL has proven to be good fun. I've tuned in on a couple of occasions. There's actually some really good siege taking place there, and they're only going to develop at a rapid rate given the format and the fact that they're playing on LAN as well.
As again, another astute observation is the fact that they're not just playing best of ones, kind of just getting through their stages pretty quickly. They're going to be gaining a lot of experience due to all of the best of threes, the length of the stage, and for a region that, of course, has only just kind of come in, starting to get even international experience. Certainly got good slots for a lot of the international events, playing these best of threes. I would say by this point next year, CNL is going to be a very, very difficult region, and certainly will be one to watch, that's for sure. As for APL, though, I mean, it proves to still be as entertaining as always. Today was maybe the most entertaining day that Oceania has had so far this stage as well, because considering last week was the week of one-sided stomps. This week was the biggest upset, a big comeback, overtime. We had it all tonight.
Yeah, look, I think APL as a whole has maybe been a little lopsided in some of the results so far, but OCE has been incredibly competitive, perhaps proving that the 2 slots is justified, and it's only going to get more competitive as it continues. With only 4 spots on the line and such a tight mid-pack, this group stage of the best of ones are going to be massive.
Well, Playday 3 is in the books here for Oceania. Of course, Playday 4 will be tomorrow, and considering how tonight went, you won't want to miss tomorrow's action. See you then.
溶けてく夜明けにこれが最後の願いね